ستبدأ بعد قليل. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Welcome back to the 12th Abu Dhabi Strategic Debate. Proceedings will begin shortly. ملتقى أبو ظبي الاستراتيجي 12، ونعلمكم أن أعمال اليوم الثاني للملتقى ستبدأ بعد قليل. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the 12th Abu Dhabi Strategic Debate. Proceedings will begin shortly. will now begin. السيدات والسادة، أسعد الله صباحكم. يرجى التكرم بالجلوس في مقاعدكم. ستبدأ الآن أعمال اليوم الثاني لملتقى أبو ظبي الاستراتيجي الثاني عشر. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Please take your seats. The proceedings of Day 2 of the 12th Abu Dhabi Strategic Debate will now begin.
العالم على مفترق تحولات كبرى، تصدعات تضرب بنية الهيمنة، وصراعات تعيد رسم خرائط النفوذ. تتبدل موازين القوى وتتداخل المصالح والمعادلات الدولية، من واشنطن إلى بيجين، ومن موسكو إلى بروكسل، ومن طهران إلى تل أبيب. يشتد الصراع على النفوذ، وتتسارع التحولات، وتتغير الحسابات. في قلب هذا الاضطراب العالمي تظل الإمارات حاضنة لمنصات الحوار ومصدراً لرؤية استراتيجية تستشرف المستقبل. ملتقى أبو ظبي الاستراتيجي ملتقى العقول وصناع القرار، حيث تناقش القضايا الكبرى، من سباق التكنولوجيا والذكاء الاصطناعي إلى تحولات السياسات الدولية، ومن إعادة تشكيل الشرق الأوسط إلى سباق الموارد والممرات وأشباه الموصلات. نطرح الأسئلة الصعبة ونبحث عن الإجابات الدقيقة، نحلل، نستشرف ونبني الرؤية. هذا هو ملتقى أبو ظبي الاستراتيجي، بوابة فكر ونبض عالم يتغير. وهذه هي أبو ظبي عاصمتنا الجميلة، ترحب بكم من جديد.
سيداتي وسادتي، ستبدأ الآن الجلسة السابعة تحت عنوان هندسة إقليمية جديدة.
Ladies and gentlemen, panel 7 entitled A New Regional Geometry will start now.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Karim Haggag. I am the director of the Stockholm International Peace Research Institute, or SIPRI for short. I want to, at the outset, extend my word of thanks to Dr. Ibtisam for the opportunity to participate in this year's ADSD. Thank you, as always, Dr. Ibtisam. And to thank EPC for organizing what I think is a very timely panel to kick off our discussion on day 2 of the Abu Dhabi Strategic Dialogue. So the title of this panel is A New Regional Geometry. I think this is a very apt title. It prompts us to think in terms of new configurations of power, new positioning, new dynamics, and to address what is a very complicated regional geography, we've assembled what I think is a very stellar panel to help us describe what this new geometry looks like. With us this morning, we have Dr. Paul Salim, the former president and currently senior fellow at the Middle East Institute based in Washington. Ambassador Nasser Kamel, senior Egyptian diplomat and currently the Secretary General of the Union for the Mediterranean. Dr. Mohammed Baharoun, the Director General of the Dubai Public Research Center, or Bahous. And last but certainly not least, Dr. Kilic Kanat, Research Director of the SETA Institute based in Washington. Thank you all for being with us this morning. Paul, if I can start with you, please, to help us set the scene for what this new geometry looks like. So, to describe this new geometry, one thinks of two narratives that are emerging. So, the first narrative is very much a triumphal narrative. The axis of resistance has been defeated, or at least severely weakened. And therefore, the threats to regional security and regional peace seem to have receded. The threat of Iran's nuclear program, the threat posed by Hezbollah, by Hamas, so non-state groups in general, these threats seem to have receded. And because of that, there is the sense that new space has opened up and new opportunities have opened up. Space to deepen regional integration, space to perhaps broaden the scope of the Abraham Accords by including new players, space to think of a new potential for reinforcing state sovereignty in Lebanon vis-a-vis Hezbollah, and new possibilities for Syria given the change of regime. So this is very much a triumphal narrative. One hears this narrative mainly coming from Israel and to a certain extent from the United States. there is a counter-narrative that says that many of these conflicts are now anchored in very fragile ceasefires. This is the reality we see almost on a daily basis in Lebanon, for example. And to the extent that these ceasefires are enforced, they are enforced by Israeli military power. And that, of course, opens up the possibility of renewed conflicts, let alone the perception that this new configuration seems to lack legitimacy. So which of these narratives best captures the new regional geometry? Or do we have to think of a new narrative? Walk us through this. And I know you will never fail, as always, to capture all of this in under 5 minutes.
Excellent. Thank you, Karim, and it's good to see so many people early in this second session. That's great. I mean, geometry captures part of it, but I think it also does not capture a lot of what we're trying to get at in terms of what kind of regional order or regional structure we're getting at. One is that the geometry, if you want to call it that, is still in flux. We are in the middle of something. We are not at the end point of something. Yes, it has been 2 years, but none of the wars seem to be decisively over, particularly what might be coming between Israel and Iran. So there's still a lot of fluidity, even to the balances or the power structures. What certainly has happened is a disruption of the old pre-October 7 tentative stability with a small s, which was based on a precarious balance of power between Israel on the one hand, effectively, and Iran and a bunch of allied militias and groups on the other. And that lasted for several years. Within that context, the Abraham Accords proceeded. Israel felt that both on its southern and northern fronts, it thought it had an understanding with Hamas and Hezbollah. Interestingly, that tentative order, if you want to call it that with a small o, was broken by the axis of resistance, by Hamas and then Hezbollah, and changed Israeli strategy from one of kind of having coexistence with different groups to a very proactive strategy. Where we are now is a very unstable situation. One is that it is still fluid and there's still battles to come, so we don't know where we're going to end up. Secondly, when you look at the region, its stability is either because there is a balance of power or because there is a negotiated, inclusive set of agreements, what you might call a legitimate order. We have none of those. Currently, we have a great imbalance of power, obviously favoring Israel, and Iran is on the back foot. And you already described the triumphalism that has brought about, but it has also brought about new fears and new potential instabilities signified by the attack on Qatar and what Israel might still do. So we do not have a balance in the region, and that might be continuously destabilizing. Secondly, I think Prime Minister Netanyahu, who has ended up being the prime mover in this dynamic, I mean, interestingly, it was Sinwar who created this new dynamic, but it's Prime Minister Netanyahu who has taken advantage of it. He's been very effective, successful, I don't know what you want to call it, in waging various wars, but he has not been able to translate military victories into sustainable political wins in any arena to a large degree. In the Israeli-Palestinian sphere, certainly he's devastated Gaza, he's weakened Hamas tremendously, there's action on the West Bank, but there's still no political strategy for Israel to coexist with 7 million Arabs in this small territory. So that there's no victory there politically. There's been great changes in Syria and Lebanon, but there too, the tool of war is still the only one that's being pursued. There's some talks between Israel and Syria, none between Lebanon and Israel at this point. Hasn't been able to translate those into sustainable wins. The biggest win in the region potentially would be normalization with Saudi Arabia and everything that would bring about. No progress towards that really from the Israeli side. And vis-a-vis Iran, Yes, it's been hit, it might be hit again, but that has not been translated into a sustainable situation. So I think we're still in a region at war, and a region where, yes, the geometry or the power imbalances have been scrambled, but we don't know where we're going to end up. I will end with one statement, looking at the positive, or those players that are trying to suggest order rather than disorder. Certainly the Gulf countries who want de-escalation, who want negotiated conclusions to certainly the war in Gaza, two-state solution, resolution to the Palestinian issue, negotiations with Iran, and rules of and support for Syria and Lebanon, and stabilize the region. I think Turkey, to a large degree, is in that camp as well, and significantly, I think President Trump is in that camp. But two of the bigger players, Netanyahu's Israel, at least for now, and Iran so far, are not very much in that camp. So we will see where it goes. Thank you.
So I took away two key words from your assessment, Paul. The state of flux, that is still very much a feature of the current geometry, so it's very much still unsettled. And the prospects for a stable order, with a small o, as you put it, that might emerge. And I think that poses very interesting questions about what that order would look like, what would be the basis for that order. So I think I will come back to you with these questions. So if you could hold those thoughts, because I think you set the scene for us very well. Let me turn to Nasser, if I may. So Egypt has played a very critical role in what is a very central piece of this emerging puzzle, which is Gaza. Egypt has played a role together with Turkey, together with Qatar, and of course the Trump administration in reaching a ceasefire, in promoting the 20-point plan proposed by the administration. And therefore, Egypt has a stake in one critical piece that should be the foundation of this new order. If you can describe to us how the Gaza piece of this puzzle fits into the broader picture that Paul described for us, and what would be Egypt's outlook with respect to this new emerging geometry or the new emerging order that Paul set the scene for us?
Thank you. Thank you, Karim, for your question. And I join everybody here in thanking Dr. Ibtissam Al-Kaabi for having organized this wonderful forum, and the EDS for excellent organization of this event. Let me first join what has been said. Yes, the region is going through a flux. We are in the middle of something. I'm just quoting you. And the disruption is the name of the game. But within that context, we could see that some of the regional actors, including Egypt, of course, are trying to capitalize on the moment in terms of challenges and opportunities by pursuing a policy of de-escalation, as you rightly mentioned so, and also a policy that has, in terms of purpose, containing Israel to a certain extent, that has emerged as the regional hegemon and a driver of instability. Although it has scored points, but it has become a driver of instability, not only in the Levant, but also in the Gulf, with the attack on Qatar, which was, in my view, a game changer in terms of how it is perceived by the GCC countries. And this has, in a way, led to main actors, not only in the Arab world, but including Turkey and others, to try to forge out of this 20-point plan and others a more balanced regional order that could safeguard the state of the region's sovereignty at large and use the growing US role in the implementation, oversight, and management, and the BB setting, as we call it, to contain Israel's growing tendency for excess. Within that regional setting, Egypt has embraced it to start with, and has embraced this vision of the region and has emerged during the crisis and is having what is being called by journalists in the Washington Post a diplomatic moment. For simple reason, one, it has succeeded in vehemently opposing the so-called Riviera Plan, which in a sense was a displacement strategy of the Palestinian people out of Gaza. It has came up with its own plan that was endorsed later on by the Arab and the Islamic world and the international community at large, especially in Europe. And this has been strengthened by the Saudi-French initiative that was endorsed overwhelmingly by the whole international community. And that, in a sense, was taken on board, albeit not entirely, by the 20-point plan of President Trump. When we look at the idea of a technocratic Palestinian management of Gaza, this was actually proposed by the Egyptian and later on by others. The training of a Palestinian police force, all of that are points that were originally put forward by Egypt and everybody else later, including also the idea of Egypt and Jordan training a capable police force that could do some of the heavy lifting when it comes to stabilizing the security situation in Gaza. Moreover, Egypt's geographical positioning, being its geographic proximity to both Israel and Gaza, is giving it definitely a certain leverage, and also its open channels to all the spectrum of actors, be it Israel, be it all the component of the Palestinian national movement, Fatah, Hamas, all the other faction, and of course the PA at the center of it, but also its extensive, I would say, intelligence presence within Gaza and knowledge of the reality on the ground in Gaza. I would dare say that 3 countries have this knowledge. One is Israel, the second one is the PA, and the third one is Egypt. And that has helped. We could look at the recent visit of the Egyptian chief of intelligence to Israel, which has been, as far as the press has reported, pushing Netanyahu not to resume military operation in the Gaza Strip. Also, the meeting of the different Palestinian faction in Cairo trying to agree on a list of potential candidates to be in this administration, new administration body for Gaza. All of that has given Egypt a moment where it can contribute if, because we are still, as I go back to what you said, in a moment of uncertainty. We don't know if the 20-point plan will work, but if it does, and if there is a buy-in by the international community, I'm not sure the resolution in the Security Council will see the day. When we look at the different editing exercise done by so many members of the Security Council, there is a question mark here. But if this effort leads to a Security Council resolution or to the creation of the ISF in Gaza, Egypt will be also the main gate for this force and the main gate also for the reconstruction of Gaza. All of that within a geometry that is not yet defined, and here I join again the previous intervention, could give Egypt leverage to play the role of a moderator that is, to a certain extent, looking to build a regional security architecture that is based on national security, on on also containing excess coming either from extremist movement like Hamas or by Israel extremist, actual extremist government.
So the uncertainties surrounding Gaza, I think, reinforce what Paul
Exactly.
set the scene for us in terms of the state of flux that still characterizes much of the regional geometry. So I think a lot to come back to. I know we have a panel later in the day on Gaza, but that certainly raises questions about how the Gaza piece of the puzzle fits into this broader regional geometry. Let me move to Mohammed to give us a perspective from the Gulf on this new regional geometry. Because in a sense, the Gulf has been attempting to adjust to different regional geometries very much since the Arab Spring. So the onset of the revolutions in Egypt, in Syria, especially the onset of civil wars in Syria, in Yemen, to a certain extent in Libya, the uncertainty surrounding Iraq, the uncertainty surrounding the future US role in the region. So there's been a very long track record of the Gulf attempting to adjust to this new regional geometry. What is different this time, this new iteration of the region's geometry that we are seeing emerging? And is it fair to say that many of the assumptions on which the Gulf have based their regional policy are now being called into question? I mean, the assumption that the Gulf can somehow insulate itself from regional chaos, regional instability, I think that was proved questionable given the attacks that we've seen on Doha by Israel, and preceding that on Al Udeid base by Iran. The assumption that the Abraham Accords would move the region towards peace and stability, that is certainly, the potential is still there, but certainly also called into question. If you could tell us, what are the guiding assumptions now on which the Gulf bases its policy in dealing with this new regional geometry?
Thank you, Ambassador Haddad. First of all, 3 points. Point of thank you, Dr. Ibtissam, not only for having us, but for maintaining the course of making this a really strategic debate for 12 years now, so thank you for that. Point of concurrence, I would concur with the previous speakers that yes, one, there is a state of change that is happening. You've described it, Dr. Paul, as flux, but possibly it's still an ongoing change. I concur that it is geometrical in proportion, because we've seen geometry is usually about space, size, position. So we've seen countries playing bigger role. Yesterday we've talked about the UAE and AI leadership. This is something much bigger than the size of the UAE, but that is how size is changing. But also, as pointed out, Israel has played a different role, a bigger role. We've seen it attacking 7 different countries in the course of 2 years. That was not the type of role Israel has seen itself before. So when it comes to geometry, yes, that is changing. Now, point of departure. I think you've asked what is the change. I think the change is not in geometry. It's not about size, it's not about position, it's not about, space, alliances. The change is in physics, it's not in geometry. Because physics is about motion, about energy, about forces. And that is what is changing in the region. There's a change of energy in the region. And I don't think it is staying at the region. One of the major shifts in energy is that there is a shift from energy towards geopolitics to geoeconomics. These are the new realities that realigning the way we're looking at the world. We've seen this happening with this concept of connectivity. How is it connecting the region to the world, but also turning the world, the region, into switchboard of the world economy, if you want. So that is a different type of change. We've seen, I'm sure Professor Chelik is going to mention this, but we've seen, for instance, how the development road started to change the way Turkey is looking at the Kurdish issue. And we've seen how that de-escalation started. Abrahamic Accords also did not bring just a political peace, it brought things like IMEC, which is, even though has not fully been achieved, but it's a different way of connecting the global south to the global north. These are new energies, it's not just geometry that is changing. Now, is it just staying in the region? I think we have seen examples that it did not. One, Sharm el-Sheikh summit was a very important position where we have seen the region collectively play a corrective role in the trajectory. The region took a stand. It was not one country. It was not one hegemonic power. A different role for the region. But also when it comes to the US, I mean, we've described the attack, the US attack on Iran as a show of hegemony or hegemonic power. Actually, it was a diplomatic attack. It stopped the war. It was a different type of attack. We also have seen President Trump in the Knesset talking about a possible peace between Israel and Iran. This is something that has not been, imagined before. This is a manifestation of a new type of energy that does not look, the US does not look at itself as a hegemonic power anymore. But this is not happening because the US just woke up. It's happening because other energies, movement, flows are happening in the region. So your questions on the Abrahamic Accord and how does this now, this change of physics, if you want, apply to the region? I think, one, the Abrahamic Accord is not about normalization. We keep talking about it as normalization, we will always fail to understand it. It's about a regional, physics that is different than before. It is not about whether we like or dislike Israel, whether Israel is an enemy or not. It is about how the health of the world economy can be maintained, and why do we need a quelling of all of these conflicts? Because we need that movement, that flow to continue. It's also about clashes of identity. We were trying to end those clashes of identity, which has plagued the region, but also plagued the world as well. So again, it's a different type of physics and manifestation. Last point is on your question on the attack on Doha. And yes, it definitely has set the region into a strategic revision, which is again part of the new physics, that flow is not static. It moves, and people would have to reconsider where they are. And I think the old idea of one security umbrella, one security provider, is possibly going to change into a stakeholders approach to security. Who are the stakeholders in the region's stability and security? When it comes to energy security, when it comes to flow of trade, when it comes to flow of money, flow of people, those countries will have to have a stake in it. So it is not going to be a family-owned company. It will possibly be a shareholder approach, a stakeholder approach into the region. I'll stop there.
Thank you, Mohammed. A very interesting frame, or new frame that you introduced into this conversation. So physics versus geometry, energy versus positioning. I think that also opens up very interesting questions as to how that new frame can anchor a new security order or a new security architecture. So let me come back to you with a question on that. But let me turn to Kilic. So Kilic, Turkey has emerged as a country that clearly, to Ankara's role, is seen to be ascendant in the region. About a decade ago, Turkey was seen to be somewhat isolated from its regional environment. That clearly has changed. So now we're talking about a country that has agency in the region. And I think one clear example of that is how Turkey's role enabled, I think that's the right term to use, enabled the change that we've seen in Syria. Syria, of course, is a very big part of this new regional geometry. Explain to us Ankara's perspective. What should that new regional geometry look like? And what can Ankara do to stabilize that new regional geometry that, as has been said by the previous speakers, is still very much in flux?
Thank you very much. And at the beginning, I want to thank Dr. Ibtissam for organizing this. I'm part of organizing committee of 2 different forums. I know that it necessitates a lot of patience, a lot of work, and a lot of frustration sometimes with organizing such a major event. And of course, thank you for organizing this panel. So here is the thing. From the previous panelists, I agree with you that Turkey is a newcomer to the region, but a quick learner. Right? 2 decades ago, Turkey's foreign policy has nothing to do with Middle East. And avoiding Middle East and avoiding the conflicts in the Middle East was one of the pillars of the Turkish foreign policy. And with the US invasion of Iraq and the new government in 2003, a new era started. And Turkey had its disappointments, frustrations, and different feelings, victories, and problems. But at the end of the day, now it is much more self-confident than it used to be in the Middle East. And I agree with both 2 speakers who argue that there's uncertainty, and this uncertainty is the biggest problem. And we have to connect this uncertainty in the region with the uncertainty in international system. I don't know, it has been now probably 1 decade that we have been talking about the transformation of international relations and global system. It's not transforming. We definitely know that it will not be what it used to be, but we don't know where it is going. So the uncertainty of the superpower behavior is a major problem as well. And I agree with my friend that the geoeconomics will be part of that. From Ankara's perspective, there are several priorities. So number 1, after 2 decades of different lessons, different arguments, I think there are now 4 different points. Number 1 is geography. And Turkey, when it looked to the geography in the region, see that in the north of Turkey, there's a war between Ukraine and Russia. In the east, there was until recently, there was a conflict between Armenia and Azerbaijan. Another neighbor, Iran, has problems with its neighbors and with the global system. Iraq, there was a civil war. Syria, there was a civil war. So 4 of these countries' neighbors were top 10 trading partners of Turkey. So Turkey understands that, number 1, we have to resolve the conflicts. We have to find a way to resolve them. Either mediation or through facilitation, we have to stop these conflicts. Because Turkey, and the beginning of the proactive foreign policy is here. Because Turkey understands that what happens in one conflict doesn't stay in that region. It exports insecurities in multiple different fora. Economic insecurity, human insecurity, political insecurity, all of those. So there was an active role that Turkey was playing to resolve the conflicts, and it became one of the most significant pillars. Resolve these conflicts, find mediation, and it doesn't need to be unilateral mediation. If possible, it is multilateral. Because another lesson learned is there's a political capital, there's a military capital, but there should be economic capital as well to resolve those conflicts. Sometimes resolving conflicts is not sufficient. You have to think about what next, the day after the resolving conflicts. How can you sustain that resolution? And that necessitates economic resources, regional initiatives as well. That is number 1. And in each and every, including Syria, including any other conflict now, Turkey is trying to involve countries in the region, right? Number 2, national security. So 2015, 2016 was a major learning curve for Turkey. Turkey has been dealing with terrorism for a long period of time, but the worst terrorist attack in Turkish history took place in these 2 years. The biggest airport in Turkey, biggest nightclub in Turkey, biggest squares in Turkey, biggest holiday resorts in Turkey were bombed by either PKK or ISIS. So Turkey's approach to terrorism was very clear against terrorism, but Turkey said, okay, we have to start an initiative, a military capacity, so that we will stop terrorism inside our borders and outside our borders. The third one is, as I mentioned at the beginning, economy. And here the connectivity and geoeconomics. From the very beginning, that was the point that is most coherent in Turkish foreign policy. Turkey argued that we need a regional integration and connectivity. Most of the problems in the region may be geopolitical problems, territorial problems, about the borders, etc. But there is one way to at least find a safety valve for these conflicts: it's economy, it's trade relations. And it started free trade agreements with countries, try to improve trade contacts, and the connectivity. I know it is now, it's the sexiest term right now everybody is using, but it has been there. Just right now, we understand that connectivity between two countries is not sufficient. In order to make sure that connectivity is sustainable, all of the countries in the region, at least over that road, needs to be involved in this. Connectivities shouldn't be a geopolitical competition, but because that was what it used to be. And the fourth pillar is the idea that human security is really important. And in terms of human security, there are multiple different lessons that Turkey has been getting. Number one is the refugee flow. Until recently, Turkey, together with Venezuela, was the top two refugee receiver country in the world. And from Syria, from Yemen, from Libya, multiple different conflicts. So, in order to resolve the conflicts and provide safe, voluntary return of the refugees, because it is destabilizing not only societies, because countries like Turkey is economically, like at a certain level, and it can absorb certain number of refugees, but not unlimited. But it can also lead to political instabilities, just like what we see in Europe, far-right movements, etc. Right? And in addition to refugees, two things that may sound nothing to do with a panel on geopolitics, but disasters and climate change related incidents like wildfires. Turkey had its worst earthquake 2 years ago. And this was very close to the region, at the Syria border. And even it affects Syria, it created a lot of destruction in Aleppo as well. And Turkey said, okay, we understand that both the wildfires and natural disasters, we need some kind of regional architecture. At least we should be able to know that who has how many helicopters in order to extinguish fires in the forest. Because Turkey understands that these new wildfires, these new disasters, one country's efforts will not be sufficient. And to get international support will take time. The best option, and in disasters like earthquakes, you need the help that is closest to you. And a regional initiative to start a process, right? A very soft process, even in countries that may have different opinions, to have a forum just to alleviate natural disasters is very important. So these 4 pillars right now, and Turkey looking at the region, are the 4 things that Turkey will prioritize in its foreign policy, and it is actively working for those.
Yeah, thank you. That presents us with yet another frame. I mean, the frame of human security, focusing on refugees, focusing on climate, focusing on disaster relief. I think that's very important, maybe complementing what Mohammed also presented to us before in terms of connectivity, geoeconomics. But let me, to unpack this a bit further, let me take us back to the moment that Paul described for us. So Paul, a situation in flux. Clearly, I was struck by something that you said, that we've had in this moment very little diplomacy and a lot of coercion, right? So what we have is a series of attempts at coercive settlements, a coercive settlement vis-a-vis Iran, for example, on its nuclear program, complete dismantlement, coercive disarmament of Hezbollah, coercive displacement of Hamas in Gaza, and so on. Very little diplomacy. And that clearly sets us up for the possibility of another round of conflict. So in order to stave that off, in order to prevent another explosion or series of regional explosions, which may be less contained than the ones we've had before. So if there's another round with Iran, it may not be a 12-day war. It may be something bigger with spillovers, again, in the Gulf and the broader region and so on. If we have another round with Hezbollah, that also may have spillover effects, similarly with Gaza. What do we do to stave that off so that we can provide space for these alternative frames to emerge and consolidate, the geoeconomics, the human security? What do we need to do today?
Well, I think there's two elements to that, you might call it. One is a vertical element and one is a horizontal element, if we're talking geometry. On the vertical element, I would say, it should be obvious, but it needs to be said in the Middle East, that you can really not think of a stable regional order, a stable geometry, where then the physics and the energy can take advantage, and geoeconomics and crisis response, but it requires a certain structure. And in the vertical sense, the obvious point is you need a state-based system. And in much of the Middle East, we do not have that, nor do we seem to be moving quickly towards establishing that. In the vertical sense, you have Lebanon, for example, struggling to create a state-based. You have Syria, a president trying to create a state there that is stable. Yemen is effectively stateless with no end in sight. Sudan, obviously the same. Egypt had its struggles with non-state actors, but seems to be, in a strong position. Libya is in another space. Some countries invest in anti-state or non-state actors. Iran's strategy is still, despite everything, based on maintaining non-state or anti-state forces in Lebanon, in Yemen, in Iraq, trying to get back into Syria. Israel is refusing to allow the emergence of a Palestinian state, which continues to create this vertical instability. So that's one very obvious direction to go. It translates into different interventions in different countries. How do you deal with Libya? How do you deal with Syria? How do you deal with Yemen? But we need to get to a state-based order. And any states that are investing in something different should obviously be urged not to do that. That's the vertical aspect. The other is the horizontal aspect. We are at a time of wars, right? There's multiple wars going on. One way you can look at war is that war is just, it's a tool. It's a continuation of politics by other means, as it's said, although that's not an accurate understanding of Clausewitz. But in many of the wars we are seeing, the war is in order to prevent politics. It's war to prevent negotiation. It's war to prevent stability. Obviously, the Hamas attacks of October 7 were designed to stop the Abraham Accords, this normalization in terms of relations with Israel. The support from Iran was in order to stop this political horizontal process that was taking place. Israel's excessive response and continuing policy is to keep the conflicts going in order not to have a political pathway with the Palestinians, in order not to talk about a two-state solution. And that contradiction between these usages of armed conflict in order to prevent exactly what you were saying, some kind of negotiated end, is a major problem in this region. What that means is that as Egypt is doing, as other countries, trying to turn these swords into plowshares, it's not as easy as it sounds, because many people with these swords don't want to turn them into plowshares, want something else. But I think for those countries that are committed to a de-escalation in the region, they have to deal with these dynamics of war. And I think we've identified many of the players who are in that camp. Egypt certainly, the Gulf countries, Turkey. I think we need to look at the Israeli elections coming up sometime next year. I think it's pretty clear that the current government and leadership in Israel is really not interested in prioritizing ending wars, getting negotiated settlements with the Palestinians and with the region, and regards that as a risk to its effective basic policy of trying to get more of the West Bank and annex and establishing a larger Jewish state. I think Iran is at also a tipping point. I think what it means for countries that have relations with Israel, with Iran, is to encourage a shift in strategy, both in Israel and in Iran, in directions that more plug in to this horizontal stabilization that we're trying to get at. I would say that President Trump himself is in a similar positive space. He does want negotiations, he wants deals, and the more that he can be encouraged to stay engaged, to put more of his political capital and security and economic sway, I think the better off we'll be. So that's the vertical and horizontal sides, but we have a long way to go.
So let me take this to a more specific level, because you mentioned in your interventions, I mean now and earlier, that there are actors trying to impose at least elements of order on what is a very still volatile situation or uncertain situation. You mentioned the Gulf, you mentioned Trump, which is interesting. I mean, we don't have US representation on this panel, but it would be interesting to know if President Trump thinks in terms of geography or thinks in terms of geometry or physics. And we have Egypt and Turkey. So let me start with then Mohammed. Mohammed, the role of the Gulf on these different flashpoints that can tip the region once again towards another round of confrontation. We have Iran, we have Lebanon, we have Gaza. What would be the role of the Gulf in trying to diffuse these flashpoints so that we can get to a situation where the physics can actually take hold, where this new energy can gain momentum and hopefully provide us with a different regional order moving forward?
Absolutely. I mean, I would say, for instance, the Iranian experts that I talk to regularly, our discussions today are different from our discussions 5 years ago. 5 years ago, we used to talk about non-state actors, we used to talk about hegemonic role, we used to talk about conflicts of identity, Shiaism, Sunnism. Today, we're talking about the potential of Iranian economy to the regional economy and global economy. This is a new discussions that we never had. Previously, we never had it because of sanctions, but even though sanctions snap back, people are still talking about it today. So that is a change of energy that we haven't seen. Frankly, the security interactions of Iran in the past was based on protecting the Shia. The engagement with Iran recently has been on protecting international law. It's a big change. We haven't seen this happening. So that energy is definitely changing in the region. So what does the GCC, the Gulf countries, would want to see? It would want to see and establish the fact that the point of engagement is economy. And you can see this very clearly in Syria. The type of engagement in Syria today on not only stabilization of Syria, but also making Syria part of the connectivity agenda. You see it in, for instance, the UAE investment in the port of Tartus. Port of Tartus can become part of IMEC because we've got 3 ports from this side. UAE, there is Jabal Ali, there is Khalifa port, and there's also Duqm port, who are all equipped to become part of IMEC because of their connectivity to the rail. On the other side, we used to have only Haifa, but now we could have Tartus, we could have Port of Beirut. So that is the type of ideas that people can see their stability, their security being connected, by being connected to the global. So I think stopping the wars. This is the one thing, for instance, we've talked about, or mentioned Sudan. This is the one thing the UAE has been talking about repeatedly. Stop the war. it's very easy. It's very intuitive. Stop the war and then start a discussion on how could the future of Sudan be. Now, as long as the geopolitical concept of which is based on a zero-sum calculus, either I win or I lose, the war will not stop. But if we want to change that energy, Sudan has always been seen as a major contributor to food security, which is now one of the major issues when it comes to a national security matrix.
Kilic, how can Turkey help to tip the balance from zero-sum outcomes to negotiated settlements? Again, looking at these different flashpoints, looking at Iran, looking at Lebanon, looking at Gaza, where Turkey does have a very important role, looking at Syria. We have multiple flashpoints now in Syria. We have a flashpoint vis-a-vis the Kurds, who still constitute a very important open question now as to how to integrate armed groups into the new Syrian military. We have the situation in the south with Israel's intervention on behalf of the Druze in Suwayda. So these many flashpoints, what can Turkey do to diffuse these flashpoints so that they don't tip the region to another round of conflict?
I think you mentioned Syria, and I think it's a good example that we have a challenge in front of us. It is a major victory, but from the very beginning, Turkey's approach to Syria was starting from December last year, that there are multiple things. As he mentioned, the zero-sum game, Turkey tried to convince everybody that it is not Turkey's victory, number one, right? And in each and every conversation, they were trying to, the Turkish foreign policymakers were trying to convince everybody that this is the victory of the Syrian people. They got the, you know, like the biggest burden in this, and they won. And now, the second step after their victory is what kind of Syria are we looking for? When you say that, oh, we want inclusive, stable, prosperous, democratic Syria with stable borders, etc., it is easy to say. But Syria poses a significant test for the future of the region. If the countries in the region can work in Syria, then they can work in each and every problem, because it will generate a path dependence. Because this challenge is, I traveled to Syria since last December multiple times, and you need a huge reconstruction in the country. And this necessitates resources. You need border security. Resources means from the Gulf and Saudi Arabia and other countries that can contribute. And of course, the engineering capacity of the countries like Egypt, like Turkey, and others. You need border security, so you need to have Lebanon, Jordan, Iraq needs to be involved in this process. You need a process of transformation in the politics of the country, so you need to make sure that none of the groups will be proxy of another country. And of course, you need the territorial integrity of Syria. Then you have to find a way to stop Israel to destabilize Syria. So, and of course, the Iranian dimension as well. All of the challenges that we have in the Middle East has something to do, has some part in Syria today. So it was the Turkey's position that regional problems necessitate regional solutions. But this was a slogan. And now the test is in Syria. If the countries in the region can launch an initiative and can convince the Western countries and other stakeholders to contribute in this process, then they would prove that this is a new Middle East. The new geometry is now, you know, in Big Bang Theory, there was this fictional game of three-dimensional chess game. So this is now a three-dimensional chess game. And you need to make sure that nobody is alienated, nobody is isolated, and everybody has an involvement in this process. Nobody should feel that one bloc win the war and now Syria can be used against the others. And if you can achieve, if you can establish this trust, we have been talking about geometry, but we have to also understand that despite geoeconomics, despite connectivity, there is a deep trust issue. And we have to recognize that from the decades of regional rivalries. And if you can establish that trust in one way or another, and this necessitates, and this is important, a huge human resources. The diplomatic skills of the foreign ministries of the countries will not be sufficient. Disaster management authorities, development agencies, all of the organizations necessitate that kind of diplomatic skill in order to be able to work together in a place like Syria, and maybe tomorrow in Yemen, and maybe the day after that in Lebanon and other places which was war-torn or necessitate certain level of reconstruction. And I think Turkey can contribute at this point. Turkey can be a forum to resolve those, and Turkey, through 2 decades of experience, it doesn't sound too much, but when you look at the number of conflicts around Turkey, you can understand that it was an intensive learning curve. Learn that you need multiple stakeholders, regional multilateralism, and regional cooperation to resolve these conflicts.
So that's a very good segue to turn to Nasser. So you've heard these different frames emerging in our discussion. The frames of geoeconomics, connectivity, the focus on human security. I think you bring a very interesting perspective on this in your capacity as the Director General of the Union for the Mediterranean. The UFM is a flagship project that is designed to promote issues of connectivity, that is intended to deepen cooperation, regional cooperation on issues like climate, on issues such as refugees. Is it possible to actually move forward with these different frames while we still have regional conflicts that are very much unresolved and still open to open confrontation?
Good question, and very difficult one indeed. Well, let me join the previous speaker in saying that there is a new sense of pragmatism and focus on geoeconomics, and we can see many signs of that, and also pragmatism. When we see Turkey, Egypt, or Egypt, Turkey, Qatar rapprochement, which was a couple of years ago, not on the table completely. That points to a certain level of pragmatism. It's not only driven by their desire to play an important role in stabilizing the situation in Gaza, but it has an economic underpinning. Turkey and Egypt economic cooperation is growing exponentially, actually, in the last couple of years. And the same applies to so many others. You have spoken about Iran. The rapprochement between Saudi Arabia and Iran is actually a development. So the region, also the hedging that many countries of the region has decided to hedge and not to rely solely on one superpower or one, and diversify their geopolitics and geoeconomics interest to different center of power in today's world, namely China, India, and Russia. Even strategic autonomy, when we see Saudi Arabia, Pakistan, when we see Egypt, China, growing military cooperation. All of that is pointing to a region that is willing and wanting. And for that, you do need a framework. And the Union for the Mediterranean, or the Arab League, or the GCC, all those regional organizations are designed to do exactly that, especially dealing with issue that is also transboundary, like you just mentioned, climate change. Let's not forget that we are the poorest region in the world when it comes to water resource. We are water poor as we speak today, and we will become even poorer in the next 10 to 20 years, and if we do not work collectively in terms of adaptation and mitigation, and if we do not work collectively in terms of renewable, that is very important, and if we do not work collectively when it comes to connectivity. Let me give you the example of IMEC, and let's be honest here, maybe it will not be to the liking of some. IMEC Northern Corridor, which is the one linking Saudi Arabia, Jordan, Israel, was mainly not designed on geo-economic justification. It was merely an attempt to integrate Israel economically within the Abraham Accord into the region. Today we're talking about IMEC-E, meaning IMEC Egypt. We're talking about IMEC-S, Syria, making IMEC, and of course, why not Israel? But making IMEC general proposition based on real economic benefits, avoiding transshipment by using the Suez Canal, which is very expensive. The transshipment, I mean, route. So the drive is there, and our role as regional integration projects is to create a framework and a pathway and regional initiative that could translate the political will that I see happening into concrete projects and into complete initiative, all the way to creating a regional mechanism for civil defense dealing with national disaster. The examples are abound. I don't want to bore you with the details, but the sky is the limit as long as countries have the political will and have a deep understanding that working together is beneficial to every single component of our countries, region, and citizens.
No, thank you for that. So you've all put a lot of food for thought for us to address, and hopefully we'll have time to come back for a final round of questions to maybe conclude this panel. But I would like to open it up to the floor for questions and answers. I have a few who have asked to take the floor. Oh, I see. Oh, forgive me. I'm still. I was hopeful looking at the clock in front of us that we have 15 minutes. So that's what the clock says. So per Dr. Ibtisam's instructions, we have time for one question, and that goes to Dr. Al-Badr Al-Shatiri. I don't see Dr. Al-Shatiri.
Here.
He's over there.
Here.
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Dr. Shatiri, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Dr. Haggag, for giving me the floor. I just have a very quick question on the issue of the attack on Qatar. And I find it quite puzzling that the U.S. will approve such attack. Actually, it's mind-boggling that the Trump administration will approve such attack. But yet, I see it as incredulous that Trump didn't know about it. So my question is, was that attack on Qatar a warning shot for different players in the region who are not forthcoming in negotiating with Israelis or normalizing with Israelis? So that's why we saw the Saudis hasten their strategic alliance with Pakistan. So was it, just to quote Dr. Paul, that this is a continuation of politics by other means?
Thank you very much. I don't know who would like to take this hot potato.
Dr. Paul was mentioned.
Huh? So, Mohammed, maybe I could throw this in your lap if you would like to address this.
I can do it.
And then, Nasser, I think you want to come in as well.
Paul was invoked into this, but I mean, anyhow, I think at least from my own readings, I think the jury is still out whether it was sanctioned, allowed by the US, or just happened at a moment of confusion or not. The important thing is the outcome. What is the outcome of all of that? The outcome is that can we have one singular umbrella? Can the Americans might protect Gulf countries, particularly in the case of Qatar, which is a major NATO ally and also houses a major base, could protect them from Israel, from America's enemies, but not from America's friends. That was the big question mark. But in my view, this is now driving a new strategic revision, and I think the strategic revision is going towards, I mean, we've already seen Gulf countries before that attack go into their own capacity building when it comes to production and I think we will see far more. I don't think Pakistan will be a substitute to the US, but again, it is part of the stakeholders centric approach to who have a benefit from this region to become, immune to attacks.
If I can maybe go across the panel to address this question quickly and with concluding thoughts in under a minute, so we wrap up. Paul, let me turn to you.
Well, a comment on the Qatar thing. I mean, I think it created a big rupture between President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu. Exactly who knew what, I don't know. I wasn't there. But I think that's what immediately led to Trump really taking the reins of the issue, forcing a Gaza deal. And in that sense, it had a positive effect on Trump getting involved and controlling Netanyahu and his actions. I think it also has a long-term effect on the Gulf countries, on Turkey and others, who really now are forced to take into account the potential threat from Israel to their countries down the road. I think that was new and was demonstrated in a new way. But as a concluding comment on what we were discussing before, the pragmatists are the ones that we've been discussing that have been trying to drive the politics, but it's the ideologues that have been dominating and creating the wars. Hamas obviously triggering this process, the Israeli right wing, which is a messianic ideological movement for whom politics is a distant thing. They have a particular ideological goal, not a pragmatic goal. The Islamic Republic of Iran really remains heavily ideological, not very pragmatic in the way one might say it should be pursuing Iranian national interests. So that division between the pragmatists and the ideologues is still a huge problem in the region and something we should be quite aware of.
Yeah. Nasser, please, concluding thoughts.
Well, I will, as usual, echo what has been said about the Israeli aggression against Qatar. It was a game changer, definitely, in terms of awakening the Gulf of Israel role as a disruptor, pushing the Gulf further towards more cooperation when it comes to creating a regional defense capability, even Egypt expressing its willingness to join such an architecture. It has led to the Egyptian president for the first time since his election calling Israel an enemy during the Doha summit. This was not gone unnoticed by so many actors, pushed Trump, as you rightly said so, into a more proactive and, as I said in my earlier intervention, driven the whole region, including Turkey, Egypt, many, towards the idea of strategic autonomy, not relying on a superpower, but building alliances, cooperation at the region level, but also with other center of power at the international stage to ensure a degree of independence and strategic autonomy vis-à-vis Israel, but vis-à-vis also the US, I might say.
Yeah. Kilic, you have the final word on this panel. Bring us to a close.
Just to see, after this administration, when Steve Witkoff and Tom Barak write their memoirs, it will be interesting. We will learn interesting stuff about what was happening in the region, things that we don't know. And the attack in Qatar and other things raise another important thing that we have to take into consideration, the need for a security architecture in the region. It doesn't need to be a military alliance. It doesn't need to be a bloc or alignment. It needs to be a forum to provide that security, because the war between Israel and Iran and the attack in Qatar can generate an arms race in the region. And we have seen in the defense expenditures of those countries that in the Middle East it is skyrocketing. The self-reliance and strategic autonomy and the national defense industries are important, but it doesn't lead to a wrong signaling and potential dominance of military industrial architectures in those countries to lead the foreign policies.
It might, actually.
Yeah. Which may lead to another form of disaster in the region. Because of that, we may need a security architecture that is soft, but that's meaningful, that will build trust among the countries.
I apologize to those of you who I could not get to for questions. I think we were deceived by the clock. I think we started our panel late. But please join me in thanking our panelists for what I thought was a very insightful discussion. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ya Karim.
السيدات والسادة، ستبدأ الآن الجلسة التالية. Ladies and gentlemen, the next panel will begin now. السيدات والسادة، ستبدأ الآن الجلسة التالية. Ladies and gentlemen, the next panel will begin now. السيدات والسادة، ستبدأ الآن الجلسة التالية. Ladies and gentlemen, the next panel will begin now. السيدات والسادة، ستبدأ الآن الجلسة التالية. Ladies and gentlemen, the next panel will begin now. السيدات والسادة، ستبدأ الآن الجلسة التالية. Ladies and gentlemen, the next panel will begin now.
سيداتي وسادتي، نستهل الجلسة الثامنة بحوار مع سعادة الدكتور سعيد خطيب زادة، نائب وزير الخارجية الإيراني.
تحاول الدكتورة ابتسام الكتري رئيسة المركز للمغازي السياسية
إلى المنصة مشكورين. Ladies and gentlemen, we now begin the 8th panel with a conversation featuring His Excellency Dr. Saeed Khatibzadeh, Iranian Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs, moderated by Dr. Ebtesam Al-Ketbi, President of the Emirates Policy Center. The floor is yours.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Please welcome with me His Excellency Dr. Saeed Khatib Zadeh, Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs and President of the Institute of Political and International Studies, who is joining us this conversation. Iran and its region are undergoing a major transformation, unlike the past 2 decades, driven by deep geopolitical and economic shifts, most notably the 12-day war with Israel and its impact on Iran's nuclear program and proxy networks. However, this qualitative development was not the sole driver of change. First, the nuclear file. Attack on key facilities weakened Iran leverage and pushed it further from nuclear threshold. With the 2015 deal expired and sanctions restored in October 2025, new talks must start from zero. Second, militia networks. Since October 7th, 2023, Iran's proxies have become liabilities, marking the decline of a once central tool of influence. Third, the post-traditional era. Iran now seeks new strategies to preserve deterrence and security amid changing regional dynamics. In response to this evolving landscape, Iranian decision makers may be compelled to explore alternative policy approach, more attuned to the contours of a new era, especially as the effects of this transformation become increasingly evident in Iran's deterrence posture and internal security. So within the spectrum of strategic alternative for Iran, first, pivot eastward towards China and Russia. Second, reintegrate regionally and internationally backed by moderates. Pursue a nuclear option to restore deterrence. In this context, traditional analysis no longer apply. The most viable path for Iran and the region is realistic regional reintegration, promoting stability despite expected resistance from hardliners and Israel. Dr. Said. For years, ideological militias were central to Iran deterrence and foreign policy. Today, they face an existential crisis, marking the end of their dominance and effectiveness in shaping the regional order. A pressing question appears. What are the defining features of Iran's regional diplomacy in the post-militias era?
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Thank you very much, Dr. Al-Ketbi. Thank you for organizing this fantastic event. I have been enough in these sort of conferences to understand that inviting and organizing such a distinguished participants, panelists, is not an easy job. And I really admire what you have done and what you have achieved. This is part of the new structure that we are seeing in this region. And you are actually part of that, and you know that what I mean. I mean it when I say that these sort of platforms are those platforms that are very good to exchange views and to be frank and honest. You know that I have two hats. One is to be Deputy Foreign Minister and sitting in the cabinet with Foreign Minister, and another hat is being President of the Institute for Political and International Studies. And today, to be more free and to be more frank and honest with you, if you allow me, I would like to just put on my second hat and be a little bit more a think tanker and talk about the issues which are very profound. I think that you and me, we have been in different exchanges for many, many years now. Enough to understand that what is my idea about what is happening in the region. But if you allow me, since we do have an audience and respect to them, I would like to start with this notion that I would like to challenge the concept of proxies and militias and the other things. Reducing them to being Iran's militia or Iran's proxies is oversimplifying the situation. Just think about, for example, Hezbollah. Hezbollah has been always there, but is actually byproduct of the invasion of Lebanon by Israelis. Before 1981, there was no Hezbollah. There was just Amal, and Hezbollah established just after the Israelis' invasion of Lebanon. Just think of other resistant group also. They are not fabricated, manufactured, they are not imported elements in those countries. They are not, they are not extraterritorial fighters or anybody. They are usual member of those societies that in response to a real problem, which is Israel, expansionism, offensive approach by the Israeli regime, they have been naturally evolved and formulated. So this is one issue. Why this is important? Because it means that with or without Iran, even supporting them, the resistance would stay there. So there is no post-resistant region anybody can imagine. This is one issue that, as a person who has just traveled a lot, talked to people, sometimes you are hearing that they are even more determined to stop Israelis' expansionism in this region. I'm sure that you have heard this shameless statement by Prime Minister of Israel when he said that I would like to rewrite the future of the Middle East, and talking about the reshaping the Middle East. And when he talked about the greater Israel, which means no border in this region. It means that there is no border for Israel, and what we are seeing, annexation of south part of Lebanon, which is happening. You know that Israelis sitting 20 kilometers far away from Damascus doesn't mean that they are going to leave. They are there to stay. And this is very alarming. So I think that even for those resistant movements, they are much more determined to do. And let me also tell and remind everybody that just again think about Hezbollah, because I know the elephant in the room is Hezbollah and what is happening in Lebanon. Have anybody has noticed that Hezbollah has ever fired any bullet on behalf of Iran during the past few months? Everything that Hezbollah did was for the cause of Palestine, for Hamas as a Sunni, rooted, grass-rooted movement inside Palestine. And actually, Hassan Nasrallah was martyred not because of Iran, but because of the cause of Palestine and the cause of state of Palestine. These are important issues that we have to get into consideration. But for Iran has access. Iran has reached out to them and has the history of talking to them and has the history in Lebanon, in Levant. Yes, we are not anymore in Syria, and we don't have any rush to get back into there. But at the same time, we are not, in rushing to do anything, because we think that the most important thing is the future of the people, of the Syrian people. And this is why that, we are just talking to our Turkish friends in Turkey and also other friends in the region to see what can and how we can help. We are very much concerned about the future of Syria, because no country on earth under occupation can see development and a stable future. But based on this history, I would like to suggest one important issue. There are two paradigms that are conflicting right now in the region. One paradigm coming from Tel Aviv, a paradigm that it is not ready for anything. They are not at peace with anybody. They have moved on from the notion of coexistence. They would like to make the state of Palestine impossible. The paradigm which is talking about greater Israel and dominance over other countries. A paradigm that it is trying to ensure technological, military, and also intelligence edge over other countries, including countries in this very region. And the paradigm which is the continuation of the doctrine of what that we heard in Washington, peace through strength, that later on turned into hegemony through use of naked force. So it was a cover-up for a new set of measures that Americans did and also Israelis are doing. They are not at peace with anybody. They would like just to use naked force to fulfill their goals. This is one paradigm. Another paradigm is to not look at resistance as liability and not excluding those elements that are resisting as illegitimate, and do not demonizing them, but encompassing them, but trying to include them, by all countries in this region. I know there has been decades of not actually talking to each other, but those resistant groups are a response to real cause or to real concerns. The Middle East that we are seeing right now is accumulated unsettled disputes. Now this is time to move on, to include. And I think this is important. And if you ask what is Iran's foreign policy right now, then I have to answer you two important points. One, there are elements of continuity and change because 12 days aggression on Iran changed many things on the ground. And change is coming in the aftermath of this aggression. You know that Israelis started assassination operation on Iran. Now, in the middle of night, they assassinated our off-duty commanders, not in the situation room, not in front line, but actually in the middle of night with their families and with their neighbors. Pure assassination and the intelligence operation is starting and then continued with the military aggression and military campaign, both coordinated by Americans and Israelis. But this was our September elements in terms of posing challenge on us. And that was the moment that now we are thinking of revisiting many aspects that caused and actually a pure response to this challenge. But second, which is also important, is that beyond this continuation and change, there are two different elements that are going to dictate Iran's foreign policy, structural factors, which are coming very much from the geopolitical, geoeconomic, geography, history, identity, and many things, and also situational factors, which are happening right now on the ground in this region. So the dynamism is going on, the threat perception, the interest perception, and these are sort of things that we are just reviewing and studying very precisely. And last point here, and I stop here to just, I try to warm up the talks. Actually, Israelis have started, after the moment of ceasefire, a battle with us and with the region, a battle of repair and recovery. The aim of this battle of and recovery that Israelis has started is actually aiming to secure their edge over other countries in this region and to enable them to start another aggression against the region. And maybe against, all elements that they just see as an obstacle for their, for their ambitions and delusions. There is also a battle of repair and recovery on the side of the region, including Iran, to show to Israelis that they are not in a position to impose hegemony over other countries. This small regime cannot do that. And this is the battle of repair and recovery, which is actually I'm seeing around the region, including the awareness, cognitive awareness that it is happening, the invincibility of Israel after Iran's pushing back and hitting back, Israel is gone. Everybody now knows that the air force of Israelis is very much penetratable. We can penetrate, we can with different intercepting layers that Americans and NATO members, including Israelis, made, was penetrated by Iranian missiles, locally, indigenously developed missiles, and also pushing back, hitting back, evaporated this notion of invincibility of Israelis. Now we have to move on to also end to the impunity of this regime, of committing genocide, ethnic cleansing, and this is a new, I think, an engine for the region to think about a sort of regional Nuremberg trial for those who committed, and this means bringing a little bit of fairness and justice for the future order of the Middle East.
Thank you, Dr. Said, but I think you might agree with me that any non-state actors in any country, it's not legal. Even in Iran, they will not accept, and any country will not accept anyone using those to intervene in that country. I'll move to another file, which is the nuclear file. Now, nuclear negotiation remains a top priority for Iran government. But recent clashes with Israel and the deal expiry have blurred institutional authority as tension between the Majlis, the Security Council, and the Foreign Ministry complicate the issue. Now, considering recent developments, including discussions about dismantling Iran's nuclear program following attack by Israel and the US, a critical question arises. Is Iran prepared for the post-nuclear era in terms of its diplomatic posture and negotiations strategy?
Thank you. Very important question. Thank you very much for posing this very, I think that this provides me an opportunity to talk a little bit about very important strategic issues which are very important for our region. There is $1 million question that why Americans and Israelis attacked our nuclear safeguarded sites. Was it because Iran was posing any imminent nuclear threat to anybody? Or was it because Iran was not in the middle of diplomacy with Americans? I think that everybody now understands that it is on contrary against all these two arguments. Iran was in the middle of negotiations. I have said several times that we were in Oslo, in Norway. Foreign Minister of Oman was there, Foreign Minister of Egypt was there, Foreign Minister of Saudi Arabia was also there, and Prime Minister of Norway. We were talking, and I'm talking about Wednesday. The aggression started on Friday. We had all this back and forth in Oslo, to the extent that we were just discussing with Mr. Witkoff whether we have to see each other in Oslo to just wrap up the important issues, or we have to see and to have to meet on Sunday, June 15th in Muscat to wrap up our negotiations. We arrived with a private jet midnight on Friday in Tehran. I arrived personally 1 a.m. in the morning in my apartment, and 3 a.m. in the morning my wife woke me up and said something is going on, and then I noticed Israelis have started aggression against Iran. So we were in the middle of diplomacy. The diplomacy betrayed. And there are those who are debating exactly Israelis started aggression because they knew that something is happening and diplomacy was in place. So if it was not the case, then why Israelis and Americans started aggression? Imminent nuclear threat to anybody? Just let me repeat what Mr. Grossi said 2 weeks ago. Quote unquote, Iran was not building a bomb and Iran is not building a bomb. And then he continued that anybody who has misused my reports as a pretext to war, that it is misreading of what we did. And also, it is not just Mr. Grossi, IAEA Director General. Let's talk about the head of US intelligence organization, Mrs. Gobbard, when she said in a testimony in Congress that there is no evidence whatsoever of any deviation of Iran's nuclear peaceful program. And she is not Iranian, she's an American, and she's in charge. And it was just a few weeks before the aggression starts. So if it was not imminent threat, if it was not diplomacy in place, then $1 million question. Why Israelis and Americans started what? A clandestine, concealed nuclear program? No. They attacked our safeguarded, the first time in the history. They attacked safeguarded, peaceful nuclear sites in use when they knew that there is high risk of radiation and high risk of environmental contaminations, and it could easily result in a catastrophe not only for Iran, but also for the region. That was the most grave violation of international law, an attack to non-proliferation, an attack to the principles of international law. So if you put yourself in the shoes of an Iranian decision maker, you have a peaceful nuclear program under 24-hour surveillance by IAEA, 22 inspectors being on the ground when Israelis started aggression on Iran, and each gram of enriched uranium being under surveillance and under control by IAEA. Are you going to abandon and being bullied by those who are violating international law? Or you are going to tell everybody that, okay, you bombed our machineries, you bombed our building, but you couldn't bomb our will, and you couldn't bomb our knowledge, and you couldn't bomb our know-how and technology, which is mainly purely for peaceful nuclear purpose. The reason that Iran didn't withdraw from Non-Proliferation Treaty, NPT, after this aggression was exactly because of this hint that we are going to be committed to peaceful nuclear agreement. At the same time, we are not going to abandon what we achieved with a pride. if there is one country, if there is one nation, and if there are those who understand the notion of pride, is our Arab neighbors and Arab friends. Because sometimes for Americans, as they have this transactional mentality in foreign policy, they don't understand the notion of pride, the notion of national achievement, the notion of being in a place that say that, okay, this is what our nation could achieve, is our Arab neighbors. They understand pride. And this is a matter of pride. And now we are much more committed for peaceful use of nuclear program. But there is a big but. If nuclear program, the other side has any concern over proliferation or any concern about bomb, then we are getting to the issue that compromise is possible. Why? Because we are assured, everybody, and we are sure about our intention, that we do not seeking any bomb for many reasons, to the extent that we are ready to give any guarantee which is needed, as we did in the JCPOA. We accepted limitation in our program. But if they would like just to bullying us, after martyring many of our scientists, our university professors, can you imagine? Because they have force, can you use it against? Power cannot make right. So I think that post-peaceful nuclear Iran never happens. But we have not even entered to nuclear as a quote-unquote weapon state. So I think that this is why that we never started anything to being post of that. But I can tell, yes, that was yesterday. Yesterday I was with Foreign Minister visiting Iran's Atomic Energy Agency. 1 million of Iranian patients are waiting for the isotopes and different enriched materials that it is coming out of Tehran research reactor. You know that in UAE, we were exporting many isotopes to your hospitals here for cancer treatment. Iran was actually exporting. So these are the sort of, that nobody is talking about that. And this is why that Iran is very proud of this national program and is very much against those who try to sabotage and manipulate that.
Dr. Saeed, there is, you and me knows that there is in the back some countries trying to bridge the gap between you and the American from the Gulf, outside the Gulf. And if this is going to take its place with the American, what will be the Iranian condition to revive that negotiation between them and the American?
Too much of channels, but less credible messages. There are excessive demands, such as sometimes, coming from different channels, that the answer is a bold no. No country on earth is compromising on its national security, period, bottom line. So this is exactly what Iran is sending a message, that if the other side is trying to achieve whatever it couldn't achieve through military campaign against Iran, through diplomatic means, the answer is no. They cannot achieve whatever they couldn't achieve by attacking Iran. And this is very rational. Iran is a rational actor based on a legitimate interest and legitimate concern, make its foreign policy. So while we are receiving less and less credible messages, we are sending a very frank and very right to the point message, exactly what the leader of Iran said and spelled out. But I think that diplomacy is the only way out. And I see your point. I see your point. That down the road, we need diplomacy in place. And diplomacy means give and take. Diplomacy means on equal footing and respect, and abandoning any misarguments and delusions. These 12 days of war, ladies and gentlemen, was a laboratory of many misarguments that were made by Israelis and Americans. That was a laboratory that you can test all those delusions and misarguments. Misarguments such as that the resilience of Iranian society has ended. The people of Iran is just, against the country. There was no single voice of opposition, one single post during the aggression, while Iranian society is very much debative, and you know that. You know, if you go to Iran and talk to the people, they are very much open and critical about everything, about everybody. But during the aggression, the sense of unity and identity in Iran was so high that people of Iran was begging to get into Iran to be with their families against the aggressor. I was in Turkey a few weeks after the aggression, and I was talking to Turkish officials. They were telling me, and they told me, that they had to add new flights from Ankara and Istanbul to the border cities of Iran because of thousands of Iranians gathering in different airports, begging that they would like to get into Iran, and we didn't block our borders. While the other side of the aisle, Israelis, was just invading, was just running out of Israel by buying 20,000 worth of tickets, go with the small boats to Cyprus and other places. So I think that this was a test for all those misarguments that they were touring around and selling to everybody, that Iran is so weakened that cannot push back, cannot hit back. Iran actually balanced back against Israelis after day 3. You remember when President Trump tweeted 2 words, unconditional surrender. 80 years after Hiroshima and Nagasaki, you know that this year is marking, I was in Pugwash, last week talking to the non-disarmament and non-proliferation community in Hiroshima. And you know that this year is the 80th anniversary of one of the most tragic moments in the history of human being, Hiroshima. 80 years after that Hiroshima, again, American uses 2 words, unconditional surrender. And you know that, you are familiar with these jargons. This jargon is very much telling jargon what they expect. On day 12 of on day 12 day of the war, at 2 a.m. in the morning, we received a message from American that the other side would like request unconditional ceasefire. So a journey from request for unconditional surrender to request for unconditional ceasefire is 9 days of this lap, telling everybody that this nation is a nation of resistance. This nation is a nation of, trying to just safeguarding its national security. If the other side is committed to diplomacy, give and take, compromise, talking equally, based on equal footing, in the framework of what the leader of Iran said, Grand Ayatollah Khamenei, I think that then diplomacy can make sense. If not, then still we are not there, and unfortunately, I don't want to be giving any pessimistic view, still we are not there.
Let me ask you, do you think with the Trump, you will reach kind of a solution, or you will practice the same, what you called it, strategic patience, until this administration move and you are waiting for another, maybe the Democrat will be easy to negotiate with?
We are receiving contradictory messages on a stage and off a stage. On a stage, we are hearing something. Off a stage, we are receiving something else. And I think that Americans are at the best of spoiling and manipulating each opportunity. They are making it impossible for diplomacy by attacking us, by starting aggression, by betraying diplomacy, by conspiring behind the scene. There are debates right now in Iran, and I'm sure that you hear that Americans was playing from day one by starting diplomacy. They use diplomacy to exhaust diplomacy, not actually to reach to an agreement. So regardless of who is in White House now, I think the words doesn't matter. Action and actual move does matter. And I think that the Oval Office has heard what Grand Ayatollah Khamenei said, and I think it is very much telling how they can approach Iran, and how and what is possible and what is not possible.
We are approaching the end, but I cannot end this without taking you to the domestic politics of Iran. So by the end of Rouhani terms, tensions arose between field and diplomatic channels after Khamenei declared the foreign ministry only implements rather than shapes foreign policy. So this led global actors like China in its mediation with Riyadh to bypass the ministry and engage directly with the Supreme National Security Council. This is raising the question about your ministry real relevance. So what is the role of the Iranian foreign ministry within Iran's complex decision-making landscape, which includes numerous influential bodies shaping foreign policy? Where does the Iranian foreign policy ministry stand in this complex hierarchy of decision-making bureaucracy?
You opened up a question that needs a little bit of explanation, but I try to be very brief. Iran is not a country of a center of power or the center of power. Iran a country of centers of power based on the constitution. We have a decision-making procedure and decision-making processes based on our constitutions. So we do have our National Security Council, we do have Ministry of Foreign Affairs, we do have our National Supreme Council, which exists, which includes 10 different agencies and 10 different people. President Pezeshkian, as president of the Islamic Republic, is in charge, and actually he is the one who is supervising that. Why I'm telling you this? Because Iran is not, in terms of decision making, is not just one center of power that decides about everything. Based on our constitution, there is a move of bureaucracies and bureaucratic procedures and mini procedures inside this system. If you ask me what is the exact position of Iran's Ministry of Foreign Affairs, what Grand Ayatollah Khamenei said was not about the dichotomy. He said that on sensitive issues, it is important that everybody knows that being in Iran or being in Saudi Arabia or being in United Arab Emirates, even being in United States, when there are issues of high importance, vital importance, then the decision-making process happening and who is implementing? Ministry of Foreign Affairs. But Ministry of Foreign Affairs is not the sole center of the making decision, which is very usual. Who is now negotiating or used to negotiate with United States? Foreign Minister of Iran. Who was the mandated channel? Foreign Minister of Iran. And who still is mandated channel is Foreign Minister of Iran. And this is the decision made by the State of Iran, that Foreign Ministry, if the other day the State of Iran decides that National Security Council goes and take this job, then you know that under President Khatami, National Security Council of Iran was in charge of nuclear file. And then after that, change to Iran's Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Still from then up until now, Iran's Ministry of Foreign Affairs has been the center of decision shaping, a very important component of decision making, and the sole authority to implement all those decisions vis-a-vis Americans and vis-a-vis international community.
Dr. Saeed, you mentioned that you want to be part of this region. And I'm talking frankly, and we used to talk frankly in this debate. There is still kind of uncertainty between the Gulf, is that, and this is based on Iran behavior before. When your relation with the West is in a bad shape, you open the doors for your neighbors. When your relation with the West in a good shape, you start being aggressive towards neighbor and you just turn your face to the other. So how can we bridge that relation between two sides of the Gulf for the interest of Iran and for the interest of the Gulf?
West is not an alternative to our friends. I said foreign policy of Iran is derived from structural factors and situational factors. The structural factors are those factors that are remaining for us, at least for millennia. Iran is the oldest civilization, continuous civilization on Earth based on the geography, history. So these are sort of things that are not going to change for, and we are stick to that. So our neighbors are our neighbors forever. So West cannot replace and has never replaced our relations with our neighbors. But yes, we have history with each other. Nobody can deny that. We have had challenges with each other. The only country on earth that dared to attack Iran for 8 years was Iraq. And supported by some of our Arab neighbors. And you know to what extent it can haunt you that, for example, this specific country with petrodollars helped Saddam Hussein, while everybody knew that Saddam Hussein has an expansionist policy and they would like to annex some part of Iran. And also, I know that there are moments that on the other side of the aisle, also there are those moments that capture, for example, UAE, other countries know about. I think that what we have to move on is to a new paradigm of including everybody, not excluding. I think that everybody in Tehran heard Foreign Minister of Oman a few days ago in Menama Dialogue, and we heard him. We heard him, and I think that some of our colleagues that are coming from different Arab countries, they also tell me that they have heard the message from Tehran. How we can move on to make it an inclusive arrangement, then this is a real decision and a real move. Not captured by just past, but also move on to a new future in which there will be an inclusive sort of arrangement. Iran was proposing for some new concepts many years ago, Hormuz peace endeavor or other things. Maybe something out of box is needed to start from our immediate neighborhood and then move on. But let me assure you that neither West nor East is any sort of alternative to our relations with our neighbors.
We are welcoming this, but that we will be all of us on the same level, regardless the size of the country, of its population, whatever. And this is what the Gulfi wants, and that was lacked in Hormuz initiative because it made Iran in the center of that. So they are welcoming. Everybody wants stability in this region for its people. Regimes comes and goes. So people are staying for a new generation here and a new side looking for a different future without wars, without conflicts, without crisis. Although we ended on the exact time.
So UAE punctuality, Abu Dhabi punctuality.
Dr. Saeed, thank you very much for your frankness and for accepting our invitation by coming this. We are honored having you. Thank you so much. Please.
All my pleasure.
Welcome.
Thank you very much.
السيدات والسادة، ستبدأ الآن الجلسة التالية. Ladies and gentlemen, the next panel will begin now. السيدات والسادة، ستبدأ الآن الجلسة التالية. Ladies and gentlemen, the next panel will begin now. السيدات والسادة، ستبدأ الآن الجلسة التالية. Ladies and gentlemen, the next panel will begin now.
سيداتي وسادتي، نستكمل الآن الجلسة الثامنة تحت عنوان إعادة النظر في استراتيجية إيران الإقليمية. Ladies and gentlemen, we now continue panel 8, entitled Rethinking Iran's Regional Strategy.
Welcome back, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us for a second panel to follow the distinguished discussion on Iran. And I have three fantastic guests. We're going to dig further into Iran's regional strategy and reflect on where Iran finds itself today. It's very clear that 2 years of war in the region, 2 years of war in Gaza have also deeply impacted Iran and their perceptions and narratives swirling in the region regarding Iran. And I think in this panel in particular, it will be a really fantastic opportunity to reflect on the past 2 years where we have seen direct conflict between Israel and Iran, and of course the 12-day war this past summer. We've also seen Israel strike at Iran's forward defense posture throughout the region, striking at Iran-backed groups in Lebanon and beyond. We've also seen diplomacy fail between Tehran and Washington, and the return of snapback sanctions on the Islamic Republic. Perceptions are that Iran is weak today, that Iran is contained today, and there are worries of renewed war, there are worries of instability inside Iran and their worries about lack of diplomatic pathway forward. So I have a fantastic panel of experts here, and we're going to dig into these issues and challenge maybe some of these narratives, because I think over the past 2 years, I find that we have been living in a war also of competing narratives. So it's important to see the war and the conflicts of the region from various perspectives. Let me welcome our guest, Dr. Sajjad Poor, Professor of International Relations from the School of International Relations in Tehran, Dr. Vali Nasr, the Majid Khudouri Professor at Johns Hopkins School of Advanced International Studies, and last but certainly not least, Dr. Mohammad Dehshiri, Dean of the School of International Relations of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Tehran. So welcome to you all. I look forward to getting started, and perhaps Dr. Sajjad Poor, we can start, and maybe I can ask you about these narratives that I have laid out. Iran is weak. Iran's deterrence has failed. Forward defense has collapsed. And Iran finds itself encircled, perhaps contained. And we've heard, of course, from Dr. Khatibzadeh that there are different views of the war and the past 2 years in Iran, different perceptions and analyses. So could you take us through your own analysis of how Iran has survived and what challenges Iran sees on the horizon for itself? But have there been opportunities, or has there been a perception in Iran that Iran perhaps performed better than expected over the 12-day war as well?
Thank you very much. First of all, let me start by thanking God for giving us this opportunity to be here. We say Alhamdulillah and Shukran Lillah, and thank Dr. Abtesam, a real impressive and influencing figure in the region. And I personally, and I think my country, values her contribution to understanding and connectivity in this region. Now, with regard to your very interesting introduction and question, as usual, I have a type of ABC. Based on this question, how we can understand the situation. First, I think analytical angles should be revisited. You talk about the weak Iran. Actually, the more you were continuing, I said, tell us Iran was finished, huh? I think it is not the case. These analytical frames really need to be revisited. Why? Because I think, first of all, you have now a dominant narrative promoted by the Zionist entity as well as Americans, and also I think we are living in a type of globalization of clichés. A cliché is repeated, echoed everywhere, that Iran is finished and weak and so on and so forth. Actually, it reminds me of two very important historical incidents. One was when President Carter was in Iran in January 1976, on the eve of New Year, celebrating with the Shah, spending the New Year vacation in Tehran. And when they were toasting, he praised the Iranian monarchy system as the island of stability in the region. It took a year, so it was the dominant narrative that the regime of the Shah is the island of stability. But the alternative happened in a year or so, and the total collapse of that system. So it gives us a sense of exceptionalism and cynicism of the dominant. The second was Iraqi invasion of Iran. Exactly, it was based on the cliché that we hear today, that Iran is weak, so let's take advantage of this weakness and occupy Iran. And of course, it was 8 years of Iranian resistance to occupation and aggression. So let's double think of these dominant narratives, and I think we have to look at alternative. Alternative is that Iran is there, and Iran has defended itself and is capable of defending itself and is proud, as Dr. Khatibzadeh was saying, of what it has achieved and what is achieving. Now I go to my B, which is specifically going to the 12 days war. Balancing back or bouncing back. It was not an easy war, I have to say. It was not Israel versus Iran. It was the West at its totality, as Chancellor of Germany said, Israel is doing the dirty work for us. But operationally, it was US, Israel together. So it was asymmetrical warfare, comparing superpower plus a regional, let's say, proxy of the United States, and then they both attacked the Iranian while we were negotiating. So they attacked, first of all, the institution of diplomacy. But it was asymmetrical. But look, what Iran did, within few hours, could bounce back. Few hours. All the military leaders who were assassinated were replaced, and we started targeting Israeli targets, I think within few hours, and then, as it was mentioned, after 3 days, this was this message, and then at the end, it was the unconditional ceasefire suggestion. There is a phrase that Netanyahu has repeated several times, that this war should be taught in military academies. How we did it. Of course, it was a very expensive war. I think it was a strategic failure. I will explain very quickly. But I think what is needed to be taught in all academic circles and military circles is how Iran balanced back with this huge asymmetrical warfare. So it military could defend itself to the level that on the 12th days of the war, out of 11 missiles that we targeted or sent, 11 of them were operationally active and targeting the very certain targets that they were supposed to do so. And this was why Steve Bannon, the friend of the mega, figure, said it was for the survival of it. Survival of Israel was at a stake that Trump and the team did so. So I think military Iran was not defeated. Iran defended itself. Furthermore, two very important phenomena needs to be discussed. First, what I call, in a positive term, a patriotic and nationalistic revival of Iran. This is very important. And second, a state as an institution became stronger. What was the goal of Israelis and Americans together? It was not just targeting the nuclear facilities. You know where they attacked more? It was military, it was police installations and stations. Why? Because they had a very wrong assumption, Iran, that now Iran people are dissatisfied. If we bomb, they bomb even prisons, we free, the prisoner, and then they had even planned for a tea demonstration inside of Iranian embassies outside. Then Iranian people will revolt, and actually Netanyahu sold this strategic pseudo-commodity to President Trump, that you will be the leader of Iranian liberation. And why they attacked police? Because they wanted to stop any, let's say, anti-riot capacity of Iran. On the contrary, Iran stood up. Iran stood up and is standing up again. And I think this sense of attaching to the land, defending the culture, is significantly a strength, and that is very important. The same with the concept of a state. So I think Iran has balancing back, and now, and furthermore, as Dr. Khatibzadeh said, we didn't declare emergency situation. All borders were open, and the normal life was going on. Of course, we were cautious of this illegitimate attack on our facilities, but I think this is balancing back. So it's against, it negates the weak Iran. It was what Iran defended itself strongly. Furthermore, we were not confused. We were not, let's say, in a way nervous, in a way that we cannot control, so we were in charge, and I think this is a very important fact. Now let me go to my C. Contextual changes. The context has changed. I touched upon national, but I don't want to get in more, but I would say you read about Iran on different, let's say, media. You see the deficiencies pronounced by even some officials. They forget that this country is very strong in its nationhood, in defense of the country. Furthermore, Iran is a debating society. We debate everything, and we debate our weaknesses. It is not the sign that we have become weak. Actually, it's a sign of Iranian strength that we debate everything. But I think national context, I don't touch more. Let's go to the regional context. Now, in the regional context, this understanding is emerging on two issues. One, that Israel is the source of instability in the region. Israel is attacking the others. Israel is for hegemonic, militaristic approach. Second, the real issue in the region is not Iran, as Netanyahu was pronouncing for two decades. The real issue is the Palestinian plight. And you cannot fix it by cosmetic changes. Palestinian issue remains there, and it should be really managed in a legitimate, very, let's say, comprehensive way. And I think this is a very regional, let's say, change in the attitudes and mentalities. So Iran is not part of the problem. Iran actually is the solution for all regional, a part of the solution for all regional issues. Finally, I think there is a change in international context. Who can dare to defend what Israelis have done to the Gaza people? Who can defend? And I think it is a very structural change, even within the societies of the West. So to put it tersely, analytical angles need to be revisited. Bouncing back of Iran needs to be studied. And the context is very different. And let's build on this context of more cooperative interaction on the regional level. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sajjadpour. We'll certainly come back to you on the regional context. I want to turn to Dr. Nasr. Vali, you've written, you have a new book out, and you review the history of Iran's grand strategy in the region. And I think this is a good opportunity to maybe delve into your analysis of resistance as a phenomenon, as a sort of guiding strategy for Iran. What's your assessment of Iran's resistance strategy at this moment? Of course, after 2 years of direct war with red lines sincerely crossed, U.S. entry into this war, Iran's investment in its nuclear program, very much uncertain. And of course, its relationships across the region with the axis of resistance, not frayed completely, but the groups are certainly battered. What's your assessment of Iran's position and its strategy today? Is it reevaluating, recalibrating, reinvesting? How do you see the Islamic Republic right now?
Thank you. First of all, let me begin by thanking ADS for inviting me here, and Dr. Ebtesam for her leadership and bringing us all together here. The idea of resistance for Iran is sort of a meta-narrative. It's the fundamental assumption outlook. I don't think that is fundamentally changed. In other words, everything about this war, as we're hearing from Dr. Sajjadpour, as we heard earlier from Dr. Khatibzadeh, has actually further reinforced this sense that Iran is up against much bigger forces, that it sees injustice in Israel and the United States attacking Iran. And so I don't think this is a moment where Iran completely is reorienting, saying that it's no longer resisting the United States, it's now has a completely different worldview. I actually think that it feels, to the extent that it feels cornered, to the extent that it feels attacked, that it believes that all of its assumptions about what has been at play is actually proven correct. The key issue is how is it going to confront the new reality going forward? It is true that the axis of resistance in many ways has broken. At least its capabilities are not what it was as a veritable regional force. But I think the assumption in Tehran would be that everything that Israel and the United States is doing in the region is actually keeping resistance alive. In other words, if the path forward is occupation of different Arab countries, if there is no just peace to Gaza, if military might of Israel is basically the norm going forward, that basically resistance as an idea would be alive in the region. And then, the question is, how would that play in Iran's foreign policy? I mean, I think we have two major narratives in the region. One is that is built on divisions that is coming out of the Gulf, of economic prosperity, harmony, integration in the global region. And then there's the other reality that war is creating in the region, which is suffering, injustice, etc. And I think until that is actually settled in favor of peace and security and economic prosperity, I think resistance is there, and Iran obviously is poised to take advantage of it. And I think the major issue that remains here is obviously the nuclear issue, because at the end of the day, all of this conversation comes down to what will happen with Iran and the United States. And again, I think the way that this war happened, based on is that the way you would read it, perhaps, is that the United States decided that Iran should not have any nuclear program at all. It's zero enrichment, really zero nuclear activity. And secondly, that Iran should not have any leverage to negotiate with. I think the logic of, frustrated with 4 rounds of negotiations before the 5th round happened, President Trump basically said, we're going to take your leverage off the table, so you really have nothing to work with. There was a moment at the time of the meeting in New York where there was a possibility to sort of post-war arrive at a nuclear deal, but the US, I think, took the position that Iran has nothing to negotiate with and essentially has to accept a settlement that would be basically dictated to it. And then the Europeans proceeded and imposed maximum pressure sanctions. And so I think what has now dominated in Iran is, again, also resistance on the nuclear issue, namely that they're not going to negotiate as a defeated party, and that they're going to resist, if you would, what might be a dictate that the US wants to put on the table. And we were sort of entering a new normal on this issue, meaning that Iran remains part of the non-proliferation treaty, but does not feel obligated to cooperate with the IAEA, and basically resist the international system as a whole. And the pressure now would be essentially on the United States to sort of break this taboo. So, in a way, we could say it's the dictum that the more things change, the more things stay the same. There's a lot has changed in the region, in the balance of things there are, but the region is not really moving forward past the issues of resistance, occupation, etc. And in a sense of a long game for Iran, until and unless these wars in the Middle East, as Paul Salem said in the previous panel, are actually settled, unless there is a way forward, I think that narrative of resistance is very much there. And I think Iran, despite everything that is said, feels itself cornered. fits itself under pressure from superpowers in the region, and that sort of increases the sense that it is resisting. And for me, the key question is, what is the strategy of dealing in the new Middle East? How do you resist in the current environment without having the reach that it had in the Levant, with the things that are changing in and around it? How do you resist while at the same time building relations with the Arab world, which is trying to do? And I think that sort of is the big debate within Iran.
Thank you, Vali. I think we can certainly come back to that and also maybe explore domestic dynamics in Iran and the debates around Iran's nuclear program and the way forward, because certainly what has become clear is that there is much more of a debate or varieties of discussions taking place throughout Iran's political system about the way forward, assessing scenarios domestically and across the region. So I'll come back to you on that. I want to turn to Dr. Deshiri and ask you to maybe reflect, maybe pick up on where Vali left off on the regional context, because certainly the context has changed, not just because of the wars of the past 2 years and the spread of conflict around the region, but also because Iran has normalized its relations with many of its neighbors. And how important is that normalization process for Iran? Where is Iran investing the most? Is it in building stronger, forging stronger ties with the Gulf states? Today, Iraqis will go to the polls for their elections. There are, of course, massive shifts in Syria that we have seen as well. So maybe you can share your view of how you're seeing the regional landscape and how these regional relationships can help or hinder Iran's normalization processes alongside this concept of resistance, because the general claim has always been that, traditional old Kissingerian sort of trope that Iran has to decide if it's a cause or a country. And normalization would suggest that the Islamic Republic is finally aligning perhaps its foreign and economic policy and prioritizing those relationships. But if resistance lives on in the Middle East, and if resistance is still part of the narrative for Tehran, is it really about reinvesting in the resistance axis simultaneously? How do you see that balance?
Okay, thank you very much. I would like to begin by expressing my thanks and gratitude to Dr. Ibtisam Al-Khatbi and thanking the organizers of 12th ADSD. This is very prestigious and insightful debate. I would like to thank you, Sanam, for this question. First of all, I would like to say that in Iranian mentality, the strategic depth is in sight. That means that whatever is saying that of course, resistance, Iran is supporting resistance, but whatever we are focusing on is on our own solidarity and unity, and therefore what is important is also self-reliance in capabilities, and that will give us the force. This is very important to know. Regarding Iran's neighborhood policy that is presented by Dr. Pezeshkian, our president, we think that we should have the cooperation with all our neighbors, including the GCC countries, based on connectivity and geoeconomics. Of course, we think that those who would like to have inclusive, exclusive approach they are wrong. That means that in all issues, there should be inclusiveness. That means, for example, in the issue of corridors, they should include also Iran. In the issue of a security system, which should be indigenous, also it should be inclusive. That means Iran with Iraq and GCC countries can have a regional security arrangement in this region. Therefore, we think that we are ready to do whatever is based on confidence building measures for cooperating with the countries of the region. And as Dr. Sajjadpour said, our cooperation is based on the fact that Iran is a problem solver and security provider in the region. Therefore, we can have some sort of indigenous collective security system in the region, and that can also help us to recalibrate the regional geometry of our region. And therefore, what is important is to know that the source of instability is Israel, and Israel is the most abnormal actor in the region, and also to know that Israel is the proxy of United States, as Trump confessed in this regard. Therefore, we think that the contextual factors has changed, and that needs some sort of expanding diplomatic options, economic partnership, and opening channels for coexistence. Therefore, having said that, I think that Iran is for all innovative plans in the region that can bring cooperation and connectivity. Regarding whatever is happening in Syria, Iran expressed that its presence was based on the request of the then government. And now Iran would like to the prosperity for the people of Syria, and also would like that the government would have inclusive plans to respect the rights of also minorities and to include them in the process of decision making. And Iran would like that Syria would be the country that would preserve its territorial integrity without the aggression of Israeli regime. You know that after the topple down of Bashar al-Assad, we witnessed that Israel occupied some part of territories of Syria. It annexed Golan Heights and also the Hermon Mountain, and also had intervention in Soweida on the pretext of the support for Druze. That means that Israeli danger is existing now in Syria, and we would like that the territorial integrity of Syria would be preserved without any occupation. On the issues of our relationship with Iraq and Turkey, these are very structural cooperation that we have with these two neighbors based on mutual respect and economic cooperation. Therefore, we think that the external actors cannot change the situation because the both countries, Iran and Turkey, and also Iran and Iraq, have the determination to cooperate with each other. With Pakistan, we have very good relations, and also Pakistan expressed its solidarity with the Iranian government and nation during the 12 days war. And also I would like to say that during the 12 days war, all the GCC countries also expressed their sympathy towards Iran, and the telephones of the heads of states of Saudi Arabia and even UAE and Qatar with Iranian president during the 12-day war was that they expressed their sympathy towards Iran and they condemn the Israeli aggression. That means that the situation has changed, and the countries of the region would like to include Iran in the process of collective security.
Thank you very much. Thinking a bit broader, Dr. Sajadpour, we've seen in the month of September a very sort of flurried effort by Iran to stop or slow down the effort at imposing sanctions through the snapback process at the UN. And unfortunately, the efforts came a little late, and Iran failed, and so perhaps positivity is the JCPOA is over, and there's maybe a new mechanism that can be built for negotiations with Iran, but relations between Iran and the E3 countries are at an all-time low today. And I wanted to ask you not necessarily about those relations, but actually about Iranian-Russian relations, which have been debated in Iran over the past weeks and months, and ask you to reflect, and I know you're speaking in a personal capacity, as to whether you think Iran's support of Russia's war in Ukraine has paid off for Iran.
If I'm allowed, I want to go back to your reference to Kissinger's cause and state, because it's very interesting in a way to discuss it. I think what's wrong with Kissinger is a type of either or, that you should be either a state or a cause. The second point is all countries have cause, including the United States. No country you can find without a cause. So it is how you manage that cause within the frame of a state. I think this is one of the, let's say, the reductionist mentalities which has shaped even some of the thinking on Iran. But I think, like any other state, almost with no exception, Iran has a cause, but Iran is a state. Now, on your question on, first of all, on a snapback, I think a snapback was a failure of United Nations Security Council, as they say. Why? Because I think it's first time in the history of United Nations Security Council during the 80 years that two of the permanent members of the Security Council register not just their negative vote, by legal notes, extensive legal notes, they say we are not going to observe this resolution. And I think this fundamental, let's say, change in the way Security Council. So you cannot call a snapback in the United Nations let's say, a success by E3. I think, furthermore, E3 had already lost its legitimacy in international affairs, just following what the United States says. We have heard and we have read that even going for a snapback by the C3 was a type of so-called instruction, diplomatically use the word, by United States. And Russia and China did a fantastic job. Now, on the Iranian-Russian relationship, I think it's a complex relationship. Actually, this semester I teach a PhD course on Iranian-Russian relationship at Tehran University. I think there is a structural relationship which has evolved. And you know, it's not a new relationship. It is more than 520 years of diplomatic relationship. Actually, I call it Encyclopedia of International Relations. Why? Because you can't find any interaction between two states that has happened in the Iranian-Russian relationship. But I think today, what's interesting in the debates that we have, sometimes, as it happens everywhere, issues of international relations become the matter of domestic politics. So I think a part of it is domestic politics, but I think there is a consensus in the country at political level and political establishment that having a good relationship with both China and Russia is necessary for the country, and we value this strategy. I think this is the consensus of the country. But you have different pronouncements here and there. One final point on this issue is the concept of expectation. When you are having a friendly relationship, how you manage your expectation. Some people or some elites maybe have expectation beyond the regular frameworks. Some maybe have under, but I think if you take everything into account, Russia and Iran and China and Iran remain two bilaterals of not just bilateral nature, it has regional implication as well as international consequences.
Thank you. Vali, if I can turn to you and get back to this issue of diplomacy. Dr. Khatibzadeh said diplomacy is the only way out. And we know, of course, that Iran is under serious sanctions pressure. There's a water crisis, an electricity crisis. Yes, there was resistance and resilience shown over the summer, perhaps even solidarity for the concept of Iran and its territorial integrity at a time of crisis. But if diplomacy is the only way out, Vali, what is the way forward for Iran? How does it get back to the negotiating table? And what is on the table for Iran today? Although I know Iran never left the negotiating table, because that's what I'm always told.
The issue is not whether they left it or not. There's no table. The table was blown up. So I think back to your point, the issue of the mindset of resistance is very much at play. In other words, if the United States' view is that with the bombing of Iran, its nuclear program was destroyed, it doesn't have any leverage, and its reading of Iran is that its back is to the wall, it has domestic problem, it has water shortages, and that it's time for Iran to essentially surrender. That I think might be a misjudgment, or it might be not an easy path forward. I don't see Iran ready to surrender. And diplomacy and surrender are two different things. I mean, both may at the end be a signature at the bottom of a piece of paper, but diplomacy means give and take, which means that there has to be something on the table in order for Iran to give something else up on the table. But if the demand is that Iran hand over its nuclear program pretty much for essentially nothing significant in return, then I just don't see with the mindset of resistance in Iran that's likely to happen. And secondly, I think what we heard today, which is also you hear very much in Iran, that Iran doesn't see itself as defeated, that it has a very different narrative about how this war ended, and therefore it doesn't see why it should basically act like a defeated party. It doesn't see itself like Emperor Hirohito with MacArthur at the end of World War II. Now, having said that, I think in New York there was an opportunity to arrive at a deal. When that did not happen, I think the two sides are right now quite far apart from a deal. The United States essentially is not putting anything on the table that suggests that it's willing to treat Iran less than a defeated party, and Iran is not willing to come to the table unless the US actually is willing to engage in negotiations seriously. So I think we're in a period of waiting. I think perhaps Tehran's assumption is that the longer you wait, the more pressure will be on the United States, that either it should go back to war and risk whatever war might mean for the region, or it has to change its posture towards negotiations. Because as I mentioned, Iran has now arrived at what it sees as a viable normal, which is we are in NPT, we didn't leave it, but we're not going to cooperate with IAEA at all. And IAEA basically cannot verify what's happened to Iran's highly enriched uranium, how much of the program has survived, what might be rebuilt, what has already been saved, without being on the ground in Iran. And so the longer the time goes, the more this ambiguity will actually force the West to basically want to break the current impasse. So the pressure is not on Iran right now. The pressure, I think, down the road will be on the US to either find a way to get back to the table, reconstruct the table, or to go back to war. There's no alternative there. But having said that, I think there are also some things that are changing in Iran very rapidly. I mean, in a way, the war has put to question, I think, Iran's whole nuclear doctrine. I mean, supposedly Iran, even according to US intelligence, gave up the idea of building a bomb back in 2003. Yet it pursued building a nuclear program for over 2 decades, with obviously view to create an industrial base in Iran, and it maybe succeeded there. But as a strategic gambit, the nuclear program did not work. It did not produce a diplomatic result for Iran, lifting sanctions, a deal, and it did not avert war. In fact, it brought war with no negotiation. So going forward, I think if there is no diplomatic breakthrough, the nature of the nuclear program in Iran has to change. And I don't know what it is, but the way in which Iran has gone about the nuclear program for 20 years is not viable for Iran either. So I think we have one more round of trying to arrive at a diplomatic solution based on the existing nuclear doctrine in Iran. But if that does not happen, then we're sort of in a dark tunnel where we don't know where the nuclear program might take the region.
Thank you. Dr. Deshiri, if I can come back to you on regional dynamics, because you spoke a lot about the importance of the region and inclusivity, and you spoke a lot about Israel, but I'm really curious to hear from you. Normalization has continued with Iran and regional states, despite decades of mistrust. Iran's neighbors are really invested in maintaining diplomatic ties, if not more, with Iran. I want to ask you directly, if you can answer, what more can Iran do as a partner to the region, as a neighbor in the region, in order to build better trust and confidence? Arab states have long complained of Iran's behavior, support of militias and proxy groups around the region, for example. And if we can imagine that diplomacy is the only way forward, there is, hope that the landscape in the region, if conflicts can be settled, can lead to less Iranian influence also. What assurances can Iran grant, or what confidence-building measures can Iran provide in order to fortify and strengthen ties in the region, but let's say particularly with the Gulf states?
I think that whatever has been passed is that does not come from Iran. This, the exclusive approach was from some regional actors. You can witness that GCC was based on containing Iran. Therefore, Iran wanted to cooperate with GCC countries. Even IMEC was a corridor that wanted to exclude Iran, whereas Iran would like to be part of the corridors and connectivity in the region. And we have also north-south corridor that we would like to share it with the countries of the region. Iran is inevitable actor for cooperation of GCC countries with the countries of Central Asia and Transcaucasia. That means that Iran had and has very good relationship with the Central Asian countries, and even with Afghanistan, even though we have some reserves on what is happening in Afghanistan, but we are for inclusive government in Afghanistan. Therefore, I think that Iran demonstrated its willingness to cooperate with all the countries of the region. Iran now is ready to offer the diplomacy a new chance for cooperation. Therefore, for example, for security arrangement in the region, Iran is ready to do that. For connectivity, Iran is ready to offer the south-north corridor for all the countries of the region. Therefore, Iran now has a lot of potentialities that can offer the countries of region if they would have the perception of cooperation and not the perception of exclusive, inclusive approach.
Thank you very much. We're going to turn to the floor. I have a few people in the queue for questions, and then we'll come back to the panel for their responses. I have Mr. Samir Al-Taki.
Yes, it's me. Thank you very much for this great opportunity. Watching the 12 days war against Iran made me come into a conclusion that in a way or another, Iran should revise its tactics and strategy regarding its proxies. It had been a failure, and it had been poisoning the relations with the neighborhood, especially with the Gulf states. Are we hoping that maybe Iran will change its attitude vis-à-vis its proxies, or it is still gambling on their role, which is against the nation state building and against even the interest of Iran? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'm going to take all of the questions and then return to the panel to reflect. Abdullah Al-Junaid.
Abdullah.
Yeah, over here. Okay. You know, my question to Dr. Sajidpour and then to Dahshiri later on. Iran, as Dr. Sajidpour put it, is part of the problem. It's not part of the problem, but part of all the solutions. I mean, would he be kind enough as to provide just one example? And let's kickstart that with Iran policies within Iraq since 2003 until today. Have you or Iran managed to produce an example that need to be, or for the region to follow from your judgment? And Dr. Dahshiri, you said inclusiveness versus otherwise, okay? When you talk about economic or, security, exactly what are those venues where we should join? Let us step aside from proxies and otherwise.
again, Iraq, Syria, Yemen. When would Iran seriously look and address those issues from regional perspective rather than, weaponizing everything from history to otherwise? National geography here within the region, it's not accidental. And you will have to, just like the speaker, the Undersecretary for Foreign Affairs, when he referred to history that is 5,000 years old. Okay, let's pass forward. This is 2025. We need to develop a language that befitting the minds and the interest of the whole region in this time and age. Thank you.
Thank you. Next on the list is Jacopo Schita.
Thank you so much. The first panel was very much about a vision of the future for the region. There was a sense of hope, it was aspirational, although, probably a bit too confident in this region in flux. Hearing this panel, I had a sort of a different feeling that was very much rooted in the past or in the present, and somehow I connect with the question that the previous question. So I know this is huge, this is a big question, but what's the future of Iran? What's the sentiment, the feeling? There's a feeling of hope for the future of Iran, or we will keep talking and thinking about the past, about a very complex present. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And last on the list is Abdelmonem Said.
Yeah, thank you. I think that human beings do not choose their parents, and also states does not choose their neighbors. And unless we realize that people in the Middle East are there, and as all regions, there is a big and there is a small, and there is a revolutionary and resisting, and that is accepting the status quo and try to live with it. Everyone will try to maximize their interests. However, what I heard in the previous session and this one, that is a testimony that war is coming. I mean, Iran did not accept not only being a state and living and old civilization and so forth. However, but as a revolutionary power, anti-status quo power, as a resistance power, and it has been hit and insulted. And it is time will be for a response. The tools we will see, it is the proxies again, because no recognition, the previous official of Iran was talking about that Hezbollah is resisting and canceling the Lebanese state. Resistance does not go out of states like in Lebanon or in Yemen or even among the Palestinians. That is against the idea of statehood. So therefore, I see if we went into that road, I think we are in big trouble.
Thank you, sir. So we have an array of questions. I'm going to give you each 90 seconds to pick what you'd like. You're all experts. You know how to answer questions the way you'd like. So Dr. Deshiri, please pick up on the questions directed to you and some final concluding thoughts.
Okay. First of all, Iran revised its tactics. For example, for the issue of Syria, when we witnessed that the situation is against Bashar al-Assad and that the Syrian army is not in favor of Bashar al-Assad, we came back to home. That means that Iran is a realistic actor, and based on the situation, will change its attitude. Therefore, this means that Iran didn't want to intervene in the internal affairs of Syria. Regarding the whatever you are calling proxy, and I say that these are not the proxies of Iran, they are indigenous resistant groups. Hamas is a resistant group that came out of the election inside Gaza. Hezbollah has some deputies inside the parliament. That means Hezbollah is part of the government, not a proxy of Iran or some actor outside the government. And even after whatever has happened inside the government of Lebanon, now the army of Lebanon is requesting Hezbollah to cooperate with them against the atrocities of Israel. Regarding Yemen, also, you know that this is established government, not a group or fiction or friction in Yemen. This is Ansarullah are governing the government, although there is some challenges to them. Therefore, to say that these are not the proxies of Iran, they are the independent actors in the region, and therefore we should also change our views on them. Regarding the idea of statehood, therefore we are for this idea of also, we think that those who are resisting are inside the state, not outside the state. Of course, there is the hope for the future. Iran cooperates with all countries of the region for inclusive arrangements. Therefore, also Iran is adopting the politics of diversification. That means that we have the equilibrium policy. We not only have cooperation with Russia and China in the framework of BRICS Plus and also SCO, but also we are looking forward to cooperate with European countries. Therefore, I've been in France 2 weeks ago, and there were a lot of ideas about the cooperation between Iran and Europe. Therefore, that means that Iran has not one-sided policy. Iran would like to have some sort of equilibrium in this regard.
Thank you very much. Dr. Vali.
So at least a few of the questions really revolve around the issue of the proxies. And I fully appreciate the issues that are raised about this and the challenge that the Arab world faces with non-state actors being deployed in Arab territory backed by Iran. But at some level, and first of all, I want to say there's always been intense debate about this issue within Iran. There's not a monolithic view, but the issue of the proxies and their use in the Arab world was not about challenging the states, although that's the de facto outcome, but was really about whether or not Iran could build deterrence against the United States and Israel. Now, you might say they shouldn't be fighting America and Israel. That's a whole different issue. But the reality is that once they war, it became the presence of Hezbollah or militias in Iraq became a very useful way of managing deterrence against whether or not Iran would be attacked by the United States or Israel. For instance, it's now Israelis are very openly saying that it's the collapse of Hezbollah that actually allowed them to attack Iran directly, which by implication means that the value of Hezbollah to Iran was not that it was challenging the Lebanese state, but the value was that it was preventing Israel from attacking Iran. Why didn't Israel attack Iran 2 years ago, 3 years ago, 5 years ago? It did it only after it was able to carry out the decapitation of Hezbollah. Now, this in a way is a problem that is solving itself in a way, in the sense that to the extent that the proxies were valuable to Iran to contain Israel, they're no longer able to do that. So whatever is left of Hezbollah is no longer a deterrence against attack on Iran. Syria is no longer a deterrence against attack on Iran. And even the militias in Iraq are no longer a deterrence against US attack on Iran. US attacked Iran without at all fearing a backlash in Iraq, for instance. So I think the direction that Iran's going to go forward is not going to be relying on the proxies. And on the other hand, the collaboration and cooperation and normalization with Arab states is a new impetus in Iran's foreign policy. And so we're in a period of change. It's not, change does not come overnight. But the facts on the ground that for decades made proxies so valuable to Iran are no longer there. So in my opinion, they're no longer of the strategic value they were. That doesn't mean that Iran is going to just wash their hands off of them overnight. But I don't think it's pragmatic for Iran to invest in proxies that no longer provide any kind of protection for Iran. And on the other hand, the Arab world, I think, has the advantage to encourage this trend on Iran, because the relationship with the Arab world does have strategic value going forward for Iran.
Thank you very much, Vali. And Dr. Sajarpour, over to you very briefly, and maybe you can comment about the future.
If you allow me, I have my ABC again, but vice
very
versa.
Brief, very brief ABC.
C is concepts. We have problems with concepts. Proxy. Proxy was a Cold War concept. You know, you phone your proxy and then it acts. I think it is wrong to use it for what happens in the Middle East. And till the time that you don't understand the interactions, I think concepts are not clear, and then you are really imprisoned by your conceptual framework. So I think proxy by itself has fundamental theoretical flaws. My B is answering to my colleague on Iran and the region. That is bridge. Iran is not just dealing with the Arab world. We are the bridge between at least 5 regions. We are bordering Central Asia, but we are not Central Asian. We are Caucasian, bordering Caucasia, but we are not a Caucasian state. We are bordering Eastern Mediterranean, but we are not a Mediterranean state. We are bordering Arab world, and we are not Arab. We are bordering subcontinent, and we are not subcontinent state. So the concept of Iran and the region is a much broader, and on the specific issue of Iraq, of course, during the last 20 years, Iran has always been supporting the political structure in Iraq based on its constitution, and Iran is very constitutionalist regarding the Iraqi issue. Now my A and final, I think I was in your time frame, is aspiration. Our aspiration for the future is very normal aspiration. As the other neighbors in this region, we want a region to be rich, to be, as we say, a strong region, to be not dependent for its, let's say, security on the others, and to be friendly with each other. And I think Iran has always been for a future that relates to not just the distant past, but also realities of today. This is why we work very hard for a better future through diplomatic interaction, economic interaction, and also think tanking interaction. Let me end that I think for any future aspiration to be fulfilled, first we need ideas. And ideas comes from this type of interaction, and I appreciate this meeting, this panel, and your chairwomanship. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This was a rich discussion. We've certainly heard that there are debates on the past. Certainly, debates are being had on the present, and Iran is in a very clear period of transition regionally and internationally, but certainly also domestically. So thank you to the panelists for unpacking these complex dynamics, and thank you to Dr. Ebtesam for bringing us together and giving us this opportunity.
Ali.
خیلی ممنون.
سيداتي وسادتي، ندعوكم لاستراحة مدتها 15 دقيقة قبل بدء الجلسة التالية. Ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy a 15-minute break before the next panel. الجلسة التالية. Ladies and gentlemen, the next panel will begin now.
سيداتي وسادتي، ستبدأ الآن الجلسة التاسعة تحت عنوان مستقبل سوريا الجديدة والرياح المعاكسة.
Ladies and gentlemen, panel 9 entitled The Future of New Syria and Headwinds will start now.
مساء الخير.
Good afternoon and welcome to all of you, and thank you for the invitation, Dr. Ibtisam, and thank you for being with us at this conference. I am Mina Al-Aibi, Editor-in-Chief of the national newspaper in Abu Dhabi. I am very happy to moderate this session on the new future, on the future of New Syria and the headwinds. We will be discussing different topics after historic changes that took place in Syria in less than 1 year with the new administration of Syria. I will present the speakers. Dr. Samir Al-Taqi, non-resident senior fellow at the Atlantic Council in Washington, D.C. Dr. Imn Turkmani, Assistant Professor at the London School of Economics and Political Science and Director of Research Center of Conflict in Syria, and Dr. Ammar Kahf, Executive Director of the Oman Center for Strategy Studies in Damascus. This session is in Arabic language. Please grab your translation headsets and let's start. First of all, there is some good news. Yesterday at night, President al-Shar met with the President Trump at the White House. So as a journalist, I would like to give my insights on this topic, and then we will delve into other issues. Dr. Ammar, the importance of the visit to Washington and what it means for the Syrian President al-Shar for the history of Syria. Thank you to Emirates Policy Center. Thank you to Dr. Ibtisam. First of all, it's a historic visit in less than 1 year. The Syrian President al-Shar visited most of the 5 countries of the Security Council. Only China and UK are left, and I think he will complete those countries by the end of the year. So Syria is regaining its position in the world. It's coming back particularly to the Western world, and stability of Syria is one of the conditions of that, and also to restore its healthy and normal relationships with the US. And this visit was the culmination of many meetings with Congress members and ministers. Also, many meetings took place over the last 3 months. So it was a culmination of many topics that President al-Shara discussed with President Trump, including Syria, adhesion to the international coalition of anti-terrorism, and also other issues, and also lifting the sanctions on Syria, and also to push for ending the law of Caesar before the end of this month. In addition to other issues such as security and economic cooperation and security agreement with Israel and controlling the borders, all these issues were discussed on the table, and then they went to the White House, to the Oval House, and they had that friendly meeting. So it's a historic meeting with Syria going back to the Western and the American space, and it's a new page of Syria that is opening, and it's also an international will that tells us that Syria will not fail again. Dr. Sami, what does Washington want from Damascus? First of all, let me express my thanks and gratitude to Dr. Ibtisam Al-Qutbi and Emirates Policy Center for the invitation, which gave us the opportunity to learn a lot. What does Washington want from Syrian President al-Shara? It wants it to make sure that Syria will not be a rogue state, but it will be a normal state within its regional space. It wants to have a stabilization of the relations with Israel and with the possibility of joining the Abraham Accords. And at the strategic level, America wants it to be involved in the normalization of the situation in Syria and to avoid the confrontation that took place even at the military level between Turkey and Israel, which are competing on a daily basis not militarily. There is a war of on sites at the regional level to see who can help in building Syria, who can impose some sort of regional peace. So we are embarking in some sort of pact of Americans, and which is being shaped by the U.S., but without the cooperation of the Arab and the Gulf states in particular in building the state and stability, the U.S. will not be successful. It is controlling all the contradictions, but it cannot do it alone. You talked about America and Pax Americana and the role of Gulf states within this alliance. Who are the other new actors in Syria? Who are the new actors, and how do the losers deal with the new actors? The new actors, definitely, it's Turkey, and I don't think it wants to restore all the glories of the Ottoman Empire, but the way it looks at Syria and its future, it's a space. Is it a space for conflict or for having a successful neighbor? The second point is Europe. Now it is discovering the importance of strategic dimension of the Mediterranean and Syria. And here it's making parallel between influence of Turkey, Israel, for example, conflicts on the ports. The main losers, first of all, we have Russia, which did not lose Bashar al-Assad, but it lost the Syrian army, which it nurtured, and with all the details, this is a strategic loss on which they worked for 70 years. So this was a strategic mistake in the Russian policy. Also for Iran, like I asked in the previous session, it's supposed to review in terms of the national deterrence of Iran, in terms of the national interest of Iran, to review the policy of supporting different forces that entered Syria. So I think now there is competition. It's still peaceful between the winners, and also been working to overcome the losers. Dr. Hamar, the meeting with Donald Trump and this American interest in Syria, the impact of that on domestic government and the challenges that Syria is facing, including the agreement by President of Syria to join the alliance. First of all, I would like to say, as Arab women, we are now within a space which is predominantly is attended by men, but I am feeling proud to be here with you here intellectually, and we discussing all the details. So the change we are looking forward in the Arab world would not happen without having women as leaders in such positions. So thank you, Dr. Ibtisam, for that. The current leadership in Syria, when it took over power, that happened in the background of different ideologies, and the challenge was for them how to change that ideology, because they found out that the old ideology cannot govern all of Syria. We have the foreign policy and issues, that the one that you mentioned, to join the international alliance. Like the main theorist, Dr. Noel, who is the Minister of Justice, issued a fatwa that prohibits completely joining the international coalition or to cooperate with it, considering it as even infidelity. Now the president is joining this coalition. He is at the White House, which before he had fought against its forces. So this is a big challenge, and it led to a different division within the coalition. And yesterday, Dr. Mata Luis issued a different fatwa that goes completely against what he said before, but it was not convincing as fatwa without any meaning, and would not convince anyone who joined that organization for ideological reasons. So there is a challenge, a big challenge. And unfortunately, that leads to divisions that are unnecessary, and the Syrian society does not need division. We are talking about division, Dr. How can the Syrian administration overcome such divisions at a time when there is a fear of security vacuum and also compiling of a difficult economic situation? How can the Syrian administration fill those gaps after 1 year of the situation in the country? Actually, what is happening, or what could be achieved in one country, normally in other countries that took much longer, for other countries that just came out of conflicts in terms of basic services such as flour and gas, and also even the situation could have been worse, but there was direct negotiations with the front of the Levant Liberation and different factions to adopt a new pact for transition with integration. But the division that took place within the Front of Liberation of the Levant started even 2 years before or more, by opening up to the rest of the world. And the Front was not fighting at the international level. Yes, there was some fatwa, but did not fight the Syrian democratic forces, did not confront other parties that are funded or supported by the US, and this was done on purpose. So there was some sort of preparation to make sure that this group are not against any international entities. So they had started visits a few years ago. They started cooperation with the international coalition at least 2 years ago, according to research centers of the US, who talked about international cooperation in terms of handing over some persons to international coalition, and that paved the way to the political coalition. Even in the last 12 months, there has been operation, or in the last few days, there has been mini operation in different provinces to arrest some cells of ISIS and other groups of concern. So there is diligent efforts to overcome the security situation, and the main thing was how to avoid scenarios of division within the faction. So this security gap now is being filled gradually, but many steps were taken before the DDR process. It did not start yet. There is no strategic national plan, but many steps took place to reprogram the local mindset, if we can say so, to start this operation soon. If you can give us some details about this operation, which is the integration of different forces within Syria to avoid disintegration of the country, like you said, the integration of the forces and to empower the society. It's still too early for that, but for the moment, what are the steps that have been taken and the challenges for the future? The main challenge for the future is the geographical integration with the other factions, Democratic Syria and Al-Suwaida, and those parties as faction at least, they are not part of the Syrian army. There are negotiations in the east of Syria. There is a diplomatic agreement that took place in Amman. It was not enacted yet, but for Al-Suwaida, what took place so far is the gathering of all those factions, the consolidation of the factions, and counting the persons, inventory, and also inventory of the arms with those factions, and then also empowering and rehabilitating them and making sure that no faction, that there will be no new recruitments within those factions, and to avoid that would scale up, and to unify also the legal reference and salaries were being paid at the center level and the promotion at the center level. More than 3,000 officers of different ranks who came back to the army. There was also a vision for different persons who were not involved in the bloodshed, particularly at the Ministry of Interior. At the local level, some national cadres in the police and the army were restored. This took place in the last months. There was some in the past, some crisis at the local level. But as I'm saying, this was before the integration. It was the legal reference and also the financial and the political to make sure that that communication will not be done with other entities from outside the country. And so this is part of what Syria is undergoing, is to regain trust, and the government is following a gradual policy to regain the trust. Now there is a new charter of policy, and this needs some training. It will not happen overnight because the person would belong to a faction, and then he will need to follow specific rules and respect the orders and instruction because he had just volunteered to join armed faction, and they gained experience, but they did not train professionally as an army. Those people have been rehabilitated at the military college. All these operations are complicated. They need surgical interventions and need support. There has been support from Saudi Arabia, from Turkey, and other countries that did not mention that. They provide training and expertise, even with the software, the law of managing the army, and those are operations that happen behind the curtains. Dr. Sami, we heard from Dr. Ammar the issue of structure in different forces within Syria. But there is also the security and the political issues and regaining trust, not only for the fighters, but also for the citizens to regain trust in authority. For you, what are the main challenges in filling the security vacuum and also for regaining the trust? The main challenge is the Syrian national unity and building it on a voluntary willing for different components, and those are not sects. There is many people who are seculars and who belong to the country, and they do not present themselves by a sect or a specific group. And this is the culture of the traders from Damascus and Aleppo and Hama, and who built the relations with the previous regime accordingly. If we look at the army, for example, what is the type of the doctrinal culture of the army in terms of al-Sharia? There are different risks that such culture, even for going to Washington, for them would be considered as resorting to infidels, because when you recruit 120,000 soldiers, believing that loyalty and the system of loyalty in the army, that when you are loyal to such doctrines, it means that at certain point you are going to identify who is the enemy. And there is a problem here. And our colleague mentioned that. I think this is a specific issue. It's a question of time, but Syria doesn't have time. Syria is sitting on many time bombs, and are we going to build a country that will structure a presidential regime like the one of Bashar al-Assad and Hafid al-Assad, where we have the political commission, the politics official at different level. This is someone who has nothing to do with the management or the administration, and we have 200,000 persons from the Syrian bureaucracy at the central level and not at the suburbs. When you impose on them what the sheikhs at the top tells them, they will go on strike. So trying to absorb society with a speech that will be unifying. It allows them to be national without having a doctrinal loyalty, as it is the case, which is imposed by a certain person. So this is a main issue. You cannot reproduce the Syrian bureaucracy and to reproduce the laws and the courts, because the main issue is that all of that will push people away, will push away the capitals. There are factories now in Syria that are closing down. What it did not do during Bashar al-Assad time. So what will reconstruct Syria is the businessman of Syria. We are very grateful for all the help that our colleague brothers from UAE and Saudi Arabia are giving to Syria, but this will not be enough for Syria, because in Syria 80% of men are jobless, 80%. This, what's more important than building a 4-star hotel, if we want to distinguish between building the country and the power, and another thing is that we need to focus on the small scale economy and the medium economy and the large economy. Otherwise, Syria will not go up. The market now represents only 13% of what it was in 2010. So to attract businessmen, these people, they need to govern according to their own interest. And we need one of those two models, the model of the state that's governed by these businessmen and their interests and not their doctrines, because in Syria they can be very civilized as businessmen. And we have the second model is the capitalist, the corrupt regime, where the bureaucrat will decide everything, and also the question of transparency. What I am talking here is not criticism, but just the explanation of the challenges and need to overcome them today and not tomorrow. Briefly, there are some who own factories and did not close them down under the previous regime, and they are doing so now. Some would consider that the support of the previous regime. No, these people are from Damascus. They adapt with the hegemony of intelligence service of the previous regime of different types. But now there is a problem. For example, Turkish goods, they can get in without any controls or checks. Also for the public sector, it has billions of dollars, but how would that be distributed? So this is why transparency is required. I'll move now to Dr. Reem, because her specialty is transition from the economy of war to the economy of peace. Many issues were mentioned by Dr. Salim, how to move from the economy of war to the economy of peace, and what are the challenges.
One of the approaches to look at the situation in Syria, or the conflict, because the conflict isn't over. There is a conflict over the format of the state. This hasn't been decided. Even since the collapse of the Ottoman Empire, we've been fighting over the form of and format of the state that we want. This wasn't decided with a legitimate constitution written by the people and implemented by the ruler. One of the issues with Al-Nusra Front is that when they have an approach that doesn't apply to the Syrian context, and this is one of the pillars of the old conflict, which is the Islamic State format. And they realized that this has to be changed into a new frame, and no new vision was brought for the framework. What's happening now is an experimental format, whether in the economic context or the political aspect or governance. There is no capability for ruling on the state level, and there is an insistence on an actual determinants on using all the wealth of Syrians. Although the country is fragmented and there is no capability of central ruling, the only option is a decentralized format of ruling, but it should guarantee the local or domestic forces a space to rule and enforce its rule. One of the aspects of the lack of that vision is the economic sector. which might say that we are going to liberate to an open market, but this resembles the liberated market of the 1980s, which is really obsolete, and there is no country that is not intervening now to protect its productive sectors or its businesses and the economy. This was the pillar of the Syrian economy, especially for the small and medium enterprises, which helped Syria and the Syrian people, not the Syrian state, to provide the bare minimum of livelihoods over the past 18 years, and it provides a lot of work opportunities. But this unconditional liberation and opening of the market for companies that suffered in order to survive the past years pushed these companies to take various changes because they cannot provide products that are consistent with the international standards. They were distanced from the international standards. Suddenly, they are competing with international companies such as the Turkish products and others. This led to shutting down a lot of plants and factories. Most of them are small plants, but I met a lot of factory owners, and each of them said that they closed down their factories where 100 or 120 people worked. This means 100 or 120 families. In Aleppo, I met a group of industrialists who said that they are being replaced with a new productive sector that is imported. So the commercial zone in Aleppo was bought by Turkish companies and Turkish factories, and the Syrians are unable to compete in that sector despite their financial capabilities and their expertise. And this is very dangerous because it strips Syria of its identity, and this is one of the parts of Syrian identity. This is a sector that helps stabilize Syria and a part of a value chain that has several phases, such as the agricultural sector that serves the industrial sector, and this kills a part of the value chain and pushes a large number of Syrian young people to be unemployed who can be attracted by new armed movements or others. I believe this is a very dangerous issue that's making it very difficult for the Syrian people to change. Also about the movement from the war economy to the peace economy, it is important to move the Syrian economy and especially the financial sector to the light, from the shadow to the light, because the economy of war requires shadow and black markets, and under the sanctions and the long-standing crisis in Syria, the economy of war pushed the whole Syrian economy into the informal economy. And if we don't move it to the formal economy, where all transactions are done through banks, not through cash or illegal transfers or informal transfers, without having imports and export being done through formal channels, it will be very difficult for us to move from the economy war to the peace, economy of war to the economy of peace. A lot of people have more interest in remaining in this type of the economy of war, and they will be resisting the move towards a formal economy. They will try to create new security forces where each head of an armed group will have their own local resources of income, including the barriers and others. This is part of the economy of war. They will be resisting this process, which makes it more difficult, but it is based on the integration into the international financial system, which requires everything that I spoke about, requires transparency and governance, and requires accountability and independent judiciary system. And without this process, the Syrian economy and Syria will not be revived. And the current lifting of sanctions is a very important step in that direction. However, it will be revealing to the current governance of the economic system in Syria, which is completely unsatisfactory. It is not transparent. No one knows the decision makers, despite having ministers and excellent people, such as the governor of the Syrian Central Bank and others who are doing tremendous work. But there is a different structure that makes the decisions. There are some suspicious transactions and processes. There are mechanisms such as the sovereign funds and investment funds that are being created without any accountability or transparency. They lack the political independence, and all this will have catastrophic impacts if this hasn't been changed, and I believe we still have the chance to reverse this. Thank you, Dr. Reem. We will open the floor to questions. If you want to ask a question, please ask for that. And now we'll move to Dr. Ammar to comment on some of these challenges, as well as the audience to ask their questions. Dr. Ammar, speaking about transparency, governance, the centralization and decentralization, they are all foundations of the Syria future. Decentralization and decentralization is being used by foreign sides that believe it will lead to defragmentation of Syria, and that some parties, such as Israel, will take control of or increase its dominance in Syria. How do you view these issues in a time where we need speedy steps to save the country and the economy? If you want to draw the scene quickly, we have new actors and old actors, local and international actors who lost and are trying to lead Syria to this loss as well. We still have the sanctions that are not lifted completely, and even if they are lifted, the banks will need some time to rejoin the system. Banks in Syria are almost bankrupt, and their systems are obsolete. They are very old Windows and Linux operating systems. They have no idea about artificial intelligence, and ChatGPT is still blocked in Syria. So the simplest AI tools are blocked, partly due to the sanctions, and of course for other reasons. And the regime itself would have blocked it. So these sanctions are even before 2011. Yes, they date back to 1979. It was a rogue state outside the history. We are talking about very obsolete laws and regulations. Even some laws date back to the 1950s, when Syria and Egypt were one country. Including the laws of parties and societies, and some economic laws and regulations, even the crimes against international human rights. And the new constitution is using the international law and international humanitarian law for that aspect. But in terms of procedures, there are no domestic laws that enable judges to prosecute against some crimes. Like the prosecution of Bashar al-Assad, which criminalizes home of some murders, although he killed thousands and thousands of people. So wherever we want to start, there is a problem with the reformation. 90% of people are under the poverty line. Some people are still displaced. The vast majority of people are still in camps in Idlib and other areas. camps are still there. There are people who are unemployed. 80% of people are unemployed, and the numbers are catastrophic altogether. So when we talk about reformation and transparency, this is not a justification, but they cannot catch up with everything. They need the help of experts, Syrian experts and foreign experts, and ministers are talking publicly about the phenomena of expert tourism. It is a kind of a joke, but they come and look at the situation, they take photos and give their recommendations and leave. And this is a very negative phenomena. All ministers, I'm not sure about now, but the first 3 months, they used to sleep at the ministry. I visited some of them after working hours because they had a huge burden. This is the result of wars and years since 1963, a regime that was designed to destabilize. It was designed to export problems to neighboring countries and to humiliate the people, and designed to deprive people of jobs and livelihoods. This was the motto of the regime, and one of the officials of that regime said that this people does not deserve services or an airport or decent life. The change right now is being done on all levels, the passport department, the civil status departments, even the slightest conditions need to be changed. Also, they want to change the laws, but this requires a parliament. But the parliament cannot be done until you conduct a census. And if you conduct elections, it will not be transparent, because ultimately this dilemma that we are living in needs to be cracked in order to be solved. So what are the priorities? There are so many complications in Syria, and you mentioned several reasons. I wanted to add to all this panorama, acknowledging that there is a problem in representation and transparency and civil security and stability. There are major issues. And even in decentralization, it's my field of interest. I wrote a lot about this issue. You need to negotiate with the people, and you need to discuss it. In 2011, there was a law of decentralization, which was not implemented by any party, not by SDF, not by the regime, not by the opposition. So if you go back to the 1971 law or the new or relatively new law, who is going to negotiate for those laws? These steps will be experimental, as the doctor here said. So if there is any attack through social media, they will retract any steps they took or change their minds. They would cancel any resolutions taken, because it is really overwhelming to any official who's working right now. The Ministry of Local Management is sharing with experts, but it's not taking all opinions into account for so many reasons. Also, there is the SDF forces, and Damascus doesn't want to give too much without negotiation. So this is also part of the mechanisms for negotiation. Thank you. Dr. Samir has an intervention. I have an opinion. Who did the revolution win over? Did it win over Bashar al-Assad or its opponents from the Syrian community? Of course, experimentation is well understood, but what we don't understand is that we don't learn lessons from 36 civil wars after the Second World War. And they all resulted in one result. Anyone who's trying to decide the fate of the people is always not succeeding, especially if there are external parties who are trying to intervene, including Israel and others. Therefore, the key concept is voluntary and quick dialogue, which should have been done since the first day with all components in order to assure them and to create a new social contract leading to a decentralized country that allows more confidence and to remove all this huge, or to take all this huge amount of decisions to be taken on the lowest levels. We have submitted a proposal to Bashar al-Assad to divide Syria into 6 economic regions, and all these contradictions, the massive amount of contradiction needs to be taken at the grassroots level to become an economic and social issue, not a political issue, through decentralization, as in this country, which, in my opinion, I don't want to just praise it, but this is a genius example of the national success, where the more and the stronger provide the most sacrifices voluntarily. Dr. Reem, I want to ask you about external actors, their role in this space. As we talk about internal relations, whether economic and political relations, what's required from the external actors, especially the regional neighbors of Syria? One of the reasons that the Syrian conflict extended for a long time was the external interventions in various directions, and each intervention was for the interest of a specific side in the country. What we need right now is that interventions are for the interest of the Syrian internal community, and that they are not contradicting. As I said, it's a complicated situation, fragmented, and no one country can take decisive action to take it into one direction for its own interest. So we have to put the interest of the Syrian stability and peace as the top priority of everyone. As we are talking about the future of Syria, and this is the title of this panel, let's talk about the future and what calls us to be optimistic despite everything we said. The thing that I most believe makes me optimistic is the local leaderships. People are tired, exhausted with grievances. Each person has lost a loved one or a house, but there are some Syrian figures, such as Dr. Ammar, for example. He left Turkey and came back to Syria with all his experience to play an important role in advising on policies. There are a lot of these figures. Municipality heads, governors, there are heads of unions and others who have excellent expertise and diversified expertise and a real will to build the country. These experiences require a system that's decentralized that can utilize these experiences. I believe we have to change the current temporary constitution, which is very centralized and it cancels even the importance of the prime minister, and to start a process, a long-term process to draft a constitution that ends this conflict that's been ongoing for 100 years or even more. It needs to come from the alignment of people and include national dialogue and be an end to all the grievances in the country, including negotiations and agreements among all sides, where each party and each identity in Syria can express what they want and build the trust with other sides in order for us to ultimately reach a constitution that's accepted by all. And only when we are there, we can reach a stable Syrian state. with a format that is trusted by everyone for ruling the country, and people will not respect the constitution without this format of leadership. They will always have a motivation to challenge this regime unless they have that kind of trust. Despite everything, there is a lot of freedom. That's more than before. I talk a lot and criticize the current regime. I still can enter Syria and talk to decision makers, although I am completely and clearly against them, but I don't feel that I am threatened, and this is an important opportunity that we need not to lose. Dr. Ammar, question about the future of Syria. We should look at the future. Is the Syrian future going to be based on more direct relations with Israel? And is this an important topic in Syria, or is it only a foreign issue? I believe it's important for Syria domestically and internationally, and it was also one of the issues that were discussed yesterday with Mr. Trump. And President al-Shara said in his interview with Fox News that Syria is different from other countries that entered the Abrahamic Accords. They have an occupied land since 1967. There are lands that were occupied after the 8th of December. So the approach towards Israel is different from other countries. There is a cautious optimism, and there is no military resolution from the regime's point of view, and a lot of Syrians are exhausted. They want to rebuild their country and to focus on early recovery, education, and health. No one wants to fight, whether externally or internally. Syria doesn't want to be in war or anything. Is there going to be direct negotiations? There have been meetings with ministers from Syria and Israel, and some meetings were held in Azerbaijan, in Turkey, and here in the UAE. As well as France, let's say several countries, and all those meetings help in easing the tension. The goal is to reach a security agreement that at least would make Syria regain some of the lands that were occupied, and to have some security understandings in order to prevent smuggling and to ensure the security of borders for the region. Let's take questions from the audience. Joseph Bahouth.
Thank you very much, Mina. I think that this is such a rich discussion and fascinating. It seems that the priorities do not end, and they are of equal importance. It is difficult to find a priority that is more important than the other one. But what can dissolve and dismantle these ideas is that we have to see the goodwill, and also to take into account that there are limited resources, especially in terms of financing. And going back to the event of yesterday evening, there was a topic that was not tackled enough. I do think that the answer to the request of Syrians to lift the sanctions, maybe it was disappointing. To what extent this could impact the optimism that was circulating regarding the reforms and the reconstruction of the country, and also having a remedy for all the problems that are happening in Syria? Don't you think that there can be a backlash? In my opinion, the decision was really disappointing, because suspending the Caesar Act for 6 months only was frustrating and disappointing. They should have lifted the Caesar Act and the sanctions entirely, because this is not serving the interests of the Syrian people. All the promises to rebuild Syria, to invest in Syria, will remain theoretical if the sanctions are not lifted entirely. This step is a first step, and it will reveal the other aspects of the economic infrastructure of Syria. In the coming 6 months, in my opinion, there should be a fast track to reform the finance sector, the economic sector, and we should see daring steps from the leadership and from the officials in order to build a trust and to spread this trust among all the stakeholders. Now there is a real crisis of trust, and also there should be a rebuild of this trust among the Syrians themselves. Without a real reform that could create a transparent regime that can easily integrate in the international order, if this doesn't happen, we will not go far. I think that what will happen in the coming months will be decisive. And despite the fact that there is positivism and optimism, but it is based on, we'll give you a chance, but gradually, step by step. Do you think that the decision of yesterday was disappointing? Yes, very disappointing. I think that inside the American administration there is a heated debate which includes Tom Barrack and Steve Witkoff and Rubio, and they want to save the face of Donald Trump and also keeping their commitment in fighting terrorism, in protecting the rights of the minorities in Syria, not allowing any new massacres in Syria, and also, most importantly, the peace with Israel. In my opinion, all those factors limited and restricted the offers that have been given by Trump and the promises that have been fulfilled. Of course, Ashara went to Iraq in the past to liberate it from the Americans, but now he is visiting the White House. But what about the other jihadists? Some of them left the country because they wanted to establish the ISIS caliphate in the Levant and Iraq. I think that this discussion in the American administration reflects the vision of US towards Syria. Thank you. We have a question from Abu Rudaina. You have the floor.
At Syria, I think you need a Lincoln. Is there a Syrian Lincoln? Do you have institutions that can provide co-equality for all communities? We don't want to protect minorities. We want co-equality for all neighbors.
Thank you. Is there a Syrian link in the Syria?
Yeah. Oh. Not yet. I think there had been a total destruction of the. I'm sorry, I'm speaking in English.
Is fine.
عمليا لعل.
Maybe there is a bet by the American administration and also British bet in addition to European bet. But this requires a change of thinking about the state. Establishing a state that is different than the Ba'athist country of the past. Syria is a poor country. Syria in the past was selling its policy and get money in return. That was happening during the crises, during the wars. Syria now doesn't have this luxury, and fortunately, because it is not like Iraq, it's not rich like Iraq in natural resources, it cannot reproduce that model of the Ba'athi party. So Are these things clear to the Lincoln of Syria? The major question is that the president should be acting fast because he doesn't have the luxury of time. As Dr. Reem said precisely, this 6 coming month will be decisive. It will decide everything. We will see whether we will see some interracial clashes, conflict. We saw some skirmishes happening from time to time. We will see whether some regional powers, whether they will interfere in order to turn Syria to a card that can be played from time to time. If there is harmony in the social fabric of Syria, this will prevent all the concerns and dissipate them. I want to ask you, did you see that the decision of Donald Trump to suspend the sanctions and not lifting them entirely is disappointing? And the theme of governance, given the hypothesis of Lincoln of Syria, do you think that this can happen in the coming 6 months before any internal implosions? I am optimistic, but cautiously for what will happen in the coming 6 months, because there are some positive indicators. We see some improvements in the indicators of liberties, the freedom of speech, and the performance of institutions, even the centralization issue. In the last 12 months, there were some disparities, but at the end of the day, we are heading to a better situation. Regarding the sanctions, I don't think that this decision is frustrating. We remember that in May there was a decision that was temporary. Now there is a bill in the Congress. It was passed by the Senate, and now it should be passed by the House. And there was the Committee of the Foreign Affairs by Brian Mass, and yesterday there was a meeting with President Ashara with this committee, and he appeared in Fox News, and he deliberately appeared in those channels, and Donald Trump told him, let's make this happen immediately. So this suspension is a temporary measure waiting the complete removal of the Caesar Act. And there was a procedure that is important, which is given the key to the officials of Syria, the key of the Syrian embassy in Washington. I think that we overcome 90% of the hurdles, but we will see what will happen in the end of November, when we'll see the total repealing of the sanctions without any snapbacks. I think that this is it. I don't think that we have to wait for Lincoln or Saladin of Syria, but we bet on the constitutional awareness of the Syrians, the collaboration of the European Union in order to rebuild the capacity of Syria, and to utilize the think tank of Syria and the Syrian diaspora. I think that those who engaged in the revolution now, they are aware of that, and the same generation of Ashara, this generation is different, and I think those are the ones who are in critical positions. And of course we have some shortage in the competencies and in the talent, but there is a problem in how to use and utilize these experts and expertise of the Syrians. Some ministries do not know how to utilize them. Some institutions want to bring experts, but they don't have the financial resources to do that, or they don't possess the know-how. So there should be more awareness about that, more institutional awareness, and we hope that automation plays a role in bettering that. Regarding the Syrian issue and since you talk about Syria in this rich discussion, we will continue for another 10 minutes, taking other questions and comments. So we have Sheikh Salik wants to ask a question. Thank you, Ms. Mina. I have a question to Dr. Ammar, and it is an internal question, and another one to Dr. Samir, and it is an external question. Dr. Ammar, let me ask you, we know all the past of Mr. Ahmed al-Shara and his group, and it is clear that no one wants to talk about. My question is, now there are several agreements that will be struck between the state of Syria, US, and Israel. Do you think that the Syrian citizen doesn't have concerns in this regard because those officials are signing contracts in order to clean themselves, knowing that they were part of some groups in the past? And my second question to Samir, there were arrangements to enable al-Shara to take power, and that was clear. Donald Trump said he will lift the sanctions because he was asked to do that. He was exhorted to do that. Al-Shara was in Davos Forum. He was having an interview with Tony Blair. We have now, on the other hand, Mali and the capital Bamako besieged by Al-Qaeda. Do you think that there can be a new Shara for Mali or for Libya, for instance? Thank you. We take another question, then we will give the floor to the speakers. Dawil Ka'bi, you have the floor. Peace be upon you. My question is when we see this generation that is victim to war, so 14 years of war, those who were 5 years old, now they are among the manpower of Syria. You mentioned several statistics, 80 to 90% are unemployed, and many of them are still in the camps, and some of them feel estranged in their own country. So this is a big challenge, but at the same time, it can be turned into an opportunity. This is an important issue for the future of Syria. What is your opinion about that? A last question by Abdul Mun'im Saeed. Well, it seems that we will give back the floor to our speakers. Dr. Samir, thank you very much. The question of Mr. Asalik was not so clear to me, so I ask him please to repeat the question. Well, he asked about some arrangement that preceded the leadership of al-Shara in Syria. The arrangement to enable al-Shara to become an interim president started 7 years ago, and that was led by Western countries, and Petraeus talked about that in his statements and discussions, in addition to some British diplomats, and that was in collaboration with the Turks. And we have to say that Mr. Dermer of Israel was in Turkey for 1 week during the preparation for toppling Bashar al-Assad. So there was a kind of consensus in the international order. And practically, the opposition of Syria, the civilian opposition of Syria, those who did not hold weapons and they couldn't finalize the conflict, especially after the fall of Kamala Harris, there was a question in Washington. What if after the success of Trump, what if Russia became again a strong mediator in the region. That was not allowed. So there was a rush regionally and internationally in order to allow the chance to whoever available. And Ash-Shara was available at that time. So there were several factors regionally and internationally that concluded that the operation is over. We could have seen the operation ended in Aleppo. There were several tanks in Homs, in Adra, in the suburbs of Damascus. All those have been stopped gradually. So this operation could not have happened without these compromises and understandings and negotiations, and especially at the regional and international arenas. There was a soft landing because there were no victims. That was a very important element. But this doesn't mean that the current government is not transitional. It is indeed transitional. This transitional government, will it be able to finalize things and to navigate successfully and to be the founding government of a series of leaders who will be heading Syria to the right direction? Of course, this will be shown by what will happen in the coming years. I am a surgeon. And in surgery, we say that the best surgeons are the most pessimistic. I don't mean that the patient will die, but we have to be aware of the risks. Dr. Reem, the generation of war is so important, and you talked about the optimism vis-a-vis the leaders, the young leaders of Syria. What is your input? I think that the generation that we talked about is the most important, so we should contain those young people in education, in economy. We have a big gap in education, very big gap in education in Syria. We have a lot of needs in order to employ those young Syrians in agriculture, in industry, in services. It's why we need to revive the economy of Syria. And this takes me to another issue, which is the way we look to the past of Ash-Shara. I think that his past is one of the reasons that justified how the Americans are dealing with him. And now there is a focus on fighting terrorism. That approach focuses on fighting the brands like ISIS. So now there is a focus on fighting ISIS and not fighting the root causes that generated extremism and terrorism. President Ash-Shara knew that since the beginning, and for years. It's why he positioned himself as a partner to fight ISIS and not terrorism. And he was arresting ISIS fighters and killing them because they are the adversaries and enemies of Ash-Shara since 2013. So that resulted for the United States in having a relation with a potential partner in fighting ISIS. But the bit now is to provide the economic circumstances in order to make all the Syrians away from any terrorist groups and create the necessary circumstances that could improve the life of the Syrians and not let them victims to terrorism. I would like to say that for the future, if I may suggest, in the matter of fighting terrorism and fighting ignorance, they are interrelated. I think that one of the topics that we should focus on is the investment in the new education that empowers the citizens who can contribute to building the society and the country. And I think that the Gulf countries have the full potentials and they have a unique experience and they can do a lot in helping Syria and cleansing the Syrian society from any extremist tendencies or trends. I think that Syria is part of what we are discussing in terms of connectivity, telecommunication, and reach out, etc. The question is whether people are having any concerns. I think that in order to dissipate any concerns, we have to be transparent. By doing so, people will be more assured and people will be accompanying us with what will happen. We don't want to see some hidden agreement. Other than that, if we talk about the past and things like that, in Fox News, Ashar said that that's history. And he was in his 20s, and the state of Syria at the time was the sponsor of the Syrian youth to go to Iraq. So the Syrian state, since its inception, was based on exporting terrorism to Iraq, to Lebanon, and to export Captagon, to traffic in Captagon, etc. Now we talk about a new era. Did Ash-Shara understand that? Of course he did. Otherwise, he could not have followed that approach. So he could absorb that notion positively, and then he had compromises with different countries, and he was praised by Trump as a handsome guy, as a person who can overcome the past, etc. Thank you very much. Dr. Reem wanted to comment, but I told her we are running out of time, so now it is time for lunch. I thank you very much for sharing these so important issues, especially the transparency, governance, and giving the opportunity to the new leaders for Iraq. 15 years ago, it submitted a complaint to the Security Council against the terrorism coming from Syria. Anyway, thank you very much, and your applause to the speakers.
سيداتي وسادتي، ندعوكم لاستراحة غداء مدتها ساعة واحدة. Ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy a 1-hour lunch break.
ongoing, and we have a strategy.
Within NATO.
knowledge, and you couldn't bomb our know-how and technology.
gentlemen, the next round will start in 5 minutes.
سيداتي وسادتي، ستبدأ الآن الجلسة العاشرة تحت عنوان لبنان تحديات استعادة الدولة والسلام المستدام. Ladies and gentlemen, panel 10 entitled Lebanon. Challenges of regaining the state and sustainable peace will start now.
Good afternoon, everyone. Pleasure to see you here with us at this session focused on Lebanon, challenges, opportunities, how to build sustainable peace. If we were having this session a year ago, I would have said Lebanon's predicament was a little bit tougher than it is today. We have now a president. General Joseph Aoun was elected last January after a 2-year vacuum in the presidency. Shortly thereafter, a very capable prime minister was appointed, Mr. Nawaf Salam, who appointed also a very capable technocratic cabinet. And they have put forward quite an ambitious agenda. And in my opinion, this agenda consists of opportunity areas for Lebanon that could help move Lebanon toward stability and help restore state institutions. And these opportunities areas revolve around economic reforms, around the state taking control of the decision of war and peace, as well as including taking control over all weapons and means of violence held by all militias and non-state armed actors, including Hezbollah, Palestinian militias, and others, and improving and normalizing a healthy Lebanese-Syrian relationship going forward after a period of disturbed, if we can put it this way, relations between Syria and Lebanon, especially between the people of Syria and Lebanon, due to the decision made by Hezbollah to get involved in the Syrian civil war in support of the former president Bashar al-Assad. And then there is also an opportunity area around stabilizing the border between Lebanon and Israel. A cessation of hostilities agreement understanding was inked between Lebanon and Israel with the mediation of 5 parties, including the United States and France last November. This agreement is still being respected by Lebanon, but it's being violated on a daily basis by Israel. The latest news now is that Israel is building a wall inside Lebanese occupied territory, 1 kilometer away from the Lebanese-Israeli border. Still, there is an opportunity for the 2 countries to build on what has been achieved with the maritime border agreement and maybe proceed forward on negotiations on the land border agreement, and most importantly, negotiation on Israeli honoring the cessation of violence agreement, which was signed last November. So we have a number of topics to cover in this session, and I'm joined here by 4 outstanding Lebanese experts. Thank you, Dr. Ibtisam, always for your leadership, but also for your wisdom and your ability in, which is always amazing to me, in bringing together the best experts on any topic. And today, it is one such case with the 4 panelists that are here today. Let me quickly introduce them, and then we turn to our discussion. I have Dr. Joseph Bahoud, who is the director of the Issam Faris Institute at the American University of Beirut. Dr. Paul Salim, senior fellow at the Middle East Institute. Mr. Nadim Qutaish, general manager of Sky News Arabia here in Abu Dhabi. And Mr. Bilal Saab, Senior Managing Director of Trends US in Washington, D.C. So the first question I would like to ask is about these first opportunity areas and where we are on this issue, which is economic reforms. Paul, where are we on the economic reforms in terms of actions by the cabinet? The IMF is saying there has been very limited progress taken by the cabinet in the last 9 months on this topic. So where are we, what kind of progress, and what have been the obstacles in moving forward on this file?
Thank you, Randa. This economic collapse dates back to 2019, just to update people, and it was the result of decades of deficit financing and a kind of Ponzi scheme. People putting their money in private banks lending it to the central bank supporting deficit spending in the state, all sustained by high interest rates. This all came crashing down in 2019. This led to a loss of approximately $70 billion of assets in an economy whose GDP today is hard to estimate, but maybe 40 billion, 50 billion at most. So this is a huge amount of money. The banks are all in effect bankrupt, but they have not been declared bankrupt. They continue to exist, but are unable to do normal banking procedures. Lebanon also defaulted on its foreign debt, which affects its ability to continue in foreign lending markets, and the economy has been in a very, very difficult condition. The government that came to power in February, one of its priorities is to try to address this issue and to institute the needed reforms to bring the banking sector back into business and get the economy going again. There were 3 laws that had to be instituted. One was a law that was passed earlier this year about banking secrecy and the ability of auditors to come in and audit the banks in order to see exactly what has happened and how to account for all of these losses and to move forward. A second is a framing law for bank restructuring. What are the principles to restructure these many banks in Lebanon? Those 2 have been passed. They're not perfect. There's issues with them. The IMF is not completely happy. They might still be adjusted. The third and most important law is the one that is currently being prepared by the government and the central bank, which is generally referred to as the GAP law. It is the law which is to provide the principles of how to apportion the cost of this 70 billion. How will it be borne? Who will bear the losses between the state itself, the central bank, the private banks, and depositors? It has been, there was obviously wishes that this would have been done quicker and sooner. One reason that it was, a delay did happen is you did need the other 2 laws to go first. Secondly, very importantly, you needed a new governor of the central bank. The old one, Riyad Salami, disgraced, in jail for a while, then released. And it took a while to agree and to bring forward a new central bank governor. And then the central bank needed time. The new governor, because the central bank is the one that supervises the banks and has the data on the banks. It's not the Ministry of Economy or the Ministry of Finance. So it took a while for the new central bank governor to have enough information to sit down with the Minister of Finance and Minister of Economy and begin crafting a proposed draft law. The draft law, obviously, this GAP law will affect everybody. It affects the common citizen, it affects the richer classes, it affects all the banks, it affects the state and the central bank. So in a way, unlike the issue of Hezbollah, which is very big, but it's very narrow, it's one group, the GAP law and the whole economic and banking restructuring affects the entire country. So it's politically complex, there's no doubt. And there's a lot of money from the banks that is being used to buy off media, to buy off members of parliament. So money in politics is also being very influential to buy off influence in Washington, D.C., and in Paris, and many other places. To cut a long story short, I met with the Minister of Economy a couple of days ago in Beirut. The draft law is likely to come out of the government sometime in December, and to be sent to Parliament, where it will probably take a long time. The draft law, the details haven't been worked out, but some of the main points about it. One is that about 85% of accounts are at the $100,000 level. All of those will be paid back in full over 4 years. That seems to be agreed. Above the 100,000, the mechanism is to give bonds, 15-year bonds, to be repaid in full after 15 years. But those bonds, hopefully, the government hopes, will have an immediate market value. So you could sell your bond maybe at 50% or 40% today, or when you get it in a year or so. They also hope to remove about maybe 20 billion from the 70 billion account once the audits are complete, figuring that some of those are drug money, terrorist money, money laundering. So those will obviously not be repaid. They will be scratched. And they're also looking at deposits, large depositors who made enormous amounts of money on the extremely high interest rates over many years. They are saying, we'll give you back your principal, but we will not give you back all of the enormous interest that you made over the last few years. So they're hoping the 70 billion goes down to 50 or 45 billion. They pay off all of the 100,000 accounts, which is 85% of depositors in the country, which is great. Over 4 years, that's about 12, 13 billion. And then the rest is in bonds. The bonds are paid against assets of the central bank, of the private banks, or of the central bank essentially, and the government. And those assets are many, including gold assets, which will not be sold, but the bonds are given against that guarantee, quote unquote. So that's where we are. It's not an unreasonable place to be. If the government sends it to Parliament, most people doubt that Parliament will pass this law before the elections, because it's a very difficult and complex
And the
thing.
elections are taking
So
place in May 2026.
In May or
scheduled
later.
to take place
We'll
in May
about it. So
2026.
that's a quick snapshot.
Okay. Joe, Paul brought the issue of Hezbollah, and before getting into the issue of the LAF, the Lebanese Armed Forces, and taking possession of weapons, establishing sovereignty, where are the politics around these, domestic politics right now, around these two big issues, meaning economic reforms and the disarmament issue, especially from Hezbollah's side?
Probably I'm the 25th person to thank Dr. Ibtisam during these 2 days, but this doesn't change anything to the sincerity of my gratitude. Dr. Ibtisam, thank you, and congrats for this very impressive conference. As you said, Randa and Paul laid it out, there are two main challenges on the table of this new power structure, I would call it this way. That is, by the way, and it's an important footnote, a direct result of the war, of the 2 years war that we have lived, and this has something to do with the way they have to solve things. One is the huge question of not only the technicalities of deposits and etc., but reconstructing a real economy in Lebanon after maybe 20 years of something abnormal, and Paul laid out the details. On that note, maybe I will add a political economy note and an explanation on the let's say, the power play about that or around that. What probably impedes the progress that has been slow, and we have to admit it, on that front, is mainly the persistence of the very strong, let's say, economic, oligarchic interests of what we can call in Lebanon, and I'm sorry if I'm rude, a sort of political financial mafia holding the country for now decades. And these people are still extremely entrenched in the media system, in the judicial system, in society, in the narrative construction, and they are resisting any real concession that they have to make in order for this plan that is very nice on paper, although it has many flaws, but we are not in a technical session, to take off. Now, the second huge challenge is the one that has to do with putting an end to the result of the war, of last 2 years, meaning deploying the army, fully implementing 1701, fulfilling the conditions of the cessation of hostility agreement of November 24, but more than only, as you mentioned, Randa, in your introduction, more than addressing Hezbollah and the malaise that Hezbollah has instilled in the society with its participation in the Syria war and etc., it's also putting an end to another abnormality, like the financial one, which is this coexistence between two armed structures in the country, and behind it, and I will come to that, the question of, let's say, the Shia community and its place in the political system in Lebanon. That is something that has been opened since probably 2005 with the assassination of late Prime Minister Rafik Hariri. This is the challenge. It's much bigger than only collecting weapons, deploying the army in the south, etc. Therefore, I think that, let me put a caveat here, and very humbly and modestly, I think, and I'm convinced, and I'm probably right, that no one knows exactly today what is Hezbollah. Not, I mean, physically and etc.
But what is their thinking?
But what's the mindset? Who's taking the decision? Who's calling the shot? What happened after the death of Hassan Nasrallah, of Sayyid Hassan Nasrallah? No one knows exactly what is inside that black box. And this is, I think, partly the reason why there is some miscommunication, misunderstanding, mishaps in this process of disarmament. If one has to, let's say, speculate on that, because we all see people close to Hezbollah or from Hezbollah, but of course, no one of them is the full truth, let's say. I think there are 3 or 4 levels of things that they have in mind, without which I think the dialogue or the process of disarming and completing the state sovereignty construction will not advance. One has to do with the party itself, with the apparatus. It's what they call themselves ad-damanat, the guarantees. Stopping the overflights, of course, and the raids, this is obvious, withdrawing from the 5 points, but mainly also guarantees on not continuing the the targeted killings that the cadres of the party are an aim of every day. I mean, today probably there were 2 or 3 operatives, not only small military operatives, but potentially the fear is that the decimation of the party will continue, reaching even the political level. So this has to be dealt with.
The two top tiers.
Yes, of course. This has to be dealt with. There is another part, and here I'm complicating things, because this issue not only entails Lebanon, government and Hezbollah. It has to do with, of course, Iran, and I'll mention it, but a new factor has entered the equation, which is Syria. We had a panel on Syria.
Correct.
Today, probably, and more than probably, in Hezbollah's mind, the phobia is coming more from what could come from Syria than what could come from Israel. Today, the fear is that with this new power structure in Syria, the retribution that it is tempted to exert on Hezbollah, the shifting balance of power between sects and communities in the Levant, with the Sunni rise and the Shia fall, the fear is that also disarming would expose their constituency to something from Syria. The second level of things that they have in mind, here it touches more the constituency of Hezbollah, what we call the bi'a, the environment of Hezbollah. It has to do with reconstruction and rehousing in the south. You have today 32 villages that are completely bulldozed in the south. There's no economic activity, no civilian activity. You can't even enter south of the Litani with your car without a permission and etc. And without that, and I know that the government, because also we talk to ministers and to the prime minister, they find excuses. We don't have money, we need the financing. To have the financing, we need to fulfill the disarmament, etc. It's a sort of vicious circle. But the people in the south and around Hezbollah, if you have to disentangle them from the party in order to gain them towards the Lebanese government and state, the idea of the state, they need to see metaphorically, but also really, the color of money. They need to see infrastructure, housing, rebuilding projects, etc., etc., which is not happening. The third level has to do with the Shia community, be it Hezbollah or not. And let's be frank, for most of the Shia, of course. We don't have figures, and it's impossible to completely state categorically. But for most of them, the issue of weapons is somewhere, somehow, a tit for tat for renegotiating the place of the community and its role and its power within a country that is in flux and within a region that is in flux. Meaning that at one point, and some MPs had the courage to say it, for example, Sami Jmail, who's very anti-Hezbollah, who said at one point, we will have to renegotiate something around the Taif agreement. This is maybe a change within the Taif agreement, but something has to be discussed, and no one today in Lebanon, in the political structure, had the guts or the courage to do it because of many things. The fourth factor, very quickly, has to do with Iran, obviously. I think that, and we had a panel on Iran that said it implicitly, as long as there's no regional negotiation on a new regional architecture, or as long as the Iranian regime is here, because maybe this could be solved by saying, okay, let the Iranian regime disappear and Hezbollah, the issue of Hezbollah will be solved, maybe one day. But as long as this is not happening, and as long as Iran is still negotiating also its place in the regional architecture, it will not squander easily the card of Hezbollah, whatever the value exactly militarily, technically, concretely of the weapons and the technicalities of that. But this is a political issue for them, like the investment they are doing in Iraq, like the investment they are doing in Yemen, exactly the same in Lebanon, but probably enhanced, because they consider that the battle has not ended, as Paul have said this morning. The war cycle, I think, is still open in the region. And so concluding that it's game over in Lebanon, you have to change everything, etc., it is a sort of vision which is detached from reality.
Nadim, so you are here based, right? And so how is the Gulf region, especially UAE, Saudi Arabia, how do you think they are looking at the pace of progress in Lebanon? And how are they looking at, there is this feeling, at least in Lebanon, that there was initially some hope, some support, and now it's a little bit receding, because the perception is that maybe the pace of progress is not fast enough, people are dodging the major issues, whatever. So I would like to hear your take on this, please.
Thank you so much for this opportunity and for the question. I think your question ties to a fact that Lebanon is missing on the cultural change taking place in the region, and still reading in old books when it comes to what constitutes support, what constitutes investment, what constitutes value for countries that are basically thinking day in, day out, 24/7 on how to future-proof their economies after the oil. Thinking of AI, data centers, integrating within global trade schemes. Lebanon is still probably fantasizing about the 70s and the 80s, where like money will pour into the country somehow to salvage the Sunnis, the liberals, the anti-Iran, the whatever it is. This is an old book, and I mean, obviously Paul laid out the stage for a very technical and profound macro view on what's happening in terms of the economy and the reforms. But again, there is a disconnection with the culture in the region. They don't understand what to ask for, how to ask for, and within which setup or outlook. And that's why you feel this lack of enthusiasm on the GCC capitals, mainly Riyadh and Abu Dhabi. To a certain extent, Doha is still more agile in lowering its conditions and expectations, knowing that investing in Lebanon is how Doha understands its regional role. So, but again, there is this sort of imagination gap in Lebanon. There is no reason why the Lebanese government is acting as a bankrupt country. As we speak now, we have more or less around $45 billion ready in either cash or assets to mobilize to be able to start, let's say, by fixing the electricity,
Correct.
which will trickle down across all sectors in the region. Tourism, industry, you name it. Like there is, I can't think of any function in Lebanon that is not going to be affected positively by fixing the electricity issue in Lebanon. Waiting for $3 billion from the IMF is good. I mean, the IMF ties into the reforms. That's why IMF is important.
Yes.
Because for people like us, for many in Lebanon, it is like kind of a guarantee that reforms will take place. But if you think of, let's say, hedging part of the gold you have, it's a 6 hours meeting with Siemens in Beirut with a collateral scheme against the gold, and you have electricity in few weeks. We're way, way smaller than Egypt, and Egypt managed to do that in, I think, less than 1 year. So I'm saying that I'm not calling for to liquidate the gold, but you have to hedge this asset somehow. You have to start thinking out of the box instead of trying to reform or facelift the old state. We don't have time on our side. If you look at all the recommendations of Paris 1, Paris 2, Paris 3, one common theme was to deflate the public sector. If there is a silver lining in the crisis that happened, is that the public sector basically deflated itself, right? So, and now you have to build and rebuild the public sector. We moved from suddenly overnight from a state within a state to a non-state within a state. So you have the president, the prime minister, the cabinet, but there is no state in the sense of an administrative body in terms of ministries, in terms of
bureaucracy,
governing elite, bureaucracy, and all of that. So that requires starting to think out of the box. One of the ideas is to use part of the gold, hedge it, fix the electricity, and move on. The problem with this is the moment you start talking about the gold, Nabi Berri will tell you, I will have to liquidate some of it to rebuild the south. So again, Lebanon should understand that it can be, and it has all the foundations to reintegrate with the global economic trends in the region from food security perspective. We have the Beqa Valley. From data and AI development in the region, we have one of the best human capital in Beirut. And from investment perspective. So stakeholders should come to Lebanon, put the money against some solid collaterals, Beirut port, Tripoli port, the airport, anything you could think of, the gold, and build a scheme by which the aid becomes an investment in the country against very well-defined collateral, so these countries can feel their money is not going. Like this is the same scheme in Egypt. I mean, speaking of Abu Dhabi, for example, I totally understand how they did work with Egypt, Morocco, even Syria now. So we need to elevate the culture in Lebanon around this issue and just walk beyond the idea of aid and
Thank you. Thank you. Bilal, you are like, in my book, you are the prominent expert on Arab militaries. And so as we are talking about the Lebanese armed forces, about the disarmament plan they have put forward, consisting of 5 phases, the first phase being taking care of all weapons south of the Litani, and the other phases moving into some progressive manner, but no timeline attached to them. The first phase is supposed to be completed by the end of the year. I look also at Hezbollah, And I've been fascinated recently. I've been doing a lot of reading on DDR processes in other parts of the world. And Hezbollah really presents a unique case in terms of being a political entity, a military entity, huge social services sector, ideological commitment, being backed by a regional power. If you look at the Sinn Féin, if you look at other cases, Colombia, the FARC, it doesn't have the same kind of challenges that Hezbollah presents. So walk us through the process of what the LAF is at right now, doing, and these challenges that the LAF has to counter and contend with, and whether it is able to do that.
What a daunting list of challenges that you just so well described, Brenda. First of all, like all of my colleagues, I want to thank Dr. Ibtisam, but also ask for her forgiveness. She asked me to speak in Arabic, but I'm going to speak in English بس مشان ما نحرجهم يعني مش أكثر.
Oh my, oh my.
ونديم قال لي بده يحكي بالعربي بتضحك علي.
That was the trap, but you managed to get out of it.
Thank you once again for the invitation. Congratulations on 12 years of excellence of ADSD. This is my first year speaking, so I hope I don't disappoint. Also, what a treat to be with Joe and Paul and Nadim, dear friends of mine, and the great Renda Slim. All right. I feel for the army. I feel for the army because it was handed a mission that is almost impossible, with unclear political support and vastly insufficient means to carry out that mission. Oh, by the way, Israel also is going to continue using force in southern Lebanon, so you're going to have to carry out your mission while the bombs are falling on you. And also, the United States is not going to add more to its military assistance. And one last thing, just before you leave, Rudolf Heikel, you have to also guard the borders with Syria, which you've never done before. I mean, if I were in his shoes, I would resign tomorrow.
And how many people are in the army right now? How many soldiers? What's
all I can tell you is that it's certainly not enough. Anywhere from 300,000 to 350,000.
Okay.
All right. So I look at the Lebanese case, and it kind of reminds me of this old, for those of you who are Cold War enthusiasts, the classical counterproliferation paradox. You know, what I mean by that is the more aggressive you are with your efforts to try to prevent your opponent from proliferating, the faster that opponent is actually going to proliferate, and the more determined they're going to be to proliferate. That logic applies to the case of Hezbollah's disarmament. The harder Israel is going to go after Hezbollah, the more determined they're going to be actually keeping their weapons. Tight. The only problem with that logic is that the alternative also doesn't work. Yani, if you were to listen to the first logic and say, all right, well, how about you adopt a more flexible approach towards Hezbollah and you become more accommodating towards Hezbollah? Would that make it better? Sadly, the answer is no. So you're screwed either way. All right. So how do you get out of this mess? Because we're stuck. We're certainly stuck. There's a lot of progress, as you said, Renda, in the South Litani sector because it's happening by consent. There's no clashes with Hezbollah. There's no actual disarmament. They're finding things based on Israeli intelligence that is transmitted to the mechanism. For those of you who don't know what that means, it's the small body made up of Americans, Israelis, and Lebanese where they coordinate on the very process of Hezbollah's disarmament. All right. It's all happening by consent. Nothing is happening in the north of the Litani, which is the biggest problem, obviously. And I don't expect any progress anytime soon in the north of the Litani unless the number one ingredient of this whole thing becomes available, which is political support and honest brokerage by the Americans. We'll get to the Americans in a second. Okay, so you mentioned, Randa, accurately that by the end of the year, south of the Litani sector should be free of any weapons that may or may not belong to Hezbollah. Okay. And the Lebanese army's first monthly report, because now they have to report to the cabinet, was made October 6th, if my memory serves, which is last month. The next one is going to be this one. When they presented their findings, not a single cabinet member, including the president, had any comments. They said it was excellent. Thank you very much, Rudolph. Back to work. Okay. If you are disappointed with the Lebanese army's efforts to disarm, which obviously the Israelis are very disappointed. I know it's very slow, it's not moving at a faster pace. You should know that in the Lebanese case, all those criticisms, all those complaints shouldn't really be channeled towards the army. This is not Pakistan, this is not Egypt, where the army controls the show. This is a country where civilian control of the military is absolute. Yani, if the army is not getting what it needs to carry out its mission, you issue complaints that are directed to the Lebanese president and the Lebanese government, right? The way to get out of this impasse, there's nothing groundbreaking about it, there's nothing really clever, there's no silver bullet, magical solution. It is age-old incrementalism, gradualism, which will build, this is your territory, and that which will hopefully build some confidence-building measures between the two sides who completely mistrust each other, the Israelis and the Lebanese side. And that actually has been the approach of the Americans. You take certain steps, and then the Israelis in return will take certain steps, except that, and we have to state facts, there's no shame in saying that, the Lebanese have done at least part of their job of issuing historic statements, we've never seen before, right, about regaining use of force, and making some tangible progress in the south, except that the Israelis haven't done a damn thing, absolutely nothing. And we got promises from the Americans, from Tom Barak, that, well, now I'm actually satisfied with, well, to some extent at least, because he has an opinion every day. I'm satisfied with the process of disarmament. Now I'm going to go to Israel and ask for some concessions from the Israelis, except that he never got any of those things. As a matter of fact, the occupation of those 5 hilltops continues. The attacks have not only continued, they've actually accelerated, right? I mean, the pattern is clear, right? And everybody's worried about the next war. We may or may not get into that in this conversation. So at some point, something's got to give from Israel, okay? If we are going to adopt this gradualist approach, you're going to have to see some compromises from both sides. And right now, all you're seeing is from the Lebanese side. Despite all the imperfections and all the challenges that you're seeing and you want to see faster, fair enough. But the Israeli side is doing absolutely nothing to help their case, first and foremost, and then the Lebanese case and the American case regarding disarmament of Hezbollah.
Nadeem, would you like to comment quickly
And
on this?
I'd like to flip the paradigm a little bit. I'd like to flip the paradigm a little bit on Lebanon. In absolute terms, what Bilal is saying is the right thing to do. It's the right way to go. However, Lebanon is probably a unique country where the occupation is a result of resistance, not resistance is a result of occupation. Lebanon was occupied because of the Palestinian resistance. Back in 1978, all the way to 1982. If you go back to October 8, in October 8, we had exactly what Bilal is asking to have now.
October 8, 2023.
Yes, we had a total Israeli withdrawal, total, minus the circus around Sheba Farms, which is, a disputable piece of propaganda that has been there to perpetuate the Hezbollah weapons and the Syria domination, the Assad regime domination. On October 8, in the morning of October 8, we had exactly what Bilal is asking for now. We had total withdrawal, total sovereignty on Lebanese land, yet Hezbollah made the decision to jump into this war, to jump into the fray, and because of that, Lebanon is now occupied. So, if I was on the Israeli side, I would never give in an inch. And the 5 points will become 10, and the 10 will become 20, and the 20 will become 40, all the way till they reach probably Saida or even Damour or even Beirut. Unfortunately, that's what is brewing. Unless we are honest with ourselves and honest with the world, the Lebanon issue will be fixed in 2 hours. Nothing. There is a party, a militia that occupied some sort of, a national role against the will of majority of Lebanese, and it was defeated. Done. This is a shop that should be closed. Hezbollah is a bankrupt shop that should be closed, period. Take Hezbollah out, and I personally guarantee you, that I will get every single Israeli soldier out of Lebanon. However, what Lebanon is presenting to the world, what Hezbollah is presenting to the world, what happened at the Raushi rock in Beirut. Imagine that Hezbollah, that the Israelis withdrew from 1 or 2 or 5 of these hills that they occupy, and each of them overlooks one of the settlements in northern Israel. Do you guarantee as a Lebanese state that Hezbollah will not go and put a flag over there? Like just a symbolic act of defiance and resilience. The
So
social
if they put
fabric.
the Lebanese flag, is it okay?
It should be okay.
Yeah.
But I mean, if you are demonstrating 40,000 Mehdi soldiers in Beirut Sports City, whatever you call it, or you are doing what you've done on Sakhrat al-Rawshi, what you are basically sending out as a message is that we are here to stay, not as Shia, not as Lebanese. We are here to stay as a militia. And that was supported by the state. The head of one of the officials of Hezbollah basically thanked Rodolphe and the Lebanese security forces for basically securing this act of sectarian circus. So I think we're not sending the right messages to the world. There are no stakes. There are 0 Israeli stakes in Lebanon. They don't need your land. They don't need your water. They don't need your oil. They don't need nothing. There are nothing declared on the Israeli side. There is not a single piece of land in Lebanon that has a Hebrew name. Nothing. They stayed since 1978 without building one room, one settlement, one house, nothing, 0. The Israelis, they have security stakes in Lebanon, and we should be able and capable of providing that as a sovereign nation, as a sovereign state, and this is a very, very short discussion.
Paul, this is a segue into a much debated topic right now in Lebanon, which is about negotiations between Lebanon and Israel. The US is pushing for that. There has been a debate, the president about direct, indirect negotiations, the timeline, the preconditions, in terms of ceasing the attacks, withdrawing forces. So where are we in that debate, and what are the politics around it, building on what Nadim has said?
Thank you, Randa. And getting to that question, I want to mention something that's very, very significant to understand where Lebanon might be going, where it is and where it might be going. Might be obvious, but we need to talk about it, which obviously was the shift in Syria. And Lebanon, for the last 40, 50 years, and certainly for the last 30 years, was under effectively Syrian-Iranian governance, which established an enormous army of Hezbollah, and which continued to decapitate and weaken the Lebanese state, which had collapsed half a century ago, back in 1975. 2 takeaways from that. One is this new configuration of power, this attempt to revive the state, is 10 months old, 11 months old, and really only got a chance after the Assad regime fell, not after Nasrallah was killed. So, as Kissinger always said, there's the 4th dimension, which is time. Okay, what did this new state, this new army achieve in 10 months? Quite limited. But it's only 10 months and 11 months, and we have to play it out over time. Also, what is now being achieved is could not have been attempted 2 years ago or 5 years ago or 20 years ago, because it would have been attempted at a time when Syria and Iran were on top of you, and you had no chance of success. That means that this is being attempted in a completely different context, which hopefully gives it a better chance at being sustained and succeeding, but give it time, and give the Gulf time to understand what's going. And Lebanon has a lot of homework to do, and I agree with all of the speakers before. We all want it to go much quicker and so on. The second element is that the Lebanon success is very, very existentially dependent on if Syria succeeds or not. If Syria fails and collapses into militias and proto-states, and Iran comes back to Syria, which is what Iran and Hezbollah are hoping and working for, then Lebanon is in a very difficult, maybe impossible position. If Syria succeeds, and this is why I was very maybe surprised but happy to see President Shara first in Riyadh and then in the White House, because the more he succeeds in an inclusive and successful way, the more guarantees that gives us that the Lebanese state will continue to strengthen and that Hezbollah will continue to weaken. I fully agree with my friend Bilal that he said gradualism. Maybe some people think that's a defeatist word. Let me put it in a different way. The factor of time is important. Time for Hezbollah further to weaken, time for the state to continue to strengthen. On the issue of negotiations with Israel, why do I mention that? Because such negotiations were done in 83. How long is that? 22 years ago? 42 years ago?
Yes.
My math is, we had a session on geometry, but not on mathematics this morning. So I think that's 40 years ago. And an agreement was reached between Lebanon and Israel for Israel to withdraw and for security arrangements to be agreed upon. At the time, the Israeli condition was, we will implement it if Syria withdraws first. Syria and the Soviet Union and Iran all refused. We will not withdraw. We want to keep Lebanon as a confrontation state. So the first attempt at negotiating with Israel, which succeeded as a negotiation but failed in the implementation, it failed because there was a neighbor, Syria, which said, hell no, I'm not going to leave. So this time it might be different because the dynamics are not only not obstructing, but Syria is negotiating directly now with Israel at a time, so it's ahead of where Lebanon is, whereas Lebanon has a mechanism that was mentioned, which is indirect talks. I think it's a positive development that the president of Lebanon has been saying in the past few weeks, that absolutely we have to negotiate with Israel. He hasn't gone into details, is this indirect, is this direct, what level? That is not at all clear. That is partly the result of the failure of American mediation. That initially, the initial attempt, and this was similar to the attempt in the 1980s, was mediated by the US. In the latest attempts of American mediation, the American mediators would go to Israel and come back and say, sorry, there's nothing we can do. And Tom Barak in Manama last week said, I don't know, we can't do anything. Good luck, go talk to the Israelis. So the president, and I think the government, is concluding that while they would prefer to mediate with the Americans, unless Donald Trump gets involved directly, Bibi Netanyahu does not answer to any of the mediators. I do think that the Israelis, the policy in Lebanon is contradictory, that they definitely they want to weaken Hezbollah, and we get that, I understand. What they are doing is weakening Hezbollah and weakening the Lebanese state all at the same time. And those are contradictory goals. At the end of the day, the Lebanese want to restore their state sovereignty. They want Hezbollah not to be a factor of any significance. They want it disarmed, and they want it marginalized as a group, as an armed group, but it's welcome to be a political party and do all of that politically. And the Lebanese army is doing an intensive job, but with very few means, and it's just reorganizing itself after paralysis of many, many decades. And I think they're doing, they can do a good job and do more. But what's required from Israel is to signal to the Lebanese government and to the Lebanese population, particularly the population of the south, that if you go with the state and with the Lebanese army and with the choice of diplomacy, you will get results.
Exactly.
The signal now is diplomacy will get you nothing, the state will get you nothing, we will continue to occupy and attack, and that's, even from an Israeli perspective, very counterproductive.
Totally agree with you. Joe, another file or negotiation file that's now unfolding is the Lebanese-Syria negotiations. And it took a while to launch it. I think partly because of the sensitivities due to the involvement of Hezbollah in the Syrian civil war. Now it has been launched. There is a committee. There have been visits, between the two countries. Where are we in this process?
Okay, just one footnote on what Paul said. On the historical examples of negotiations, there's a tiny episode that is interesting, which is the maritime border delimitation. And that worked because of a heavy American involvement. And Hochstein
because of heavy US mediation. Yes.
And this, I think this administration should take example on that or take some inspiration. And I think something is reachable on that level. At the eve of October 7, I know that the negotiations on the blue line were advancing very fast. There was one contentious point, which is the B1, without entering into details, but things were progressing, and I think this thread should be revived again.
In fact, there are only 3 points, 3 points of dispute on the land border. Just 3 points.
Syria. As you said, I think that, we all know, and you alluded to it, you said it, the Syrian-Lebanese relation is probably one of the most complex, complicated, even, I think, above politics. It's something psychoanalytical between the two countries since their inception, okay? It has been very complicated. It has become even more complicated with the Assad regime taking over Lebanon. It has been even more complicated with Hezbollah fighting in Syria. And now it is complicated because, as I said before, you have this sectarian perception, misperception in the entire Levant about something that is in flux, something that is reshuffled. Places are moving, places are threatened to disappear. There is a musical chair happening, and everybody is afraid. This is where this question has to be framed. Now, what are we talking about? What are the files, the concrete files? Today, if we want to be very concrete, you have 4 or 5 issues. One is the borders. Borders in terms of delimitation. We have a problem of delimitation of the border, international law. Yes. Since the French mandate, we haven't set our borders. This has to be fulfilled. It's a question of maps, of topographs. It's doable. But you have something else on the border, which is the smuggling, the passage of goods, the passage of people, etc., which is not controlled. This is one. The second one is the question of refugees. During the civil war in Syria, the war in Syria, we had something between 1 and 2 million figures in Lebanon, don't mean much, that Syrians that were in Lebanon. Today, this question is still pending without any attempt, I'm sorry, for the government today and the concerned minister and the vice prime minister who's in charge of that file. I also saw him 2 weeks ago, but this file is stalling. We don't even have figures. We don't have a mapping of these people. We don't have a roadmap for solving that issue, which is becoming an internal domestic problem in Lebanon politically, fueling populism, xenophobia, hatred, sectarian identity issues, etc., etc. This is the second issue. The third issue, and this is the committee you are alluding to, it's only on that level, it's the prisoners. The convicted prisoners, Syrians in Lebanon, and the disappeared Lebanese in Syria since the Hafiz Assad regime until today. This issue, there is a legal committee between the Ministry of Justice of both sides, but it has led nowhere until today also. And there is a fourth file, which is, for me, surrealistic, which has to do with the economic and financial collapse, by the way, which is the claim by the new Syrian government that there are some $20 billion of the 70 that you have mentioned, I don't know where this figure come from, that have been evaporated in the banking system in Lebanon that they want to reclaim, which is fabulous, because, Lebanese don't have access to their money. Now you have the Syrian regime. By the way, Bashar al-Assad mentioned the figure of 11 billion. Shara is mentioning 20 billion. I don't know where we will go up there, I mean, from there on. But this is also a contentious issue. Now, to get back to the global picture, what impedes a serene, a calm talking about these issues between the two countries are a set of things that have to do with the history. Misperception between the two countries, the two governments, the two states, and the two societies.
Yes.
A lot of Lebanese still consider or feel that when they talk to Syria, they talk to the old Syria. And a lot of Syrians consider still that Lebanon is a sort of anecdotal accident of history, etc., etc. Second, you have the legacy of the last 15 years. I'll be very crude and frank and blunt. The President of the Republic, who's in charge of this fight, is the former Commander-in-Chief of the Army. I wouldn't say that I heard that from him, but almost. You are asking from this person to sit with a president in Syria who 2 years ago was fighting at the head of Hayat Tahrir al-Sham at the border with Lebanon and killing Lebanese soldiers.
Yeah.
So it's a bit complicated. You need to have a sort of mediation here. And then you have the argument, and I heard it from the LAF, from the Lebanese military, that when we talk about something concrete with the Syrian new power structure, they tell us, yes, but you know, we don't control everything. We don't control all our factions. These people who are deployed at the borders, we need to take them into consideration. They have a sort of leeway and etc. And this is something that, real or not, is overplayed by the Syrian regime in order not to reciprocate demands from Lebanon. To conclude on that, an anecdote which is not an anecdote, I understood lately that every time Lebanon has to obtain something from Syria seriously, it has to go through Riyadh and ask for the intervention of Prince Yazid bin Farhan in order to call the Syrian party, in order for them to answer the Lebanese on any of these 4 files that I have mentioned. This is unhealthy. The two countries should take this frontally, create a political committee, not a technical committee, a summit between the two presidents at the border, a little bit like Fuad Shab and Gamal Abdel Nasser, and solve the issue historically and fundamentally.
Thank you. Yeah. What? We don't have time for question? Okay. So, what? Oh, okay. We have to move to the other side. We still have 3 minutes. We still have 3 Huh? On the left. Okay. Yalla.
True.
The question to you, where, so you answered the last question. So what is next now? What is next? Yeah.
Okay. You know, on the one hand, you got to recognize that you have a massive opportunity provided by the Americans to really help the country and to use President Trump's term, make it great again. Okay? All right, it's offered on a golden platter. The problem is that the Americans have little patience for the details of Lebanon. And those details happen to matter, okay? For a while, we've had musical chairs in terms of who is actually handling the Lebanon file. I think sort of things have stabilized now, and we know who is actually dealing with Lebanon. But if you were to ask me to give advice to our colleagues in Washington, and how do you actually can you be a little bit more helpful towards the Lebanese, is by using the one and only and most important entry point in my book, which is assisting the Lebanese army and actually overhauling the entire military assistance program to the army. Because without physically being able to pursue the mission of this armament, this whole thing is theoretical, right? So we can't continue to wait for the political climate to be perfect for these guys to actually accomplish their mission. Actually get them ready to do it so that when the time comes, they can actually perform it and deploy along the borders in Syria and still continue the mission of civil peace and so on and so forth. It doesn't take a whole lot for Washington to do that, except that they haven't done it yet. I don't understand why. It doesn't cost a whole lot of money. You can copy-paste the model that we have with Jordan, which works beautifully, by the way, in terms of upping the capabilities of the army, in terms of ISR and rapid deployment and so on and so forth. But for whatever reason, every time I talk to CENTCOM, every time I talk to my colleagues in the Pentagon, former colleagues, about why we don't completely overhaul the military assistance program to Lebanon so it could meet its historic responsibilities, which it's never done before, you get crickets. There's
So-
no answer.
Quick question. Is there a united voice on this issue inside the United States?
CENTCOM is incredibly excited about investing more and more in a Lebanese military that would become its partner. But its civilian colleagues in the Pentagon just don't see an urgency in that. And of course, there's the Israeli, obviously, point of view, which always can be constraining.
Quick commentary, quick. Anybody? Would you
I'll
like
jump,
Nadeem
I'll
and
jump
Paul?
into something.
Quickly.
Lebanon is a country, and that's what scares me. Lebanon is a country that has always punished courage, but did not punish failure. This created a cultural game in Lebanon that people try to kick the can down the road, try to prolong and extend and overcomplicate simple issues, because they know that by not doing anything, even if they failed, they are safe. But by thinking out of the box, they are endangered. And Joe mentioned Anwar, Abdel Nasser and Shab. I think the example that we need to draw is Sadat. Lebanon needs a Sadat moment, someone to talk directly to the Israelis to say, these are the issues we disagree on, what are the solutions? Period. As long as we are treating Hezbollah as a non-problem or tier 2 or tier 3 or a related problem, no. Hezbollah is a shop that is bankrupt, and that should be the narrative of the Lebanese state. And I don't see that this is the narrative so far.
Paul,
No,
final words?
I pass.
All right, then.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
بدنا نزعل ابتسام، بدنا نزعل ابتسام. شو بدنا نزعل ابتسام.
السيدات والسادة، ستبدأ الآن الجلسة التالية. Ladies and gentlemen, the next panel will begin now. السيدات والسادة، ستبدأ الآن الجلسة التالية. Ladies and gentlemen, the next panel will begin now.
سيداتي وسادتي، ستبدأ الآن الجلسة 11 تحت عنوان إسرائيل حرب في الخارج، حرب في الداخل. Ladies and gentlemen, panel 11 entitled Israel. War without, war within will start now.
Welcome to the maybe most controversial panel on Israel, war within, war without. We're going to be very pragmatic. We're going to try to see, we're going to explore, explain, and engage, and try to see how we can hopefully resolve the wars both within and without through constructive engagement with you, the audience. So we look forward to constructive questions in the last 15 minutes. I'm Nomi Bar-Yaakov. I'm a fellow at the Geneva Center for Security Policy, and I've had the honor to accept an invitation from the marvelous Dr. Ebtissam Al-Kitbi, who is responsible for this extremely, extremely important dialogue at this very important time. The Abu Dhabi strategic debate holds a very special place, I think, in trying to resolve conflicts, and unfortunately there are quite a few of those at the moment, so let's see what we can do. So thank you very much, Dr. Ebtissam, and to all the staff at the Emirates Policy Center. And without any further ado, I'd like to introduce very briefly our distinguished three speakers, because their bios, their biographies are on the app of the Abu Dhabi strategic debate, and you can look at those. To my left is Shira Efron, a distinguished fellow and chair of the Israel program at RAND, and she has a history of working with a number of leading think tanks in Washington and advising the UN in Jerusalem, UNSCO, the United Nations Special Coordinator's Office on Gaza. To her left is Dr. David Makovsky, who is a Ziegler Distinguished Fellow at WINEP, the Washington Institute for Near East Policy, engaged for many decades with pan-Arab Israeli issues, and a former advisor, senior advisor to John Kerry when he was Secretary of State under President Obama. And to his left, last but not least, is retired Brigadier General Udi Dekel, who's going to open this debate by dealing with the explaining and the exploring of what Israeli society is going through, or has been going through, especially but not only post 7th October, a trauma that also has affected Israel, not of course in the same nature and scope as the way it has affected Gazans, but nevertheless it is an important factor in understanding the current trends in Israeli society. We will explore the division, the policy of divide and rule that has been prevalent for many years, the impact it has had on the fabric, the very, very nature of the fabric of what was at least a democratic society, where that is heading, what that means for internal policies as well as external. And I'd also like you, Udi, to address the very key question of what is the end game of this government as you are looking through as you're moving through the motions of where we're at. Where is this government heading? It is an election year. We'll go through the elections later on and see what is possible, what it's looking like, how to engage with the different actors so as to be constructive. But you have the floor in explaining where we're at, how we got there, and how do we move forward.
Thank you, Nomi. Thank you so much, Dr. Ebtissam, for high-quality conference and your excellent staff. This is the best show in the region, and we learn a lot. I can tell you from the Israeli point of view, to sit here in the conference room and to listen that Israel is the main problem in the Middle East, especially from the experts from Iran, without telling the real story, the beginning of the big change in the area of the Middle East. I'm speaking about October 7th, to listen and to hear that the proxy system is a system for achieving stability in the region in order to deter Israel and the US to attack in Iran. And nobody tell about what happened before October 7th and what happened during October 7th. Nobody said about Iran's decision to attack Israel in April 2024 by launching salvo of rockets, attack UAVs, after Israel attacked the command post of the Iranians in Damascus. From that point, they control over all the proxies that attacked Israel in that time, and they respond again by solving missiles, surface-to-surface missiles against Israel as the revenge to the killing of Hassan Nasrallah and Hania, two people which contribute for the stability in the region, of course, and not tell that story from the beginning. And Israel didn't want to be in a war situation in the region. Israel believed in that time that we can keep the situation calm. I'm not saying that I'm supporting the position or the policy of the government of Israel, but the policy of the government of Israel, especially leading by Netanyahu, was to keep the situation quiet, to contain the problems, and not to initiate any activity, war situation or operations, only response to the challenges of the other side. And we have to understand it. This is the concept of our government, and especially of Netanyahu. Netanyahu doesn't like the, let's say, the discussions about the end state. He don't believe in end state. He doesn't see any way to achieve the end state in our region. And he believes that we have to adjust our policy according to the changes and the developments in the region, and by that leading Israel to better position. And if you look upon, since October 7th, in the Lebanese side, Syria, Iran, the Houthis, in all those areas, we operated as response of the attack which is coming from the other side. And now the outcome, I believe, that can be positive to the region. I agree with all of the people which are saying that after the military efforts have to come the political efforts. And I believe that we are in the time of the political efforts. This is the time now to shape a better reality in the Middle East. And I don't sure that everybody understands the main change in Israel concept vis-a-vis the relations of Israel to the region. Because, let's say, 5 years ago, the concept of Israel was that we are, sorry to say that, villa in the jungle. We have to protect ourselves by iron dome, iron wall, all the irons, in order to prevent spillover of negative activity from the region inside Israel. And we believe that we can keep it forever or for long term. And then came the change, understanding that we have to be part of the region, that we can do a lot of things together. We can contribute and getting benefits as well. And coming Abraham Accords, which now it's the main issue again on the table. And this is a very important message that I would like to share with you. Because in Israel, we initiated coalition with supporting the cooperation. Let's use the word cooperation. I know that the word of normalization, somebody don't look that this is a good term. Better cooperation between Israel and the region. And we try to push our government to go in that direction, and this is the time to do that. And when we check the public opinion in Israel, we can see that 70% of the Israelis supporting, of course, coalition between Israel and the Arab countries, and they are ready in that term, in that situation, to go forward between Israel and the Palestinians in order to shape two-state for two-people reality. This is a great issue in Israel. The people of Israel supporting two-state for two-people reality between us and the Palestinians is part of regional cooperation and coalition, which together we can challenge with the main issues that were here during the last 2 days. And I hope that this message will be clear enough. I know that this is the message even of Mr. Netanyahu, that not everybody like him, but of course the message of the other parties in Israel, which we like to see that coming ahead after the elections in Israel. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Udi. So an important component, I think, with the maybe misunderstanding in the Arab world about the two states and the 70% supporting the two states is that the 70% support a demilitarized Palestinian state.
Yes.
And I think it's important to mention it just in order for transparency and honesty here. I think it is important that 70% support this kind of thing. And I think this is, again, a point at which dialogue is crucial. And later on, we will talk about the disarmament of Gaza, the necessary measures that should be taken also against settlers, you know, in de-radicalization. I think there are parallels that are missing in the plan, but I'd like to turn to David, because David is based in Washington, unlike the other two panelists, and he has a close relationship with the White House, with both administrations, and maybe you're in a good position to try to explain how US President Donald Trump is feeling. Well, how far is he going to go in order to ensure that the two-state vision is actually implemented? Because in Israel, everyone knows that the only man in the world that has the power to influence Israel, because Israel is existentially dependent on the US, is Trump. We've seen in the demonstrations that the posters, these are the Saturday night demonstrations against the judicial overhaul, against the government for the freeing of the settlers, for ending the occupation, that massive banners were put up. President Trump, we need you, end the conflict. And I think that, again, we would also like, I think, to explore within trends in Israeli society what that movement that Netanyahu is so adamant is destructive has actually achieved, and maybe how a constructive dialogue with the Arab world could support it. But David, on Washington, how do you see US President Donald Trump moving ahead, especially in light of Israel's attack on Doha and Turkey? We've heard a lot today about Turkey's constructive role in getting to the Sharm agreement. We all know the agreement and the 20-point plan has so many gaps that need to be filled in the implementation. You're at the heart of the matter. You understand the Israelis, you understand the Americans. Where are we? Where are we? And where are we going? Where are we heading?
No, it's a delight to be with you, Naomi, and great to be with Shira and Udi, and I add my thanks to Dr. Ibtisam, and I'll add her staff, Amani and Magda and the whole team for really, once again, year after year, putting out a really first-rate conference. So thank you very much, Dr. Ibtisam. Look, I think this president, he likes to think that he doesn't come from the old school. He's a businessman. He's not a professional diplomat. And he's someone who I think believes that he's uniquely positioned to do things that others can't do. He relishes being a disruptor. And I think until the Doha attack, he basically thought he had two separate policies. One was a policy in dealing with Netanyahu against Hamas, and one was a Gulf policy, which was more transactional, of course based on security for the Gulf, but also based on investments with the Gulf. And he had a summit in May to visit Saudi, the Emirates, and Qatar. And I think he saw those two policies as going in parallel. I think the Doha attack was a game changer in the sense that for the first time, he believed that those two policies could possibly be on a collision course. And that is something he has not wanted, because these have been two pillars for him in the Middle East. So I think he sprung into action. He is not as focused on the Palestinian issue, is true, but he is very focused on what Gulf leaders whisper to him. Just as he is with Netanyahu, he lives in the world of tend to be men, strong men, and he feels that he has this chemistry with different ones of them. Some of them, you know, very much will surprise people. Israelis can't imagine how he could have such a close relationship with Erdogan of Turkey, for example. And yet he doesn't see a contradiction. Here he's trying to show he could have a relationship with Shara as he hosted him in the White House. So he sees politics as really a set of personal relations. Biden also, by the way, I think had that, but in a different way, but I don't know if we have time to get into that now. But I think this president, he's very, you know, he knows like his polling data in Israel. He follows that, you know, he knows that in much of Europe, he's hated, but in Israel, he's you know, so well liked, and he says that after he retires, he could go run and be Prime Minister of Israel. He's someone that I think the world has figured out very quickly, and maybe the Arab leaders are among the first to figure this out, but Netanyahu is probably not far behind the Arabs in finding out that this is someone who could be flattered easily. You don't just give him the Nobel Prize, you give him the Israel Prize and the Nobel Prize, and you add 3 other prizes. He's not alone in that approach, Netanyahu, to be fair to him. So where is he now on this? I think his basic view is he's said to people this is his greatest achievement of his life. I think he said at one point to reporters, this is what get me into heaven. That he sees this as a great personal triumph at a time where the Ukraine war, there has been a lot of frustration. He's had frustration in other areas, and the tariffs and things like that, and this is one of great success. In the short term, I don't see him letting go of this so quickly, but people are right to question his attention span. That's because it's all based on a very shaky premise, which we haven't really discussed at this conference. Maybe also the next panel will get into this, which is, in Donald Trump's mind, this whole ceasefire is based not just on phase 1 of the transactional part, you know, you end the war, you get the hostages out, you get the prisoners and detainees out, but that Hamas disarms, and he's been told that this is really going to happen. But he says if they don't disarm, you know, finish them off. And he says this repeatedly on the record. And by the way, he talks to journalists every single day in the Oval Office. He cannot resist. Journalists can get through to him on his cell phone. I don't remember this in American history. The journalists have had such access to him, and that sometimes he initiates and calls them. So he's constantly talking to the press in a way that I don't recall any president being like this. But it's all based on this premise, and it's a questionable premise, is will Hamas disarm? And I'm going to put forward an idea which I'm sure will cause a lot of controversy in the room, but I think if we're calling this the Abu Dhabi strategic debate, we have to put some of the tough issues on the table.
Absolutely.
That's our job. And not whether we agree or disagree is not the point. And that is, you know, people say, oh, so David, you see the two-state solution is 2 states in Gaza. There's 2 zones in Gaza. There's the yellow line. You could call it West Berlin. It's on the eastern part of Gaza, actually, and East Berlin, or you could call it the green zone and the red zone. Call it whatever you want to call it. It doesn't matter. Israel has pulled out of 47% of the west, out of Gaza. And yet, the question is, who's going to actually go in there to do Trump's vision? If he's right, Trump, that Hamas will disarm, then it's an easy job. Then the ISF, the International Stabilization Force, can go in and just blow up tunnels, collect the weapons, and that's it. And then there could be a post-Hamas Gaza that I think we would all like. But what if he's wrong? What if Hamas does not disarm voluntarily? The idea of disarming them against their will is a completely conceptual leap that this ISF isn't going to do. They're not a fighting force. And I think, you know, we have Israelis on the panel, they could speak more authoritatively than me, but from my going back and talking to Israeli officials regularly, you know, their assumption is A, Hamas does not disarm, and B, if Israel doesn't disarm them, nobody will. Now, does that mean we're going back to the end of the ceasefire and it's going to be like Gaza City? I don't know. It might be below the radar, the threshold, and but you know, this 47% has become the wild part of Gaza that nobody's going in, and Israel will feel that it has to do it by itself. And I'm concerned how these two zones will coexist. I think you could have a whole Gaza as a goal. Shira and I just wrote a piece together in the national interest on empowering the Palestinian Authority as an end state so that there is a goal. But it's going to start probably very unevenly in these two zones, where maybe in the green zone, if you want to call it that, maybe we'll see construction of Egyptian companies and in Rafah as the test case. Kushner has said on the record, he's, you know, Trump's son-in-law and he's his envoy. He said we're not going to put a penny into the other part of Gaza. So we're going to see two Gazas. And if Hamas doesn't disarm, because no Arab official that I talked to says, we're not going in to disarm them. We're willing to be, you know, it's not just ceremonial, and maybe we'll be on the border, and maybe we can provide some humanitarian assistance, which is important, but we're not going to be a fighting force. So I think this is a big question about Trump, Naomi, that we don't know if phase 2 is going to be real, even though I think the president very much wants it to be so. And Prime Minister Netanyahu is not about to go against the president, but I don't know how long the president is committed, and we shouldn't take it for granted.
Thank you very much, David. I do have to say that the speaker's notes are very clear that we have to speak for 3 minutes.
Okay.
So just
13.
Please. Please make note of that. No, Shira.
We
so
have only 3 minutes.
I will give Shira a bit more time, but I just want to add to that Jared Kushner has also said that construction will begin in the zone that Israel controls.
That I said that.
He has said that on the record. He said it already in his first visit. He said construction.
On the Israeli zone, yeah.
Yes, in the Israeli zone, and I don't want to get into the yellow, the zone that Israel controls. I'd also like to state for the record and transparency that the goals have already shifted since Trump has given Israel the green light to target Hamas within the zone that Israel controls, and that wasn't part of the original Sharm agreement. So again, we just need to be clear on the implementation of the 20-point plan. Trump does not really have the attention for the detail or the knowledge of the detail, and in this conflict, in every conflict, the devil is in the detail, but in this conflict, there is an awful lot of detail. And unless the detail is clarified and the end goal is clarified. So Shira, enlighten us, you've just written a piece with David, the end goal, does the government see it? It's election year, so it's not just this government won't last. I think that it will be useful to explain the trends and what is expected within this election year. The fabric of Israeli society is changing. There are conflicting movements. I think explain what the elections look like, when you think they're going to happen, what kind of coalitions are likely to be formed, and what does that mean for the end game? There has to be an end game.
So thank you for this question. Lovely to be here. Thank you, the EPC and Dr. Ibtissam and her team for inviting me. And a word before Dr. Randa Slim said yesterday, Dr. Ibtissam, that you have inspired generations of Arab women, and I'll just say not just Arab, but all women, and probably a lot of men too. So thank you for that. There is a lot to unpack here, including the conditions on disarmament. Before I get into Israel, we have to just say a word of caution. When we say disarmament, different actors mean different things, and there is a way forward, which actually the Europeans are trying to advance now, when we would be talking about starting with decommissioning of the big stuff, the tunnels, the production facilities, the missiles, the rockets. It's less politically controversial for Hamas. Hamas essentially said that they would consider giving up their offensive weapons. I don't know what defensive weapons are, but fine.
The big weapons. They're the big weapons.
Let's give the big things that, by the way, Israel already eliminated many of them, so it's much easier to do, because the most critical thing, and I think it goes to the point that David was starting with, and Udi as well, is to keep the momentum going. And before I want to go to the Israelis, I know I need to be mindful of time. I speak fast. I'll just say we have to think of where we are at the moment, and if we start getting bogged down in the details, we're never going to get anywhere. Because think about it, we're 25 months after October 7, a war that started with the worst massacre of Jews since the Holocaust. And it continued with a war that led to the worst killing and displacement of Palestinians since the Nakba. And paradoxically, right, the Palestinians have now more support around the world and more countries recognizing the Palestinian state, but in practice, they're as far from a state, an effective state, than they've ever been. And Israel squashed its adversaries, restored deterrence, became the security enforcer of this region, whether many people here like it or not. But the fact that Israel's legitimacy and popularity in this region and around the world is it's at its worst. So both sides and this region entirety has to find a way forward. On Israel, the Israeli politics, there's a sentence in Hebrew, it's a prophecy is giving to the silly, the foolish. It's translated, we can't guess what's going to happen in Israeli politics. Polling indicates that most of the Israeli public does not support this specific government. However, if you look at who's suitable to be prime minister, Netanyahu is still getting the highest results. I can very well see a situation where Netanyahu continues to be a prime minister, but with a different coalition, where this coalition is 50 shades of right. So the most to the right, Smotrich and Ben Gvir, and the Haredi ultra-Orthodox are out. But we have Naftali Bennett and Yair Lapid and Gadi Eisenkot, all those who say that they want to replace Netanyahu, actually sitting with him and going toward another coalition. In the meantime, Netanyahu operates best in what we call the twilight zone, right? This idea of muddling through, not making decisions. There's a reason why he was so passive all these years. He's a product of all the pressures put on him, and those pressures come from his political base and his coalition partners and from Trump. And I think now, thank goodness, the pressure from President Trump is stronger. But he's still going to be pressured by his political base. He's going to try to muddle through. I think everyone is asking us around here if Israel is going to return to war. I hope not, and I hope I'm not wrong, but there's no appetite in Israel for war. We could see the present trends continue, which is Israel's MO of mowing the grass in Gaza, West Bank, and in Lebanon. You asked about the Israeli public. Udi insinuated the two-state terminology is the term itself is toxic. If you ask them about different concepts of partition, you see that you get 50% of the Israeli public is in favor of some partition. When you add regional integration and security guarantees, the number jumps. And this is when we have 25 years of all forces working, including an Israeli government, working against any peace process, right? And we had 4 rounds of Gaza, an intifada, this war now, with the right leadership and a feasible plan, as the Israeli public has done every time there was a plan, the Abraham Accords being the last one. The Israeli public was willing to compromise. It moved to the right, but willing to compromise and for peace. And as much beef as I have with this government, if you look at the Israeli public, and it doesn't make it to the news usually, but unlike members of the government, most of the Israeli publics do not care about 1 square kilometer here and 1 hilltop in a place they've never met. They want to wake up in the morning and know that their neighbors don't want to kill them. That's it. And if we can get that secured, I think you can get an Israeli partner. It will be very hard to get with this Israeli government.
Thank you very much, Shira. So you touched upon a number of important points here. The first speaker that's mentioned the West Bank, it was, and of course, very important. There is a division in the way the Israeli public views what's happening in Gaza and the West Bank, and of course, it's very important to integrate the debate and ensure that the West Bank is a part of it. As part of that, I'd actually like to ask Udi, as the military person, the security person here, as former head of military planning, J5, Shira had mentioned the security guarantees. This is one element that is missing in the discussion coming from the Arab world. For the Arab world, it's pretty obvious that normalization, for them, from their perspective, not from an Israeli perspective, provides security. And we've seen it with Egypt, with Jordan for many years, and more recently with the United Arab Emirates and Bahrain. And I think it's because of the United Arab Emirates and Bahrain that, the West Bank wasn't annexed, and clearly there are issues there. But in terms of practical security guarantees, and of course with polling, it's all a question of how you design the question and what you ask the public. What kind of security guarantees do you think would be necessary in order to persuade the majority of the Israeli public that a Palestinian state is in the national interest of Israel?
I'm not sure that there is connection to say that this is a national interest of Israel. But Israel, in order to exist and coexistence and creating, as I said before, coalition with as big as we can with the Arab countries, this is now the main issue. During the negotiation, I was the head of the negotiation team with the Palestinians under Prime Minister Olmert, and in that time, even the Palestinians agreed that the Palestinian state will be demilitarized, okay? And there was all the security appendix of that draft, because it wasn't an agreement, unfortunately, is complete, covered the main challenges even today. The same is the demand of Israel in Gaza, that if the PA returned back to Gaza, one of the missions of the PA, according to the vision of President Abbas, Mahmoud Abbas, one weapons, one authority, one law, and demilitarized. Okay? Israel can accept it. Israel can live with that. But somebody has to deal with Hamas in that case. But basically, this is the scenario. Third, it's very important for us, the regional security cooperation. It's worked very well. In the beginning of the war, as you know, some of you, we are sitting together with our partners in the region around the same table in CENTCOM, and we know how to do things together, and it's better. By that, you can achieve the goals of security, stability, not only against missiles, not only missile defense, also dealing with the panel before spoke about what is the issue of smuggling of weapons and the issue of supporting non-state actors and other things. By regional cooperation, you can deal with that in better way. So that can be part of any future agreement between us and the Palestinians. But there is another aspect which is very important, and I would like to emphasize. It's very important to convince the Palestinians what they have to do. You know, everybody is speaking about the reforms in the Palestinian Authority. What kind of reforms? Who is going to push the Palestinians to implement that reforms? We need the Arab countries to do that. This is not the mission of Israel. They will not accept that will be the mission of Israel. So in any case, I see today that the better way to go forward is not bilateral negotiation. We cannot bridge the gaps in bilateral negotiation. We need a multilateral cover to the process. And in the same time, it's amazing, but in the same time, to using a coercion mechanism. The US have the pressure to enforce Israel to get the arrangements. The Arab countries has the power to enforce the Palestinian Authority to do what they have to do. And unfortunately, I don't like it, but unfortunately, Qatar and Turkey, we see that they have the ability to enforce the Hamas to accept the rule of the game. So we need to do it together in the same time which creating the cover of the regional supporting the process using enforcement mechanism in order to convince each of the side to do what they have to do. And I can tell you something, secret, nobody listen. For Netanyahu, it's better to get the order from President Trump because in that case, he doesn't have to explain to his, let's say, extreme, radical, right-wing parties in the coalition why he decided to do that. This is an order, we got it from President Trump. It's easy to Netanyahu to pass this kind of decisions in the government of Israel.
Thank you, Udi, and very important points there, and very important to, again, remember that Trump is the only person that has that leverage and that Israel is existentially dependent on the US. With that in mind, David, looking at the 20-point plan, and Shira spoke a little bit about the very complex DDR issue, and we won't have time to go into much detail there, but the de-radicalization is a very important issue, and of course we know many models, some failed, some haven't. There is no mention of de-radicalization of the settlers, and the settler violence has been, especially in the last month of October, but unprecedented. I think the audience here is very well aware of not only the settler violence, but also the actions of the army and the expulsion. And if you roam around the West Bank, every village and every town has barbed wire around it, and thousands of checkpoints are mushrooming by the minute. Do you think there's any chance that there will be more equality, that there will also be the de-radicalization of the settlers will also be addressed?
Right. Okay. I think that, look, we're talking about a minority of the settlers. Just to be fair about it, because the image might be that all the settlers at night are vigilantes. Maybe we're talking about 1% or 0.5%, but the fact that they do it unchecked is terrible. It's a tragedy, and it's partly because the police minister, Ben Gvir, doesn't enforce the law. And I was at the Central Command with the head of the Central Command, I don't know, last summer, and he said, look, I'm embarrassed to say that we're not on the same page with the police force of the West Bank called Shai. That's the name of the district in the West Bank. And until there's a new government, I don't see this changing. I think it's a source of embarrassment to the military. I know you could see their frames saying, well, I saw this guy in a uniform, I saw that guy in a uniform standing by. I'm not talking about reservists, but I'm saying the leadership, when you talk to the military, it's a source of humiliation that this is happening. And I think that just as we are all within our rights to, and I want to talk about this because it's about how do we engage moderates and the like, non-state actors, and you heard Dr. Abdul Munim Said Ali, Paul Salem, a bunch of people in the audience at different panels referred to this, but this issue of the non-state actor eating away at the state, at its very legitimacy, I think this is a challenge for both, and I think, yes, Israelis should stop the settler vigilantism. Again, a small minority, but very serious issue, just as it also wants Hamas to stop. I'm not making moral equivalencies about blowing people up, but a bomb and a bulldozer, but it's both very serious. And I would also, given this conference at EPC, when people say, well, what can I do that can make a difference? I truly believe, just as you would be right to say, I want to hold Israel to a standard on the settler vigilantism, I do think Arab governments also need to be public in the way they speak privately, which I hear all the time privately, about the non-state, that we cannot allow Hamas and all these groups, Hezbollah, to erode. They're cancerous to the country, and this settler vigilantism is cancerous to Israel. And you could be, each side should be public about both sides. You want to publicly criticize correctly, in my view, the extreme right in Israel? call for that public discourse. It should be a united discourse of all the people who want, like us, who want peace and a better future and dignity for Israelis and Palestinians and Arabs alike, to call out these non-state actors that are eroding the legitimacy of states in the Middle East, or else states do not have a chance. And I don't have time to get into the Israeli elections, but a lot is in the balance about institutions of the state. And it's something that affects not just Israel, but in the Arab world. And I think this is an issue. We in the United States would not tolerate this, and such non-state actors doing this. But it needs to be called out publicly, and not just whispered. Both sides. Don't just call out the Israelis, call out the Arabs too. And if you're Israeli, don't just call out the Arab side, call out the Israelis too.
Thank you, David. So we have 5 minutes before I'd like to open the floor, because the most interesting part of every discussion is always the questions we receive from the audience. And many good points have been made here, including Udi mentioning the necessity for a multilateral process. The multilateral process is not only one that could help resolve Gaza, as we're seeing there's sort of a hodgepodge there of different multilaterals within there. There is also Lebanon, there's also Syria, there's also Iran, there's also Yemen, factions in Iraq. There's no shortage of conflicts for a multilateral process to really address those in a very laser-targeted fashion. So since we are in this very important Abu Dhabi strategic debate here, I would like to each panelist, and I'm going to hold you to it, 60 seconds, 1 minute to think, what kind of multinational process would you like to see that could potentially address all those issues? Would you do it separately, bilaterally? How would you tailor a process to address the potential negative trajectory and turn it to a positive one? And I would just like to mention, as chair, build into it, if you may, if you think it's relevant, empowering the civil society in Israel that has worked so hard to fight the negative trajectories. Thank you.
So
I'm starting with Shira, and we're doing.
But I will take also my time from the previous round, if you don't mind, because I do think that before we get into this, we have to make sure the momentum continues. And I think there's something pressing that might be discussed in the next panel, but if it's not, I'd like to bring it up. We cannot wait until all the conditions are met to move forward in Gaza. There's a humanitarian crisis in Gaza, and the fact is that while we're all waiting to see what's going to happen, funding has paused. I can't believe we're doing this. There are UN officials here, Nikolai Mladenov and Robert Seri, former. We're still counting trucks without thinking what's in the trucks. There's no water, sanitation infrastructure, medical response. Gaza needs 300,000 tents, and these are not your recreation REI tents. Winter is coming. These things have to come in, and they have to come in now, and everything is on pause. And you can have a multinational component to this too. By the way, also on disarmament that we discussed, this is also a multinational effort with bringing different actors to this, because if anyone is going to collect arms from Hamas, it's going to be the Palestinians, and they have to be pressured, the PA by Saudi Arabia here, and the UAE, and Jordan, and Egypt, and of course there's Qatar and Turkey on the other side. And I'll just say one word on this, and this is also a multinational effort. We're talking about, we're 4 Jews on this state, but we have to talk about this idea of Palestinian agency, and Palestinian agency has to come through a complex regional effort. There's no other way. The Palestinian Authority has many, many, many problems. Many of them are Israel's fault, but not only. They can claim credit for many of their failures. We have to press them to reform. We have to link their reforms to specific milestones that get them to stuff into Gaza. And there are specific institutions that have to be brought into Gaza at the moment, because with all our fantasies of bringing an international police force, let's imagine this, they will arrest someone and bring them to court under what law? The British mandate? The Sharia law? It has to be a Palestinian law, and therefore I think we have to move away from these maximalist ideas that all of us in this region have, and start building, block by block gradualism and bringing the Palestinian Authority back in the institutions. And eventually they have to go to elections because they're not legitimate with their own people.
So empowering the Palestinians, regional role in doing so, and yes, long overdue reforms, long overdue elections, and that would certainly help Israeli-Palestinian relations. David, 1 minute, and you'll also get the chance, all of you, to respond at the very end to a wrap-up. So just let's keep it short now, otherwise we won't have time to open the floor.
Shira mentioned reform, so I won't repeat that. I'll just mention that, and I won't repeat what I said about the need to publicly call out the non-states that are eating, like I said, eroding the cancer of these states. But I think 2 points then I will focus on. One is, which is I think the Super Bowl or the World Cup of all peace agreements that I think could really make a difference would be the Saudis. I don't see it before the elections, but I do see it under Donald Trump. I think this is, people want to talk about his Nobel Prize. I think he thinks he can get more than one if he pulls off a Saudi-Israeli deal. And so I think that this would be something the Saudis are insisting on negotiations on the Palestinian issue. I know there'll be people questioning on the Abraham Accords, is it a bridge or a bypass road? I think it could be a bridge. I think the Emiratis have proved it's a bridge in many ways because they were the ones on annexation that said if you go down this road, you're going to risk something with us. And that did have an impact. People do feel they have something to lose. But I think the Saudi normalization is the one game changer in the region that could really make a difference. And the other one I would add, which people have alluded to in different times, and I want to stay within my limits, I can't really expand, is the IMEC issue of regional integration, economic integration, because the forces of people who really want change in the region, many in the high-tech sector, in Tel Aviv, and not just in Haifa, in all the different parts of Israel, this would empower those moderates who really want to be part of the Middle East. And I think that this is something to think about, the role of economics, which has been a theme of this conference. We could expand it here at this time. So those would be my two, would be the Saudi issue and IMEC. I'll stop with that.
The Saudi issue would have to wait for the elections.
Right,
otherwise,
the elections.
Netanyahu already considers
Right.
himself an emperor, will consider himself the ruler of the world.
I really agree with what said before, because we need the cooperation, economic cooperation, technology cooperation, and other things. But I would like to say, we listen about the messages from Lebanon. They need support for recovery. They cannot do it alone. I don't know what will be in Syria. I really don't know what will be in Syria, but the same message comes from Syria. We need more involvement, more support in the process inside Syria, okay? We need the same. We need the same. And I feel very bad about the reluctance of the Arab countries to be part of the international stabilization force in Gaza, because only forces from the region can manage the situation on the ground. The Egyptians know very well how to deal with that. The Jordanians know very well. The Emirates as well. They have some kind of presence in Gaza, okay? I'm not going to elaborate. I assume that you know that. The Hamas will not attack, okay, will consider twice or more than that before doing something against the Arab forces. And they're reluctant to be part of giving or bringing the change. It's a great problem. It's very nice to sit on the fence, to tell us what we have to do, but when you would like to see the results, you have to be part of it. So it's not enough to prevent, and thank you for that, that by the Arab pressure, they make a pressure upon President Trump in order to convince Israel not to do any annexation in the West Bank, which was very good, because I would like to keep that option alive for political process between us and the Palestinians. But in the same time, we need the Arab intervene, not only in the process, also in the ground, in order to change the reality. Otherwise, we will return to the bad days, as everybody knows very well here.
We need more constructive Arab engagement. There's a direct call for constructive engagement, and I think it's a really important one, and we just need more engagement, full stop. I think we need more engagement on all issues, and you've all made that very clear. I'd like to open the floor to questions. I just would like to remind those asking questions to please introduce themselves briefly, to limit the questions to a minute, to keep it very succinct. And I would like to commence with Odeh Abourdain, please.
Thank you very much. I'm here. My question is to Shira and David. The two of you alluded to the role of Saudi Arabia, which is a game changer. Now, the Saudis have made it clear we want to see a serious path to a Palestinian state. So far, Trump and Bibi have never uttered these words. They seem to be nuclear words. How can we get Trump to move the process by getting the Israelis to accept the concept of a Palestinian state?
Thank you very much, Odeh. Excellent question. How do we get Trump to persuade the Israelis that in order to get the Saudi deal, there needs to be a Palestinian state? Next question, Miras Zainbayev, and Miras, apologies if I mispronounce your surname.
Well, thank you very much for this panel. I have quite brief question. Last week we had C5 plus US format. C5 is Central Asia. 5 leaders met with President Trump, and Kazakhstan announced, I'm here, and Kazakhstan announced idea to join Abraham Accords. So how do you see the role of Abraham Accords in peace process in between of Israel and Palestine, and how can the countries outside of the Arab world join or facilitate a process? How do you see a Kazakhstan role in this aspect? Thank you.
Excellent question. Succinct. Kazakhstan's role, how do you envisage it, as well as other non-Arab countries? Maria Fantapie, please.
Hi, thank you. My question is for all panelists. It seems that actually each one of them put forward a different sequencing of the implementation of the 20-point plan, though all of them wish for a broader normalization with the Arab world. So can each one of them actually state how the sequencing of the 20-point plan actually should be enacted? Should be first be disarmament and then humanitarian aid and then Palestinian Authority brought in, or should be different sequencing? Because it seems that each one has a different idea of that, in mind, of course, of offering something. Offering a sequencing that can also in some way help Israeli-Arab ties.
Thank you, Maria. The question was sequencing. Maybe the question really is whether there needs to be a sequencing, or whether all questions also, all issues need to be addressed contemporaneously. Abdullah Al-Junaid, please.
Hi, over here. The question that I would like to pose to the whole panel is, while the Israelis are still addressing Gaza the day after, the region, and especially those who are willing to engage Israel, are raising the following question. Israel the day after Benjamin Netanyahu, what he represents. This is the real challenge. It's about time that you jumpstart your re-engineering of your thinking and start approach the region. And for David in particular, it's not about the 1% or the 2% that the settlers represent. It's what the humiliation on a daily basis that the Palestinians are suffering at every checkpoint. How can you quantify that, please, sir? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Abdullah. So the day after for Israel, the day after Netanyahu, whether there is any reckoning, healing, settlers, how do we deal with them? That's specifically for David. And I think that's all the questions from the audience, so I just like, as a prerogative of chair, to just maybe, again, on a constructive note, what would you like to see in terms of engagement, both Israeli but also the Arab world? How do you foresee a more constructive engagement on? You can choose the fronts because you won't have time to address all of them, but don't repeat each other's points, obviously, so whichever one person address other points. Shira, I'll start with you, then David, and then I'll let you wrap up.
Naomi,
yes.
We have 6 minutes.
Yes, thank you. Yes,
okay.
Thank you very much, Abdissam, for, we have the clocks here, so please, everyone, please stick to them. And I need 5 minutes to wrap up, so I will have 2 minutes to wrap up. So each one has a minute and a half. Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you, Abdissam.
I will try to be brief. I think on Saudi Arabia, whether we are looking at normalization now, I don't think this is coming in the near future. I think the Saudis have said again and again and again what their conditions are, and their conditions are not there. It does not mean that we cannot take steps toward greater regional integration. Her Excellency Manal Radwan is here. She's heard me say it before. There's Mary to speaking to the Israeli public and offering to the Israeli public what the government doesn't show them. But we also have to remember the Saudis have leverage on 2 key players. First of all, the Palestinians. The Palestinian Authority is indebted to the Saudis now. Reform and the prisoner payment. Yesterday there was news that Mahmoud Abbas, the president, fired his finance minister over the Palestinian prisoner reform. There's a key issue coming. And also, I would hope that when MBS goes to Washington, in addition to the many issues that he has on the agenda, he also has this one. I have to respond to Maria's questions about the sequencing. I don't think we can afford the sequencing. I think we have to do everything at once. The humanitarian cannot wait. Clearly, the linchpin is the UN Security Council resolution that's coming. But we have to start training the Palestinian forces. It's going to take month and month and month. Despite all of us knowing that this was coming, we didn't do it. And the last thing about the Abraham Accords, His Excellency Gargash was here yesterday. He spoke about this, the framework of dialogue and coexistence and acceptance of the narrative and the connection of the people to the land is something that I think is important for both Israelis and the Palestinians, because no one is going anywhere. That is the true fact. So I'll stop.
Thank you.
Look, I think part of the genius of the Abraham Accords was to what I call the chance, at least, of a peace between peoples, not just a peace between governments. Until the Abraham Accords, you've had what I call a mukhabarat peace, an intelligence community peace, where the people closest to dealing with Israel were the Egyptian military, the Jordanian military. It didn't really seep into the society. Maybe because the Abraham Accord countries are not bordering Israel, there is none of the baggage having fought Israel on the battlefield, and it's all much more about upside, and Kazakhstan is certainly further afield. So the economic opportunities, I think, are really great. The people on all sides could see the benefits of peace. To me, this is the core point, which is, you know, when you think of engagement, to Nomi's question, and look, Israel is going into an election year. You're not going to change this government. As much as Oda, I hope I'm wrong, I don't think you're going to change Netanyahu on between now and the elections on getting the Saudis to take away the dimension of the deal of saying you've got to start negotiations on 2 states. I don't think that's going to happen. He's going to say, I have the best relationship with Trump. I'll get this deal without the precondition, which I don't think he's going to be able to get after the election. And he'll push it off, but say, I'm the only one who can make the deal with the Saudis. I don't think deals are possible now. I think what's possible now is to have Arab leaders talk to the people of Israel. Make this a peace between peoples where you communicate, we want to integrate you in the region. And I think that kind of thing is something that Israel doesn't often hear. You'd say, well, we've said this at this communique, it was at this summit, but they don't hear it. Give interviews to journalists from Israel. Talk to them as leaders, the emirs of all these countries, foreign ministers. Talk to them in this election year. This is a pivotal election year. Will Israel be integrated in this region or not? I think this is an amazing opportunity, and I hope that we won't say, we look back and say we missed the opportunity.
Thank you, David.
And I agree with the others about Abraham Accords, which is a vision. This is a vision for a new Middle East, border Middle East, and cooperation and relations. I agree with the others. About Gaza, the most important things now in Gaza, I'm not going to the sequence because I don't have time, is to create the movement forward, not to stuck now. Because Israel got most of the hostages. And we can stuck in the current situation because we keep what we call the security perimeter, which help us to control that area and prevent any terror attack vis-a-vis Israel. Hamas still control half of Gaza, regain its power then, creating the conditions that the PL will not be able to come back and to take the control of Gaza. And if we stuck in that moment, we will not achieve the goals. So it's very important to create the mechanism that will push both of us to go forward in the implementation of Trump framework, and by that, changing the reality. I would like to say another sentence, because in all of the panels, there was a feeling here that we are in the age of return to a war situation. This is not the picture that I see from Israel. Israel, maybe it's a story, it's not good for the deterrence to say it loud and clear. Israel is not eager to return back to war situation. 2 years, it's enough, okay? We have a lot of other things to do. We have a lot of other things to fix inside Israel, outside Israel, so we need that time. Please help us to achieve and gain that time for the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Udi. I think that the panel has been, there's a consensus, and it's absolutely loud and clear. There's a call for help from the Arab world and beyond the Arab world, Kazakhstan and beyond. There's a call for engagement directly with the Israeli media. There isn't nearly enough of it. I recall Prince Turki of Saudi Arabia giving a pivotal interview to leading Israeli media. That, I think, it's an honest interview with a journalist that is considered an honest broker, not, I think, not a broker, sorry, an honest journalist. That I think could be transformative. Israel, we've heard, not in the mood for war, a call for any form of engagement, any form of dialogue, absolutely critical, because the perceptions in the Arab world of what is happening in Israel and the perceptions in Israel of what is happening in the Arab world are miles apart, and they need to be bridged. So again, thank you, Dr. Ebtissam, for hosting us here. There's a lot of work for the Emirates Policy Center to follow up on, and I would like to ask all of you to thank the panelists, but before that, please stay, because the next panel, key panel, post-war Gaza, security, governance, and challenges, is happening directly after us, and they may ask some of the questions that we didn't have time, they may answer some of the questions that we didn't have time to address. So thank you, and a round of applause.
Thank you, Naomi.
السيدات والسادة، ستبدأ الآن الجلسة التالية. Ladies and gentlemen, the next panel will begin now. السيدات والسادة، ستبدأ الآن الجلسة التالية. Ladies and gentlemen, the next panel will begin now.
سيداتي وسادتي، ستبدأ الآن الجلسة 12 تحت عنوان غزة ما بعد الحرب، تحديات الأمن والحوكمة. Ladies and gentlemen, panel 12 entitled Post-War Gaza, Security and Governance Challenges will start now.
والله لا أعتقد. السادة الحضور.
The attendees, welcome everyone to the 12th session, Post-War Gaza, Security and Governance Challenges. I would like, first of all, to introduce the guests, Dr. Abdelmonaim Saeed, the Chairman of the Advisory Council of the Egyptian Center for Strategic Studies, Dr. Zaid Ayadat, Professor of Political Science and International Relations at the University of Jordan, and Dr. Mohammed Al-Masri, President of the Palestinian Center for Strategic Studies and Research in Ramallah. Welcome everyone. To talk about Gaza and the Palestinian issue is usually complex, difficult, and this is a session that comes later after lunch, but I promise you, if we interact with each other, this will be a very good session without too much pressure. I will start with you, Dr. Mohammed Al-Masri. As you come from Ramallah, we would like to understand, to take the pulse for the Palestinian Authority. How do you see the situation in Gaza? Where is it heading in terms of security and governance? Palestinian Authority, would it have a word in Gaza? Good evening, and I would like to thank Dr. Ibtisam and Emirates Policy Center, and thank the leadership of the country. To answer the question about the war in Gaza, my family asked me, when will the war end? The war did not end. The war of starvation, the war of the need of shortage of humanitarian aid, there are still strikes. The war in Gaza would not end unless there is a complete cessation of war and withdrawal of occupation forces. What is happening in Palestine, there is a role of the Palestinian Authority. In Gaza, yes, there is a role of the Palestinian Authority. Maybe the summit or the President Trump would not be very interesting for Palestinians, but it does exist, and in Gaza, with through the passports and education and water and electricity, these things the Palestinian Authority has been providing. There are around 9,700 from security personnel who are still there, and but many of them still cannot work. They're still training, whether they take training courses in Egypt or in Jordan. And it's not a coincidence that I am sitting here between our neighbors. They are closer to us geographically and politically. But I think as Palestinians, we can, through the dynamics of reality, to achieve what we can do through this experience, and this experience would fail if not everyone is involved. And we heard from the leadership of Jordan who said that they will not be engaged in the forces in Gaza as there is no clarity in the project. And also for Egypt, the Minister of Foreign Affairs said that they will not participate in with the security forces forces unless there is clarity in the plan. And yesterday, and heard from Dr. Anwar Gargash, who is a prominent politician, present the UAE. He said there will not be security forces, and the whole of UAE will be limited to humanitarian role. And then the news that we are getting now, the paper presented to the Security Council, there was some amendments, some positive aspects where the Palestinian and the Arabs are making some request to have the United Nations and UNRWA, which they were trying, before they were trying to eliminate. And as Palestinians, we aim to have this protection from the Arab world that will be based on active countries on the Palestinian issue, those countries that support Palestinian and which say that without a Palestinian Authority, it will not be possible for any Arab state to work in this place. And even at the legitimate level, for the Palestinian Authority, they should be the one asking United Nations to send security forces. This is important because without legitimate cover from the Palestinian Authority, Palestinian will consider that forces as force of occupation, and we hope that there will be forces of peace that will support Palestinian during the stabilization and to ensure peace between Palestinians and Israel. So Palestinian Authority wants peace and governance and rely on Arab states and the pressure from United States at the Security Council, the resolution of Security Council that will define the roles of peace forces that will be sent. And let's move now to Egypt, Dr. Monaim. The role of Egypt was important to reach ceasefire or to stop deportation, and even at the time being where we will see who will be ruling Gaza and how will that happen. How do you look at it? How does Cairo look at it? Are we on the right path to end this crisis and to secure Gaza and to have really an authority that will not be limited to one entity? I think we are not going on the path that's 100% sure, but it's the only option, because the cornerstones of the current initiative is the one of the President Trump from the US. I haven't known at any time at the conflict, Palestinian and Israeli conflict, there has been nothing achieved without intervention of the US. To leverage this situation is important, and he has managed at Sharm el-Sheikh conference to stop the war, and it is indeed a genocidal war, and the parties committed many crimes. I do not support what happened on October 7th. I consider that as a terrorist attack, but the reaction was a genocidal act. And the colleagues from Israel who spoke before us, they spoke and said that Israel has become isolated because of that. Israel is working on that because this is the 5th war of Gaza. We have experiences from other 4 wars, so it's almost the same scenario, but with this scenario, this is lasting for 2 years. The other scenarios, it used to be 2 weeks, 6 weeks for each of those wars. But there were tragedies like launching missiles. The first step succeeded. There was an agreement from both parties to the initiative. The first step, the ceasefire. Now we are working on the second step, which is what they call it, the disarming Hamas. I want to remind you that, and this was mentioned in the previous panel, that the regional approach is important. So it's not only Egypt. The colleagues from Egypt, Saudi Arabia, UAE, there are 12 Arab states. There are no militias, no civil war. There is specific visions for future and based on development, prosperity, and the need regional stability. Lack of regional stability has always its sources. It's that we had a source from the militia made by Iran, and they have a source of Israel. Israel is also moved, but what we can call the Jewish brothers compared to the Muslim Brotherhood that we have. And it is a country different from Gorion or Ishaq Rabin. Now we have Smotrich and Netanyahu, who talks honestly at the United Nations about the big Israel. In the previous session, they did not mention Israel as a nuclear country. Israel is a nuclear state with borders with us, and the settlement issue, if we go back to Oslo Agreement, this was one of the things where there was radicalists and extremists from Israel who were against the peace. So the regional whole, if Israel is a psychological issue, it's not an issue of power. And since we have here the other party at the conference, the source of the Arab nationalism, and it's the anti-colonialism. Unfortunately, Israel came at the end of colonialism era. And I am aware that the Jewish nationalism is also anti-Semitist. So to understand that the idea of sanction with the preponderance of arms becomes always a big massacre. If we say that Egypt, when Egypt started peace under al-Sadat, it did not change its course. It knows its limits, and 1948 will not repeat itself for Egypt. That's why it's put in all its weight, because it's the first country that made peace, and also it accepts negotiations. And there was success in the previous 4 wars, and I think this will not change. If you allow me, Dr. Abdelmonem, if you spoke about the regional role, not only Egypt, just a small detail, because the countries that convinced the President Trump in New York to start this step and to go to Sharm el-Sheikh and to stop the killings, there was also Pakistan, Turkey, and others. When they meet again in Istanbul, Cairo was not there. And talking about Turkish forces going there was taking place beyond the regional framework, because the regional world can lose because of different interests. So is there a consensus for the post-war in Gaza and security and governance between all these states? I think it's the people at stakes. There are stakes. There are stakes also in Arab states who were engaged in war with Israel, and who this country is now. We have 12 Arab states, and some Arab states, unfortunately, with the militia, non-state actors, they played a role, starting from Somalia, Syria, Iraq. There are operations that took place, but I'm talking about 12 states, 6 Gulf states, Saudi Arabia, the most prominent one, or at, let's say, the biggest in terms of space, and also geopolitical issue here between the Arabian Gulf and the Red Sea. And I want to say that the Arab states particularly Egypt, Saudi Arabia, Qatar. Qatar acts as a mediator, as everyone knows. They got support. Saudi Arabia was pushing for recognition of Palestinian state, and UAE provided support to the brothers in Gaza. And in Egypt, we have the main store there. I will take your answer is that the Arab states agree on that, and let everyone understand the answer. Dr. Zaid, Jordan is engaged from the beginning in the Palestinian cause and played a major role. The fact that it was not announced early that Jordanian forces will not join the stabilization forces in Gaza, and why is there some sensitivity between what is happening in Amman and what is happening in Gaza? First of all, good evening, and thank you, Dr. Ibtisam, for inviting me. If you want to talk in English, it's fine because we have translation. Normally, I was supposed to talk in English, but you pushed me to speak in Arabic. So the fact that you feel that there is a gap between us in Jordan and Gaza, this is a feeling, but we're giving our analysis, and I give my analysis, but if you want official position, you have His Excellency, the ambassador, who can give it to you. Let's mention 3 points regarding the Jordanian position in terms of analysis. Jordan, like Egypt and other Arab states, that the ceasefire that took place in Sharm el-Sheikh is not the best thing that could happen, but this is what we could get. But as a result, till now, it leads at the case of no war, no peace. And by nature, this is threatening peace and stability in the region. The second point is that there is a lack of trust historically, and even if there are agreements on many things that may seem beneficial and excellent, but the lack of trust of the continuation or the fulfilling by the government of Israel of the commitment is a problem. Third point, the framework for the participation of forces is covered with some legal glitches, because there is no legal reference for that. And even talking about the formation of stability forces doesn't mean anything, because we don't know how it will be formed and who will be participating when those forces go there, what will be their mandate, and what will be the litigation measures in case there are some problems, and what their oaths, how can is it them who will disarm in Gaza, and to whom will they give those weapons, and many other questions. That's why in the 20-point plan of Trump, by design, they are vague and lack operational detail. It's a question of first phase, second phase. It was created like that. And it's so vague, and we cannot implement it unless we divide it into phases. And the first phase is important for Israel. The first thing is the exchange of hostages. And this led to Israel withdraw from 47% of Gaza. My question, why not 50%? So what is the strategic value and the military meaning of this number and the yellow line and the possibility of division of Gaza? All these questions, and we still did not cover a main issue, which is the sequencing. what will happen first? Should we build a border peace under the presidents of Trump? And should it be ISF? On which basis? And who will participate? And therefore, the Arab forces together, they would say, as long as there is no legal benchmark designated by the Security Council or with invitation from the Palestinian Authority with a clear mandate, and then it will do something clear, which is called peacekeeping and not peace enforcement. So I will stop here, but I can continue later. We can talk later about the role of Hamas. And I mentioned there is a gap between Jordan and this plan, and not between Jordan and Gaza. And so because we cannot deny the role of Jordan in terms of aid. Dr. Mohammed, I would like to ask you here about the issue of Hamas and the yellow line. What does it mean for us that Hamas now, as they say, they started negotiations with the Palestinian Authority and with Fatah, and they have meeting in Egypt. What's the role that we can expect from Hamas, since according to the agreement, Hamas agreed to hand over their weapons, and who will also have the mandate to do that, and to whom those arms will be given. So how do you see the possibility of having disarmament of Hamas? Who will do that? And this yellow line, would it remain like new borders for Gaza? Let me mention a point mentioned by Dr. Zaid about the entry of forces as armed forces, given the confusion by the international resolution, and even with the reference of these forces will be presenting its support to the Security Council. But as Palestinian, we consider Jordan as a partner, particularly in main issues, meaning that the final decision, such as water, borders, refugees, and holy places, longest borders in the Arab world, with occupying force, refugee, the biggest number we have in Egypt, and the water is in the sea and the Jordan River, and they said they are partners. So we are proud of this position. We want to be the partners, and we don't want an independent decision. But for Gaza and those arms, historically, they have arms. Even before 1947, a Palestinian citizen would have a weapon at home. Are we talking about individual weapons, or are we talking about missiles? As Palestinian, we don't want to have weapons in Gaza or other places than Gaza. I'm talking about weapons that will pose a danger to Palestinian society or the neighboring states. And this is what the president is asking for. I think that the issue of weapons was not put on the negotiation table, and Hamas, they gave a promise that they will hand over their arms, and when Witkoff met Khalil al-Hayya, he promised that they will hand over weapons, but that will be in an orderly manner. It will be not disarming, but it will be freezing the arms. It will be handing over weapons to a specific entity, and the experience by the British, like it happened with the Irish army, it was a failed experience because it's a different conflict, and they merged with the political entity. Now what is required is disarming and expelling Hamas from Gaza, and also to have a force that's not even Palestinian. And as Palestinian, we can say that Hamas will not be in the political landscape, and we agree on that. And the 22 states signed the New York Declaration for the recognition of Palestine, and they were signed by Turkey and Qatar. The second point about weapons, it was raised in Cairo discussion and with Hussein Sheikh, the vice president, and Majid Faj, Minister of Intelligence, and they said, tell us how can you hand over the weapons to the Palestinian Authority, and they said they can hand over to a committee from the Palestinian Authority, and Egypt, they will take care of this issue. And the next phase, we don't want to focus on the weapons, but to focus more on governance in Gaza. Last thing, I want to tell you that nobody needs to Gaza to rule us. We want someone to come to Gaza to serve us. I am from Gaza, from Beit Hanun. I can't imagine someone coming from outside the Gaza just to rule us if he's not coming to support us, to give us humanitarian aid, and with the after 737 days of genocide. If we go with the scenario of handing over weapons, what will Hamas look like? Would it be like a political party, or what? The weapons with the militia after October 7 did not meet the needs of defending the people of the region, neither in Syria nor in Lebanon or Palestine. And those weapons with symbolism mean that there is a right of resistance, and the faction that met in Cairo, they approved that there is a popular resistance, and this is a Palestinian decision, popular resistance, and Abu Mazen adds to that peaceful resistance. Gaza, some people like to call it as the backyard of Egypt, even from security perspective, and it's important for Egypt has been part of Palestine as Arab state. And dealing with Hamas for them is important. Why there is I don't know how to describe it, but in Egypt they want to have international forces for peacekeeping, but not for enforcing law and disarming Hamas. As I understood, what is the difference for Egypt for the whole of those forces, particularly in disarming Hamas? What happened is, to what extent the forces will be, but it is certain that we are in a transitional phase, and Hamas took advantage that there was a ceasefire, and then President Trump said they need to ensure security in the markets, and then they started executing all their adversaries. Hamas, I can call it as a specific Nakba for Palestine. But in Palestine, if you look, you will find that in Palestine, in Egyptian map, you will find that Gaza is on the top. And the tragedy has all the roots that will not go back to the reasons and what happened and who was behind that. But I want to say that we have main problematic with the expelling the people. Egypt has 15 million refugees, and we have become 125 million because we have 15 million refugees. 2 million extra are not going to pose a problem, and this is what President Trump thought about. But neither Israel nor the U.S. should impose on a sovereign state to accept expelling people against their will. So this issue, the whole world has seen it. Even the Jews saw it historically in the many massacres and the Holocaust that was linked to immigration. What happened during the war was imitation of some of things that happened in the Nazist colonies. That was the first war that we had. That was the first war that we have seen on TV in that horrific manner. There is a call for for the Israeli people to choose in the way that we are following, and then they will wage a war every 2 years. But to go back to your question about the force, I know that people are interested in this, and this is very technical. There are generals and diplomats in Egypt who would like to answer all these questions about the numbers of those forces and what they will do exactly. The second mission is to move to a phase of recovery, to be able to give a minimum of shelter to our brothers in Palestine, so that we can move to the next phases of reconstruction. Egypt is prepared for that. They proposed that to the Americans, and Witkoff found something important in that proposal, and I can say simply that those forces, they can protect the process in a land that's still a source of concern, and police forces, they need some training, and we are talking about 7,000 police forces in Gaza and the West Bank need the training. The second thing, we need an agreement with Israel on that forces. So when there is an agreement on the yellow line, I don't know what will be the colors of those lines, but if at each stage Israel will have to withdraw to another line, maybe blue color. So cooperation with Israel geopolitically and geostrategically is important. But here, to think in a positive way, Egypt wants United Nations professional people will work on that. Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Ministry of Defense will work on that. They will work on the technicalities of this issue, and they will draw them on other experiences. Mr. Mohammed, I will come back to you. Did I understand well? If the resolution of Security Council about those forces, this is technical question. They will be enforcing the law, and they will be in charge of disarming Gaza. This will eliminate the need of Palestinian police force and will impact Palestine force.
Of course, this force needs to be a peacekeeping, not peace imposition force. And if it was decided to impose peace, that means that it would be a setback from what we've been discussing, because this would not be the same that President Trump wants, but there would be some amendments that give some margin of movement for the Palestinian Authority. But if it was imposition of peace, you will not see any Arab country entering Gaza. Would Hamas voluntarily give up its weapons to the force? We are talking about the resolution. The issue of arms is a different one. The issue of Hamas, Dr. Zaid, the issue of Hamas has a confusion between resistance and being a proxy for Iran, because decisions in that case would not be national but would be influenced by Iran, as well as separation attempts, because it was not a state thinking, it was a sub-state issue. Would Hamas easily be absent from the scene? What can the international community do to treat Hamas and deal with it as a reality in Gaza? In the outset, it's not easy for Hamas to leave the scene. Hamas actually controls the scene since 2005. This is its fifth war. Full devastation of Gaza and practically the loss of futures of generations of Palestinians. The question is Hamas going to leave the scene? And what Hamas is doing is adaptive strategies, socially, economically, and military strategies. And there are some attempts in the region, and I believe they are serious, that are related to requalifying Hamas somehow, which means the discussions between Palestinian factions, in addition to Hamas, to decide which Palestinian commission would be governing in Gaza with the participation of Hamas. So what does it mean for Hamas to participate in nominating an entity or a committee that governs or rules Gaza in the future? Why is Hamas actually participating in that? It would give it some kind of contribution. The current situation and the game that is being played is done within two key contexts. The first one is that a 2-year war resulted into winners and losers. Winners have the right to impose whatever they want for their own interest, as with every war in the world, and this is something that we need to not forget. The other side is that the signing of the agreement with all its details came after another ascending path from July to September was going on, which was the path for the two-state solution and the Palestinian state. But after the Saudi-French initiative, the talk is only on ceasefire. Of course, it's critically important and to find or to attempt to find some kind of formula to have an order and law and governance in Gaza. And even discussion in this part is limited to weapons, international forces, without any mention of the civic governance in Gaza. Now we are asking who is ruling Gaza right now, who is managing schools or hospitals or streets and villages in Gaza right now. These daily civic life details, who's in charge of it? These armed groups that have been spreading in Gaza, what are they doing and for whom are they working and what's their future? All this leads us to another topic. There is a huge gap between expectations, international and regional expectations, between the agreement and the reality. There is an actual vacuum in authority and power, and this is a conducive environment for violence. And when you have these adaptive strategies, there are always options to reshape and redefine yourself. It's not an option for Hamas to be either military or political. It's also an adaptive strategy for the socialization and the social life in the future and its details. The other crisis is that neither Hamas nor the Palestinian Authority nor Israel nor the Arab countries nor the international community have trust in one single player or power that would be ruling Gaza. This is called the commitment problem in the international science, interrelations science. When you lose confidence in any party to keep peace, you will have a crisis on how to create an alternative who would either serve your interest or collectively serve everyone. My last point is that we have to look at this in entirety. I have some concepts that could be potential scenarios of what would happen in Gaza. I will mention that in the end. But for us not to leave the Israelis out of the equation. I agree with Dr. Saeed. Of course, the problem started with Hamas. We all agree. But since then, Israel has been conducting policies that are endangering the region. All policies of Israel are endangering the whole region, not just Gaza. The policy limitations of Israel's policy in Gaza are regional strategic limitations. The issue is not just Gaza. The war in Gaza is not just Gaza. It's far beyond Gaza. And the settlement in Gaza today is also beyond Gaza. It is related to the regional situation. So this is a strategic issue by nature, which weakens the strategic value of Gaza. Israel has explicitly succeeded in creating unnecessary enemies and embarrassing all its friends. This region is now a hostage to the wishes and concerns of Israelis over their security on the account and expense of everyone else, because the Israeli policy that has been adopted is the arrogance of power. Dr. Muhammad, we are back to talking about weapons. This will be a quick question to you all before we open the floor to questions. If the demand is to have international peacekeeping forces and that law enforcement will be done by a Palestinian government and the Palestinian police is there, this could be comfortable for Hamas, which would keep delaying the handover of weapons and think that it will repeat what it did in 2006 and 7, etc. How can the authority force Hamas to hand over its weapons without any pressure? Because the Palestinian police is not an actual or a significant pressure over Hamas forces in Gaza, even if they were 4,000 policemen. This is not the only barrier in Gaza. It's probably the easiest one, because this has become an issue that's agreed upon internally among the Palestinian factions, where the weapons are handed over and probably suspended by a trusted side. It could be agreed with a country such as Egypt or others. So why is this now being emphasized in the Israeli media, such as the talk on tunnels? Tunnels are not only a danger that threatens Israel, it also threatens Palestinians. Can Gaza be rebuilt in high standing buildings over lands or tunnels that are dug very deep in the ground? There are several areas that have these tunnels. When Israelis tried to drown these tunnels, geologists found that this is a disaster for Israel and for Gaza and for the whole region, and this is why they gave up. Even if Hamas says that they want to close the tunnels, it would take 1 or 2 decades in order to regain the soil and its quality. Of course, we have to solve all the internal issues. We have everyone pushing toward this. Hamas is right now not in a position to reject handing over the weapons, because the demand in Gaza, as I said, the demand is to stop the war, and the war will not be stopped by Netanyahu and its right-wing government unless there was a force in Gaza that says we will be filling the gap in Gaza. And I believe that the Palestinian Authority is just a part, not all the security and governance in Gaza. It's part of the solution. But Mr. Trump has to give Arabs who were very friendly with him and met with him. 8 countries, they were ready or expressed their readiness for security and governance in Gaza, but without a vision that takes this region away from the solution. How can you rebuild a land without the owner of the land? It doesn't mention Hamas or the Palestinian authorities and even Abu Shabab. In reports now, Trump is not talking about the legitimacy of these Palestinian parties. You said that Trump has to involve Arabs. Do you think that Arabs managed to solve the disagreement between Hamas and the Palestinian Authority? They brought Fatah and Hamas to Mecca to agree, but it didn't work. So we cannot bet on a force that could not unify Palestinians, where Iran managed to penetrate Hamas, and many countries bet on Hamas despite their clear project. Probably I know Hamas better than anyone. I am from Gaza. I was the head of intelligence before I came here. But I am telling you, I know them very well. Even Ismail Haniya said that we will leave the government, but we will not leave the ruling. But what is the option if we reach the Oslo agreement with Israelis? Can I not agree with Palestinians how to live in Gaza? This would be a Palestinian problem. I will not discuss this extensively. However, I mean that we are able to reach Palestinian agreements within the elections that will happen after 1 year. Dr. Abdelmanem Said, we talked about Hamas, and we can see that there are at least 2 directions. One is with the Brotherhood, and Khalid Mash'al represented, and also the Sinwar direction, which is closer to Iran, and problems have emerged recently. If we assume that Hamas will be requalified, as Dr. Zaid says, and they agree to hand over their weapon, do you believe that they would need another sponsor or supporter again? Because we can see there is disagreement in the region on how to deal with Hamas, because Egypt, which is the country that meets with Hamas more than any other country, but it is committed that the PA is the only legitimate representative of Gaza and Palestine, while other countries such as Turkey and others meet Hamas leaders and other levels. Therefore, I believe there will be attempts there would be attempts to take Hamas to another sponsor other than Iran, but this will keep Hamas part of another country that's external, not the internal interest of Palestinians. You can have a very pessimistic scenario where things happen catastrophically, but now I am talking now in order to put everything in the extreme scenario. Some people are trained. Until now, you are negotiating with the Palestinian Authority as one of the Palestinian forces that cannot be ignored. But people of Gaza, when they have something really clear related to peace and going back to the legitimate authority of Palestine, and that there will be forces protecting the people, and Israel says that it will not be creating Israel, greater Israel. When you have all this, the legitimacy of Hamas will diminish it completely, and it's almost being illegitimized from any type of resistance or any type of governance. Right now, we are trying to heal a disease that happened on October 7th with huge international repercussions in all aspects. We have a deep wound with all sides and parties, with the US and Egypt and the UAE and Saudi Arabia and Qatar and many other countries attempting to reach this point through convention. Hamas was reluctant and had two directions. It was reluctant to not accept because one of the extreme sides saw that as a surrender. And also the issue of the yellow line. We had a lot of agreements in 1974, but people in Egypt said that these will be the final Israeli lines, and Israelis will not occupy anything beyond those lines. But tradition and history show a lot of momentum that we can mention in greatest crises. What I'm saying is that as Arabs and as a regional power, we are providing this historical choice, not only for the Palestinian people to have an independent, dignified, and free state, while the Israeli side is also integrated in the region without talking about reshaping the region. Talk about being a great regional power, this would be a historical mistake that might result into other repercussions. Words are very sensitive in this region, and when we were talking about peace, we thought there would be an ultimate and final solution of the Palestinian issue, but this final solution word is really painful for the other side. So I want to say that words always have a meaning, and each side has to be careful about what they say. Before starting the questions, in 2 minutes, Dr. Zaid, I want you to talk about the extremism and Hamas. And it seems that the region is limited or still under the religious extremism, whether the Israeli right extremists or the Islamism and the Shia extremism, Shia and their parties and the Hezbollah and other extremist religious movements. Does this create balance, or does it feed each other? Therefore, when Hamas is diminished or changed, there needs to be the same change with other parties and similar movements. Of course, extremism feeds on each other. This is a political sociology rule, and over the past decades, we saw that the religious extremism in Sunni Islamism, such as Hamas in Gaza, has always been a source of power for Netanyahu and the extremist government, and vice versa. But could there be transformations, major transformations of ideologies? Of course, there can be, and this happened with the Muslim Brotherhood and Al-Qaeda and others. So transformation is a nature of humans, but when and how does this happen, and under what circumstances? And if we can bet on that in this really sensitive time, I don't think it's a strategic option. I believe we have to work towards this. How to get rid of extremism? By creating a proper environment for well-being and progress and the quality of life and cooperation, coexistence and accepting the other, and the rules of justice, of course, not on the expense of others' rights and dignity. There are 3 potential scenarios for ruling in Gaza based on this topic. The real issue is that we have 3 power issues. We also have a fragmented authority, and also we have humanitarian gaps and humanitarian corridors This could be a mandated transition starting from the US with its details and repercussions, or a stored mandate or spoilers of pushback in Gaza, which means another cycle of violence. Let's move to the audience. You have 1 minute to comment. This war changed the Palestinians and Israelis and changed the whole region, and both sides will have elections in their countries, whether Israelis or Palestinians, and it's difficult to talk about peace in this moment between Israelis and Palestinians, especially that we have 2 generations in Palestine and Israelis who are not accepting others without having some time to pass to gain more confidence. In Gaza, there is a generation that could be more dangerous to their families than their enemies because they lost hope and because there is no capabilities for life in this area that was completely destroyed. We have hundreds of thousands injured and killed, and there are also thousands who have disabilities. You will see people in Gaza walking with canes and wheelchairs. We require a lot of effort in order to forgive ourselves and to recover in Gaza. Yes, we saw how Hamas talked about this, about Israelis. Yes, I said 2 sides have the same issue. Sami Qasimi has a question. Thank you, Yusuf. My question, as we talk about Gaza after the war, is the agreement signed in Gaza, or has it diminished the idea of displacement, or is the scenario of displacing Gazans still on the table? Should the Palestinians be assured, in your opinion, and what are the Egyptian concerns in that regard? So this is to Dr. Abdelmenam Said. Any imagined scenario is possible. You can imagine whatever you want because migration or expulsion from Gaza is still imagined by some in Israel. What we are doing here is to prepare for a permanent and sustained peace. If there is a permanent peace, we will not have these very extreme scenarios. However, there are some segments in Israel who are even in the government right now. But when Gazans are back to stability and peace, those segments will have a major setback because this would be through a regional and international and Israeli effort in order to begin a historical settlement after a significant and atrocious war. In 30 seconds, in your opinion, is the displacement threat now going far away, and will Gaza remain divided? The threat of displacement is still there as long as this extreme right-wing government is there, but the danger is voluntary displacement and migration because the occupation, the Israeli occupation, has tools to prevent rebuilding of Gaza and to prevent humanitarian aid. And this would push Gazans to leave. Jordan and Egypt believe that this is a threat against them, and Palestinians only had the option to stay. But I believe Gaza will not be divided. In 1 year, I'm hoping that things will not remain the same. Dr. Zaid, do you believe that the threat of displacement is gone? And according to the 3 scenarios that you mentioned, if there were spoilers and problems, this threat would be present again, especially the voluntary displacement as mentioned. I believe that the potential of displacement and migration is not diminished, but there are several scenarios in Gaza and other places. The key principle of war in Gaza is to create a new deterrence model that's called the Gaza Doctrine, and one of the key objective is to force people to use, whether by coercion or voluntarily, who can live in Gaza over the next 3 or 4 or 5 years if all the rebuilding and humanitarian aid projects are delayed. Let's link that to Israel's vision of the two-state solution and the relationship with the West Bank. Again, we cannot talk about Gaza in separation of the regional context. The ceasefire project took the discussion from ceasefire to creating a political horizon about the two-state solution. We hope that would clear the vision about security and governance in Gaza without leaving scenarios open for a long time. Thank you so much, my guests. I was honored to moderate this panel. And thank you, Dr. Ibtisam Al-Kitbi and the Emirates Policy Center for this excellent forum, which is holding its 12th successful edition. With this panel, we conclude the 12th edition. Thank you to all the audience, whether here or through social media or YouTube.
سيداتي وسادتي، نختتم أعمال الملتقى بكلمة تلقيها الدكتورة ابتسام الكتبي رئيسة مركز الإمارات للسياسات، فلتتفضل مشكورة. Ladies and gentlemen, we conclude the ADSD proceedings with closing remarks by EPC President Dr. Ibtisam Al-Kitbi. Dr. Al-Kitbi, the floor is all yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, over 2 days and in 12 sessions with an elite of politicians and strategic experts and researchers and policy makers from the UAE and different parts of the world, Abu Dhabi's strategic debate in its 12th edition discussed the regional and international situation, and to preserve your ideas and your contribution, I will summarize in my speech the main issues and trends presented in the 12th debate. In the first day, in which the 6th session, there was a focus on AI. The debate was exploring the challenges for the international order, which was built since 8 decades ago and suffering different problems and cannot continue the way it is now. In the keynote speech, His Excellency Dr. Anwar Gargash, diplomatic advisor to UAE President, said that the last agreement in Gaza is a beginning and not an end, and towards a path and the roadmap for governance and stability. And the UAE, in light of the vulnerability of the circumstances, will not participate, probably will not participate in the stability forces in Gaza. And He said that the current situation could lead to unlimited violence, and people of Gaza have suffered a lot and deserve a state where to live in dignity. He mentioned also that in Sudan there is a humanitarian crisis and the war should stop now. He highlighted the support by the UAE of a civil regime that will be independent from the warring parties and away from the Muslim Brotherhood. Diplomatic advisor said that despite the misguiding media campaigns on the UAE, we will be continuing our support of the Sudanese people, and the UAE refuses the military solutions in political crisis. In the first session, the UAE, with its leadership on AI, speakers spoke about leadership of the UAE in AI is based on a clear vision to reverse catching up with the others. And it is based on the vision and the speed of execution and working with other partners from the world. In terms of the relations of the UAE with the competition with other superpowers for AI, the speaker said that the approach of the UAE is to work with the best and without siding with one party or the other. And when there is a need for the dealing with the electronic chips, the UAE choose the US because it's the best. But for the UAE to confront deepfake, it's working with everyone, with the US, with China, and others. And then the debate in the second session on American policy and international transformation, reformulating the liberal regime was discussing the changes in the American foreign policy under President Donald Trump and the role of those transformation in the global international order. And the session talked about the confusion shaping the foreign policy of the US as a result of the deep conflict between the Democratic and the Republican parties and the role of the US in the world, and also definition of the interest of the US and the principles of multilateralism. And the session talked about the American elections as a main factor in defining the future of American policy and whether it will be based on bipartisan regime or not. And the session talked about the emergence of China, which carries a multilateral perception of the new international order, and it was worthwhile that speakers focused on the role of technology, not to control the international order, but also to impact its nature. In the third session, the strategy of China in a changing global order, the speakers highlighted that the mutual alliance between China and the US is receding since Trump took office. And it is difficult to predict the strategic impact of such a trend. But the network of global exchange and foreign trade became more complicated. The speakers said that the strategic importance of the Arab Gulf area necessitated that this region should be neutral as region for energy and trade. At the geopolitical level, the Chinese experts said that the engagement of China cautiously in the issues of conflict and peace in the world enhances the role of America. And it was mentioned that the President Trump seems to be caring less about Taiwan and less focused on it compared to other presidents. This is something that China prefers. And then there was the issue of security of Europe, and Europe looks at security and defense, and relying on itself has become very important to it. But it should not be at the expense of other issues that have characterized Europe, such as climate change and society, peace, and liberal regime. And there was a recognition that the European Union should accelerate its work in AI to catch up with big players such as USA and China. The speakers in the fifth session talked about the understanding of Russia that resolving the issue in Ukraine needs to take into consideration the fears of Russia, existential fear about the expansion of the NATO. The speakers talked about the possibility of escalation between Russia and European countries, particularly with the increasing number of drones, accidents, and hybrid war. And the session talked also about what is what the common points about the US and China is a strategic relation more than alliance, and it is in their interest to develop that relation. And Russian role in Africa and the Middle East is still limited. While it was clear in that session that Russia is far away from competition with China and the US in AI, to put an end to the war in Ukraine could liberate the Russian economy and unleash its power in the Arctic. In the sixth session with corridors and semiconductors, and the discussion focused on the nature of competition between the US and China, on the areas, new areas of hegemony in the world, such as trade corridors and logistic corridors and tools of technology and air, earth, and how such competition could lead to challenges such as more polarization in the world. But many countries in the world tend to adopt policies of diversification and hedging and independence to stay away from polarization. The speaker spoke also about the emergence of trends for new alternatives from tools of hegemony in financial fields, in technology and trade. And it is expected for these trends to expand in future. On the second day, and the theme of the Middle East, before October 7 and starting with the seventh session, engineering a new regional policy, the speakers said that despite the main change witnessed by the Asian, the regional engineering is not completed yet, and coercive settlement and reaching an independent regional system is not yet possible, as the nation state need to be enhanced, and there is no escape from building a Palestinian state, and the Gulf state consider stability, economy, and the aspect of international law the main pillar of the constructive regional engineering. And the project of IMEC was mentioned as an example of the regional engineering. But among the prominent changes is that the illusionary equation that there are only three actors, Israel, Iran, and Turkey, is no longer valid, which means taking into consideration the other actors. In the eighth session on considering the strategy of Iran at the regional level, the speakers spoke about the fact that Iran is at a strategic crossroads between producing its traditional approach or being involved in a new course based on realism and integration. And this is a course that will serve regional stability in the long term. The speakers from the Iranian side considered that the region needs a new regional structure and that Iran is working diligently to be part of this structure because there are attempts to isolate Iran and push it away from development plans and international corridors. And the speakers from Iran said that communication channels with Americans are many, but credibility and the current results are limited. In the ninth session on the future of New Syria and headwinds, the speakers agreed on the urgent need to build the states and to reform and update the laws and to expand the representation and the successful transition from the economy of war to the economy of peace and official state, and with the underlying needs for governance, transparency, and independence. And at that session, it was highlighted that Washington wants from the President Ahmad al-Shah to move completely to a system of Western alliance and fighting ISIS. And it was mentioned that Washington has a lot to do in Syria. And regarding Lebanon, the challenges of restoring the states and sustainable peace in the 10th session, challenges were discussed, such as implementing the necessary economic reform required by the international community or disarming Hezbollah, and the prospects of relations with Israel and Syria and the US and also GCC countries. And the speakers agreed on the challenges of the phase and the need not to miss on the opportunity available for Lebanon to get out of the circle of crises and to stay away from any possible war with Israel and to achieve independence. And the speakers noticed that there are attempts to restructure the government in Lebanon, but it is happening slowly. And they mentioned that the success of Syria in starting a phase of construction and recovery will have a positive impact on Lebanon. In the 11th session titled Israel, War Within, War Without, the Israeli policies after 7 October and the impacts of the conflict in which Israel got engaged on different fronts, including on mainly Gaza front, and Israel, it was said that Israel started military efforts to respond to October the 7th. But till now, it does not want to engage in political efforts to build on the military efforts. And the speakers discussed the agreement to end the war in Gaza, and it looks like the prospect of making that agreement successful depends on the European efforts and also the American effort with President Trump and the engagement also of the Palestinian Authority. In the last session on Gaza after war and governance, and which just ended earlier, and it discussed a formation of stability force in Gaza and hesitation of Arab state to engage in that force, while the Palestinian Authority wants to play a role in Gaza. It was mentioned that the agreement of Gaza is like no peace and no war, and that there are still till now no credible reference, legal reference from United Nations or Palestinian Authority regarding the forces or disarming Hamas or the Yellow Line or the humanitarian efforts or other issues. Ladies and gentlemen, this was highlights of what was discussed at Abu Dhabi strategic debate in its 12th edition, with different ideas and contributions linked to analysis and exploration of the international and the regional order, and shaping the map of the actors, the winners and the losers, and how they all engage in the new era, which shed lights on many issues and deepened our understanding. In conclusion, I would like to thank all the speakers, ladies and gentlemen, who shared with us their ideas and the expectation. I would like also to thank the moderators who deployed significant efforts to get some results from those sessions. I would like to thank all the guests, and also I would like to thank His Excellency Dr. Anwar Gargash, the diplomatic advisor to His Highness the President of the UAE, who honored us with his keynote speech at this debate. I would like also to thank media outlets who covered the sessions of this debate. And finally, I would like to express my pride of the staff of Emirates Policy Center, which started months ago preparing for this debate from different aspects in terms of issues and logistic issue, despite the small size of the center. And I should not also forget the volunteers, males and females, who supported us during the days of the debate. Thank you for your participation and for your interaction. Thank you to all of you. And I look forward to meeting you in Abu Dhabi Strategic Debate in its 13th edition next year here in Abu Dhabi. Until then, I wish you plenty of health and success and prosperity, and peace be upon you. If you allow me, would like to watch a video of what took place in the last 2 days. Please keep seated.
Let me begin by thanking the Emirates Policy Center for organizing this important forum and for the opportunity to address you today. As COP30 continues in Brazil, the UAE also continues to champion practical climate solutions, not through slogans, but through technology, investment, and genuine international cooperation. As a leading hub for entrepreneurs and innovators, the UAE stands for a bridge for peace, stability, and shared prosperity in the Middle East and beyond. Across the region, from Gaza to Sudan, Libya, Yemen, and the Levant, only political solutions can deliver lasting peace. There is no military path to stability.
إن نموذج دولة الإمارات التنموي يشرق أكثر فأكثر باستقرار دول الإقليم جميعها وتحقيق شعوبها طموحاتهم الوطنية في الكرامة والازدهار والتحرر من الظلم. ولهذا فإن تعزيز الأمن والاستقرار في عموم الشرق الأوسط مصلحة استراتيجية إماراتية.
اللي يميز دولة الإمارات أن عندنا يمكن معادلة فريدة مقارنة بأغلب دول العالم. لدينا الرؤية ولدينا أيضا سرعة التنفيذ ولدينا القدرة على العمل على شراكات مع أفضل شركات العالم لخلق هذه الريادة العالمية.
The question is going to be, is the liberal order on a global scale, if it is practiced by governments that have a bit more central control, but the benefits are expanded, does that change the liberal order or just the performance and the way that it is made?
Also because we have seen war return to our own continent, that is ongoing. And we have a strategy. I mean, if you listen to the President of the European Commission in her State of the Union, her message was clear. This is a fight for the future of Europe. It's about European independence.
The capacity and the capability to be autonomous in terms of your security and defense. And that doesn't come at the expense of the relationship within NATO or at the expense of the relationship with the United States. In fact, it's something that is very much desirable within NATO and from the perspective of the United States.
Is looking for diminishing the threats for its national security. This is the main aim of our foreign policy.
China has made a lot of kind of institutional mechanisms under the broader BRI project. So in that regard, I think China achieved quite something.
Although the case of lithium, we have a higher, I would say, a better de-risked model in it because you have 5 countries and a global production kind of cycle.
Sometimes resolving conflicts is not sufficient. You have to think about what next, the day after the resolving conflicts. How can you sustain that resolution? And that necessitates economic resources, regional initiatives as well.
Bombed our machineries. You bombed our building, but you couldn't bomb our will, and you couldn't bomb our knowledge, and you couldn't bomb our know-how and technology.
مركز الإمارات للسياسات
Emirates Policy Center would like to take a group photo